three. They must shut him down. Match and series point for Waybo Gaming. We'll be heading to the grand final. No! Easily the best in this region throughout this year. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
We roll on for the final weekend of APL Kickoff. One team has now made, well, technically two teams. I forgot we got two for Asia. I completely ruined the intro already, Michael. But it's good to be back. Of course, yesterday, CAG qualifying for the major from APAC North. We've got one team from Asia that's already qualified. Time to find out who the second's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really getting towards the tail end of Kickoff, not just in APL, but globally. Only a couple more teams, as you're kind of alluding to, still to claim their spot at the Salt Lake City Major. So, yeah, big day for Asia specifically. As you've mentioned, one team already through, one to join them, and the grand final to then determine where they actually start at the event as well. So, pretty stacked day.
Yeah, that's the most important thing as well. Is the grand final is not just a dead rubber. You've got prize money, you've got points, and of course, as you mentioned, it's a case of who goes to playoffs and who goes to play-ins at the major. So a lot on the line in that grand final. Two best of threes that we got today as we look over towards the teams that have already qualified for Salt Lake City. Of course, every region now done except for APAC. That will conclude today and tomorrow. Any standout surprises for you guys as we've got our majority of teams qualified?
Standout surprises. Well, I think maybe in terms of not inclusions, but exclusions over in NAL M80, the victors over at Munich failing to qualify for the major. That's probably one of the biggest storylines and standouts for Kickoff. But across the board, in terms of inclusion, a lot of the big hitters, a lot of the big names making it.
And certainly some, though, missing out. For instance, Team Liquid Alienware over in the South America League not making it through. Devastating for the organization, but of course for that team that has been standouts, really. But yeah, 5 years, a big one from the North America League, which, I mean, we got to cover some of that this stage, guys, and boy, was it fun. Full of twists and tales. A lot of underdogs rising this stage, I think, is the best way to frame it. 5 years being one of those where they went flawless in the group stage. They qualified from the upper bracket. I mean, they've made a really good run. It's going to take time to be considered one of the best teams in the region, but what a way to kickstart the year, quite literally in Kickoff. And from here on out, now there comes expectations for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal start for them. Big boost of SI points as well as we look across at what was a massive match that went all the way. It's the 15th and final round in that best of 3 wild card. Continue to make waves in NA. They still have doubters for whatever reason. I think they've done enough at this point to prove themselves as a serious contender, obviously domestically, but even heading into the major itself, they'll be looking to do some serious damage. And I think they have the potential to probably go on and finish top 4 if they played their best.
Shopify Rebellion were not without drama throughout the entirety of Kickoff. When it seemed doom and gloom, it seemed like they were going to miss out, but ultimately their big game was against M80 in what was that do or die lower bracket game that we got to cover, guys, and boy was that fun. Roller coaster of emotions for them. It seemed as if, certainly after the first map, they were going to be up against it, and then going into the second map, they had a big lead that then got overcome, and in the end, M80 had a chance to close out the series 2-0 at 7-7 on Lair, but Shopify Rebellion dug deep, closed that out in overtime, and then looked really strong in Clubhouse, and that was enough to put them into a qual chance position, which they then followed through. And Dark Zero kind of all amongst the two.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, they dropped to the lower bracket after losing 2 wild card, but then went on to take down SSG, another competitive best of 3. And that was really probably the biggest takeaway from NA, was they continued to domestically be super, super strong. So many of those series going the distance and being highly competitive. So again, M80 miss out, but I think they've probably made a case that they weren't at their best, and there's other teams that are very threatening domestically. So I think NA are in a pretty strong spot.
Well, of course, as we're getting to the close for Kickoff this weekend, don't forget you can get your Salt Lake City major tickets. Down below is all of the information that you need. May 15th to May 17th. Scan the QR code and get your tickets to head on over for what's going to be a really, really good major. There's a lot of storylines going into it. Can FaZe continue their momentum as the best team in the world and maybe even historically? 5 years of the North American bandwagon, of course, at home. Can they cause disruption? And Europe, of course, can't be forgotten about, and they need to start finding a way to get back into winning trophies for a while. And then, of course, we've got CAG heading on over as we go to the APAC North recap from yesterday's action, guys. It ended up being an absolute barn burner of a grand final between D+ CAG, the Brazilian import. Now feels like they're home in this region as they've stuck around. But CAG, well, they flexed their muscles.
Yeah, I truly believe that D+ had the potential to make that run through essentially the entirety, almost of the entire lower bracket, and how they made a really strong case that was almost to be in this best of 3, went the distance, 3 maps. CAG absolutely dominated Bank 7-1, but there was good fight back on Labs, D+ taking that in overtime, and then on Clubhouse as well, went the full distance of regulation, but CAG able to get the job done, and the favorite team in this region, and favored team in this region as well, making that differentiation, able to claim that spot in the end. So I think for CAG, it's about now locking in, looking towards the major, and D+ now probably become their biggest cheer squad, given they want CAG to go on and be the best team from APL, so that this region or this sub-region of APL North can then get 2 slots going forward at the next major.
Yeah, of course, it was this time last year that CAG made that grand final at Reload. So I wonder if maybe the May period is going to benefit them again. A little preview for tomorrow as well. When you take into consideration, we still have Oceania to get through. They'll be the last team to qualify from a region to the major. Enterprise Esports in the grand final, awaiting their opponent. Only the 1 slot for O, similar to APAC North. Man LFO, Chiefs in that lower final, and for one of those 2 teams, they must win both of their best of 3s. For Chiefs, guys, it's been the run of the lower bracket after they lost the team Anios, what feels like a lifetime ago, to start the upper bracket. Since then, 2-1 over Barbie Boys, 2-0 over Shy Academy, 2-0 over Rock LFO, and it seems like they are full of momentum.
Yeah, certainly so. They've struck good form at the right moment. The question will be, is that enough to take down EP? The storyline seems to be that playing 2 in a day puts you in a good position. I still fail to envision that because of the strength of Enterprise. Looking at that replay package currently of their 2-0 over Man Esports, and it was a pretty straightforward dominant victory, 7-5 Cafe. As we look at the 7-2 recap of map 2 of Bank, their selection, a map that they've looked really, really strong on so far. And so, look, who knows? Maybe the stars going to align for either Man Esports on the rematch or Chiefs if they're able to make it through. But Enterprise seem to just be on another level at the moment, and that hasn't really deteriorated.
A schedule for tomorrow when it comes to Oceania, as it goes without saying, Man LFO and Chiefs will play first up. And then the grand final, the spot for the major, which for the Oceanic slot, mind you, it is play-in position, and you cannot get into the playoffs directly, so you'll have to play into the GSL stage at the major, which is already looking rather stacked. It's going to feature predominantly a lot of the CNL teams. 3 of those CNL qualifications out of the 4 will be in the Phase 1 GSL stage, and then, of course, you've got the Oceania slot. You've got Asia C2, so that's something we'll talk about today. The loser of the grand final will go into play-ins, and the other 3 teams that have already qualified, Low Swan, Shopify Rebellion, and Team Falcons. So it's not as if it's going to be a free run out of that Phase 1. For Oceania, you got no choice. You have to get out. You've got to make it to the playoffs, and then ultimately you got to try and perform as best possible so that maybe going into the future stages you can get the 2 slots for your region.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute scrap. There's no guarantees of making it through GSL. The CNL teams especially, I think, are going to be a massive dark horse at this event. They're probably going to be pretty underrated across the board. So, yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how it does develop.
All right, so we turn our focus to today. It is, of course, Saturday for APL. Therefore, it's Asia Day as Waybo came in second in the grand final. Of course, they've already booked a place in the major. We just don't know which place yet. And for Team Orchid and Daystar, well, they just want to get there first of all in that lower final. Win and you're in, lose and you will miss out. And then, of course, the grand final itself, as I just quickly touched on, you win that grand final, you get to go straight to Phase 2, straight to the Swiss stage. You lose the grand final, you will have to play the GSL stage, the play-ins at the major. So, look, I mean, I think for Team Orchid and Daystar, let's be real, guys, either of them would just be happy to make it. I don't think they would put as much stake in the grand final. But if you get there, celebrate, and then lock in, you get a free shot at maybe going straight to Phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big storyline for me that heading into the day is Waybo want to go in, they want to dominate, they want to get that spot and then focus fully on international, right? This should be another day at the office for them. That's no disrespect, of course, to the rest of the competition here in Asia, but these guys really are the best in APL. They'll want to prove it and, you know, really transition that across to the major where they have their sights set on a top 8 or a top 4, you know, taking that next big step and joining some of the best in the world, not just in terms of domestic competition. So I hope we see that from them today, but who knows, maybe they wake up on the wrong side of the bed and they're vulnerable. And I tell you what, if Waybo enter the Salt Lake City Major and have to play through that GSL format, I don't want to be scrapping it out there if I'm them. So yeah, a big day at the office for them to prove themselves.
All right, Daystar versus Team Orchid. As we get our schedule, it will be our first matchup, and what a big one it promises to be. It may not be labeled the grand final, but it's a qualification match for a spot at the Salt Lake City Major. Team Orchid pushed Waybo in that upper bracket final, guys, and in fact, I'd say gained a lot of respect for what this team can do. It was an 8-7, 7-5 loss in that series against Waybo. That is incredibly commendable and puts them, hopefully, in their minds, a good mental position coming into this lower final that not only can they mix it with Waybo, but that means they should be able to beat anyone else.
Yeah, they definitely made Waybo work for it in that matchup. Waybo ended up, you know, falling back on some old habits of the pretty large reliance on Reaps in terms of fragging power over the course of that matchup, and Team Orchid couldn't really match that mechanically. Although I think strategically they weren't too far off the mark, and some of their big hitters were actually able to land on the scoreboard pretty prominently as well. So yeah, they certainly gained a lot of respect, I think, over the course of that series. And so transitioning that in towards this Daystar match, the learnings from that, but then also extracting enough confidence, I think is going to be key for them. So do they go in as favorites? I still think it's very difficult to make that assessment. I think my heart is saying Daystar, but my mind is, and my brain is probably saying Orchid as slight favorites in this matchup, provided they play at their best. They activate Crit J, others follow suit. I think they'll be in a good spot.
Well, similar to Chiefs in Oceania, Daystar lost their upper bracket quarterfinal match, the first series of Kickoff. Since then, they've been on the run. 2-0 over Fury, 2-0 over Elevate. They got their revenge against Soul's Heart with a 2-1 victory, and that one went down to the wire. It was a 3-map burn on the last map, and 8-7 came down to a single round to give themselves an opportunity here in the lower bracket final, which I guess is an opposite effect of Team Orchid. You know, Orchid lost, but they were very competitive. They'll feel confident. But Daystar, what a relief, what reprieve. And now they know they've been fighting for their life. It's just one more series now, and that might just relieve a little bit of the pressure. You know, you start all the way back in that lower bracket. You've had to play 3 best-of-3 series. That's a lot to mentally take, but you got just one more now. And so you're at the finish line. It's all about getting the job done. As you said, I think with the heart, you might say Daystar, and they've been a lovable group of guys. And obviously the loss of Joe Gore was not ideal, but Bin Bin's come in. He's done a decent job. I think if they play their best Siege today, they can definitely give Team Orchid a run for their money and should be within a chance of winning. But if Orchid play at their best, so if it's best v best, I kind of have to tip my hat to Orchid.
Yeah, it certainly felt like a little bit of a fever dream so far for Daystar to put themselves in this position, but now it's crunch time. Now it starts to feel a little more real. In terms of a player to watch, in my eyes, who I've been most impressed by, and sure, he's topping the charts in terms of the numbers, so it's pretty easy to make this statement, but I just think the impact that he's had inside of the server and some of the moments he's had has been really impressive. And that's Seal, 111 APS heading into today, strong KD, maybe lacking a little bit on entry, but he's been getting a plant down here or there. Really good in the post plants, especially. He's actually got 3 disables across the board as well, which is impressive, and 5 1vx clutches. So Seal's impact in this match could be pretty big, especially in a kind of matchup where they may find themselves on the back foot in a couple of rounds. If he's still alive, if he's able to fulfill anchor roles, etc., on the Azami, the Fenrir, the Goyo, the 3 most played for him, that might be a win condition that they can actually rely upon in those clutch moments for him to step up.
All right, let's go to the vetoes for our lower final between Orchid and Daystar. See where we will be playing in this best-of-3 series. Do or die. It's Lair, Shalet, and Consulate, the 3 maps that have been selected. For Team Orchid, they played Consulate and Shalet against Waybo, and they were ultra competitive, almost winning on both of those. Of course, Consulate being the decider, so you're going to get there to have that benefit. But Shalet is going to be strong. I'm going to take a hazard guess and say that it was Orchid that picked Chalets. We've got Daystar on both, but Lair as well is where we start, and that is exactly where Daystar won their last map against Soul's Heart. They'll return to the map where they found success at the brink of elimination. Lair, lower final, a spot in the major on the line between Daystar and Team Orchid.
Let's jump into things. Yet to see Orchid play on Lair, so a little more unknown for them. Daystar actually with a pretty extensive record. Of course, a team with a more esteemed history, 3-3 record. Most recently played against Soul's Heart just under a week ago, an 8-7 victory on that outing. They'll start on attack, so the onus will be on them to dictate the terms of this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably... with Team Orchid being on the defense here, and after the way that they performed against Waybo, 100% agree with that. I think that they're going to have to try and come out here and really make it difficult for Daystar. Yeah, not give them free picks, not give them free looks, don't make errors, don't make mistakes. Yeah, play pretty, I would say, stock standard Siege. Don't do anything too special, especially on the likes of Master and R6 top floor, which is probably the expectation. Kaid Bandit, the bands along with the Grim and the Deimos. It seems like it's going to be bunks and briefing to start. So it goes against the grain here. I mean, I think we saw it in NAL on Lair actually too, where it wasn't the top floor that was selected first. I think it might have been basement or bunks briefing. But yeah, we have seen teams not elect to start on the top floor for whatever reason, and that's going to happen here.
Yeah, certainly not the most egregious decision ever.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Exploit the current comp of bands. See what kind of impact that does then have inside of the server. The Daystar approach is going to be pretty intriguing here. Orchid haven't necessarily gone for bands to directly target this hit. It's not like they've taken off maybe the cap or the sense or anything that's particularly powerful for this specific objective. And so Daystar have a pretty wide range of tools available to them. I anticipate that we probably do see a sense direct, especially if they identify the Warden above. He's one of the biggest threats against if you want to just play the Capital set play. But it seems they won't switch. Maybe indicative that we see top floor possibly cleared here from the attack instead of going straight to side.
Yeah, and Daystar, of course, the Lair being the last month that they played against Soul's Heart, they started on the defense, so it was a 4-2 half. And it was just a 4-2 half split that went to overtime. But interestingly enough, in that overtime, there wasn't a single defensive round one. Both of them ended up winning all their attacking rounds. There was a kind of strange old Lair that the way that it played out, normal in regulation, and the attacks just opened up kind of as the game went on. So for Daystar, they probably can't afford to have the same lull to start with. See if they can pinch a couple of early attacking rounds, put the pressure then back onto Team Orchid. It seems like we do have an API issue with the map selections. I'm going to assume that Daystar picked this based on the fact they last played it, and Orchid picked Shalet as they last played it. Would make the most sense. Wouldn't make a lot of sense if they picked against each other like that, as Suzuki gets the opening kill onto Peeps. The Soulless down early.
Yeah, that's a nice catch. And losing the Soulless makes the plan a little safer now, of course, probably more impactful for the Racked, so it's not a massive loss for Orchid against this attacking style, but it's still one less gun for the trade. Minute 30. Pritchett trying to continue his aggression against the Blackbeard here. Although it needs to be measured, as elsewhere utility expended by the smoke. Patient from Daystar at the moment, not overplaying their hand. Top floor, wanting to be pretty compact in the clear. Get Bimbin in a position on the Blackbeard to help on the flush. But time starts to become the enemy now of the attack. Only a minute on the clock, and there's a lot of presence. In fact, 4 players still second floor from Team Orchid.
So you'll find it's the next pick, and Daystar can now start to open up this site. They've got the pressure there as Exolotic falls to peek up Gone up from Bin, but Pika then gets the kill onto like Colas. Crit J will deny the flawless, and that's all. Daystar will take the opening round here on Lair to kickstart the lower final. A wonderful attack on their map pick to set things in motion. That's a really solid way to start. They were in control, start to finish, opening pick, followed up with the second from Seal. There wasn't really any opportunities for Team Orchid in that round.
No, there wasn't. Good catch early in the round. And losing that manpower plus the info from the Solace proved to be pretty deadly. And then Daystar, sure, they did, I don't want to say stall out. They did posture for quite a while there and didn't leave themselves a massive time margin, but they got the Blackbeard in a good playmaking position, and it was pretty simple to convert from there. Not the best of starts for Team Orchid. Maybe they can chalk that down, though, to being the tertiary site selection. I'll go over to Mask for round 2. Bring the smoke and the Tachanka combination, so the double down in terms of that critical plant denial. Mirror also available, so they can play the power position over towards display. Counter back it if the attack does get Mez control as well. Very, very standard lineup here from the defense. Nothing should be standing out as being unusual to Daystar, who will look to go through their checklist.
5 seconds left. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I mean, the funny thing is, Bunk's briefing can play pretty similar to this top floor anyway. The only difference is you might not then, a lot of the time, see that kind of Solace on the first floor, or it's going to be more so 5 just hard stuck at the top instead of electing to eventually think about, dropping down. If there's pressure, you can just kind of fall back over towards server. So it does play slightly differently, but for the most part, the opportunities will still present kind of in a similar fashion to Daystar. They're just got to be a little bit more patient at times when it comes to this top floor. It's the exact same lineup as well for Daystar. So they're going to play this the same. Ops control, get Mez. But it's a very different lineup for Team Orchid. They'll play into the mirror. Of course, you're going to bring the Tachanka to try and deny plant over towards Mask. Bring the Azami to play in towards Master. So they're pretty much playing this stock standard for Team Orchid. Playing this to the playbook. But it's just all about not making mistakes, not giving opportunities over to Daystar, especially at this doorway position towards Master. The big threat will be Pika down below, because there's no one from Orchid that's going to contest him except from the Vert. Bin takes a big chunk of damage, though, on the Blackbeard.
A minute 40. No direct contest of Mez, so Daystar do get that control, but the layering of the backline here with the Mirror in combination with the Chanka and the Smoke is going to make this push still very difficult. To be able to stall out default plant as well. I'm looking towards Pika and Buffalo. He's the one that needs to try and find value. He's probably the best bet for Daystar in terms of finding an opening kill here, or at least disrupting this close-up defense. BG Man under pressure. Oh, Pika doesn't quite get the kill. At least got the flush positionally. BG Man is now isolated. He'll be cleared with the flame if Seal lines that up. 1 minute to go, so 3 gas saves, full Shamika launcher, and it's a nitro below. Daystar stalled out, too slow. Keeps exploits that and finds a third.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit more comfortable this round from Team Orchid. Oh, gets an ice. Okay, well, the second swing from Solotic gives up the double kill to Souffle, and with BG Man somewhat low on health, still an opportunity. 40 seconds, plenty of time. Next pick, super critical. Got it still did with this mirror window. At this point, I wouldn't even bother going for plant. Don't have kit. 30 seconds. Need the next kill. Souffle finds it. Blinded by the light and gets the kill onto the low health Azami. 2v2 with 20 seconds left.
Cross established though by the defense. Crit J in the corner. Won't be cleared. Crit J cleans up and Team Orchid win the second round.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a little close for comfort in terms of the fact it was 2v2, but like you mentioned, still had the cross, still had good positions. It was always still going to naturally be difficult for Daystar off the back of losing so many at the start of that round or midpoint of the round. Better from Team Orchid. I mean, they got 2 easily opened up in the opening round on Bunk's briefing, which still plays kind of similar to the top floor. It's just this moment here, piece of the double nitro, and from there it becomes pretty much impossible for the most part, unless you do something silly, like a double swing towards the window, and that gave Souffle a chance. He gets the kill here to make it a 2v2, but like Hollis, Crit J, experienced, they understand they just got to play the positions, get the cross And from there, they were able to close it out for Team Orchid. They're on the board. 1-1, top floor secured. Now we go basement.
The expectation would be that top floor is very, very difficult to attack into, so not getting overly concerned. Based on what we saw there from Daystar, for reference, we've seen top floor 16 times in Asia for Kickoff. It's actually a 50-50 site, so that maybe goes a little in contradiction to my point, but I don't know how much maybe some results are skewing that particular number, because I would at least expect it to be a little more of a grind there. One thing as well to factor in is the bans. Some teams will like to ban out the Chanka and or Smoke, which does enable that top floor a little bit more. Not the case here. And so with that full belt of utility available, it really does make that site challenging. So Daystar failed to get a pick from down below and then stalled out, enabled the Nitro, etc. So certainly some teething issues on that site, but nothing that can't be corrected on a re-attempt. That site's now set towards basement, final round 4. The additional bans per side. And the introduction of the Rayora into the comp here from the attack and operator that, again, I feel like teams are still experimenting with a little bit in her buffed state. She's got a lot more playmaking potential that's, at least in my view, not being tapped into just yet. But maybe there's a set play on offer here from Daystar to exploit those gates and maybe enable a plant.
Changing!
The filtration / blue stairs hold here from Peeps. You need to be very cautious of belt of utility that could be thrown his way. Blitz frontline, you could creep with Glaz. Certainly a tricky position for him to solo, but perhaps the Grizzle Mines will assist him. Outside of that, it's a 4-stack down basement for the rest of the defense, so no flank potential at the moment for him.
Bit of a slow pace round.
Actually been able to get back, so they don't find that cat, don't cut that off. Team Walker doing a good job forcing a 5-5 execute at the end of the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want as well when you're bringing the Echo into this round and the util. Oh, Peeps, lovely angle. A good headshot.
Peeps has a good angle. And actually, Crit J's retaken the shield here in the meantime, actually. So, yeah, this is a big win for Team Walker. Daystar, they need to expedite this clear. They need to find this trade.
Rico's still going to have to be careful if he does get over one, but he does have the 3 gas babes, can fall back, play shotgun at the stairs. Pika looking to try and get aggressive off the fire extinguisher. Inbin, yeah, just doesn't want to over push this position while these gas babes are still available for Crit J. He's playing this really nicely, peeks into the gas babe, clears out. He goes a bit deeper, retakes the shield again. Well, Crit J's played this perfectly. As Suzuki falls, Peeps has found another angle from down below, deals with the Capitals. Orchid making this look really too easy on basement. Daystar have struggled. Finally, an overswing from Crit J. Pika will collect, but it's Peeps again from below. He's found 3 critical kills.
Yeah, the Echo information this round has been absolutely devastating. Team Orchid have played off that wonderfully. A lot of unfavorable fights taken by Daystar. Fights that they
on top of the ace
on their terms.
Against the blitz coming your way. Peeps wants the ace in a lower final to try and qualify for the major, and he will not get it, but they will get the round win. And that matters a little bit more. 4 or 5 kills, it does not matter. Peeps is happy with that round, and as he should be. One of the rising talents within the APAC region makes a statement in the 3rd round as Orchid take the lead.
Well, I said after top floor, I'm not too concerned for Daystar, but that's now worrying back-to-back rounds. We're on the attack. They're getting stalled out in some of these power position plays. The lack of pressure in through filtration was very notable in that round. It took them a long time. And in fact, the only reason they get the kill is because Crit J just pushes forward because he kind of knows the round is pretty much over at that point anyway. They had little pressure there. They found nothing on the vert. They didn't deal with the Echo that was feeding live info that entire round. And Team Walker knew exactly where pretty much everybody on the map was for the entirety of that action phase. And Peeps was given the license to kind of just aggress off the back of some of that information. A bit of a disappointing round there from Daystar, but that's not to take it all away from Team Orchid, who, again, did a good job holding filtration stairs and not overplaying their hand. They leveraged the Echo really nicely to give information, and then Peeps was able to mop up and He's now up to 7 kills, 3 in, so he's off to a phenomenal start. And today's start, only round they've been able to win is the tertiary so far. That's where we return. Team Orchid can make a big statement here if they can return serve on this particular objective.
I mean, I don't want to say it's must win. Clearly, when you take into consideration top floor basement, pretty much won with ease for Team Orchid. I know top floor came down to 2v2, but it was always going their way. And this is the one site where for Daystar, they actually looked really dominant. Really good clear of the top floor. They got rid of Peeps pretty early on the Solus. And interestingly enough, now that we played a couple of rounds, he's the one that's really shining for Orchid. So when he goes down early in the opening round, little did they know in that we knew how much firepower that they really lost. And it all kind of then just fell apart on the top floor. But you've got to probably win this now if you're Daystar off of what we've seen through the rotation across the other sides. You definitely need to be getting at least 2 attacking rounds in this half. It's your map pick. And you won this out last time, 4-2 half, forced it all the way to overtime. You probably need to win this because Orchid looked really good on Shalet against Waybo.
Swapping mags.
Being the sense this time around, so all signs point towards direct this time out. And given some of the stall-out problems we've seen in the last couple of rounds, I don't really dislike that approach from Daystar. They can, theory being, ignore the top floor largely, or maybe send a split pressure late for a bit of a lurk, but it should be a case of fighting for green control, finding a tuck position for the plant. There is an element of crossing your fingers that Peeps doesn't find the denial. The Solus is going to be an absolutely crucial tool in this round to leverage.
Reloading.
It's going to be a very intriguing round, very volatile for both teams.
Rolling a wheel.
When did Daystar hit the go button? Ariu's deployed.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Set themselves in position. There is nobody on site. That is typical for this objective, not unusual at all. Again, though, puts big emphasis on Peeps, on the Solus to identify that plan and either relay it to his team to deny or to find that denial himself. And seals on Thatcher as well, so don't discount the impact he might have. If he's able to find Peeps and deny the scanner, that could be a big boost for the attack.
I'm not sure if this is going to pan out too well for Daystar if they don't get this plant down. They must get this plant down successfully. As a double layer of the smoke. Where's the contest from Orchid? I mean, that is just far too easy. Whether or not you can stop it is one thing, but they didn't even look like they attempted, Guz. You had double nitros you could have thrown in, gas babes you could have thrown in. There are some serious questions. It's like Team Orchid, or they just disconnected from the server. Like, it is seriously, that is poor. did they even shoot their guns?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's look, it's one thing to not deny the plant. That's fine. It's a pretty common plant play. But then even the contest up above, they just get swarmed. Like, it's like they looked lost.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it was a perspective thing either, but it didn't seem as if the Monty had the best coverage position of that either. Yeah, again, it's hard to comment without seeing the full POV of the Solus that round, but I also don't think that he got impacted by the Thatcher, so I don't know how that information hasn't been identified and then relayed pretty quickly. Yeah, I don't know. Bit of a strange one. Good sweep, though, up top from Pika. Having that element of split pressure late into the round was good. Read that any kind of retake attempt there as Daystar call a tack timeout.
I mean, I think it's a very strange round because Bunk's briefing is a fun site. Objectively, I think when attackers have to plan how they want to play it, and you see the Sens play, the layering of the smokes. You don't even need the Monty a lot of the times, but the Monty's there to help cover the Solus. Which, as you said, was he even in the right position? I don't know. We just didn't even see any shots. Like there was just nothing coming towards the plant. Which, again, that's fine. You can still win that round as defense, even in a 5v5 post plant, because you know the positions of the attackers as they're going to try and look to take top floor. But that was just way too easy for Daystar. I mean, it's like you got to give them credit, but that defense in that round from Orchid was just not up to scratch.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah. Bunks ends up being pretty forgettable both times out from Team Orchid, but They've looked very, very strong on the primary objectives, top floor, bottom. They still have been struggling to break down power positions. So if the clash and the power band out, that's not really going to change the dynamic much. With Smoke and Tachenko both up, I'm expecting something similar.
This happened last time as well, Gus. If you recall back, Harambe calling an early tactical timeout around the kind of like 2 to 4 round margin back in their previous series last week. And we spoke to Harambe in the post-game interview about the early tactical timeout, and it was after a round win too. So again, similar. I can't actually vividly recall what he said, but it was along the lines of just he wasn't quite happy with a couple of things that they were doing, but also just a case of wanting to pump up their tires as well. And I spoke about this last weekend, but it's a good way of utilizing tactical timeouts that we don't see as common in Siege, and maybe starting to develop a small meta, is the positive reinforcement angle, going earlier rather than too late when the damage is already done. So I kind of like that from Harambe, and clearly to me, the way from what we've spoken to him, he's had a really big impact on this team as a coach, as peeps with the Zoto canister delaying ops wall being opened up. This is a big round. I mean, this now it's kind of 2 free swings for Daystar. If they can get an attacking round win on this top floor, this will throw the half into disarray for Team Orchid.
Yeah. Such a good opportunity now for Daystar to reapply pressure. Set themselves up for the second half where defensively I suspect they'll be pretty strong. So it's ops across. Sense in play again. So an intriguing addition here. Secondary hard breaches from the Sense this round. We'll see if that maybe has an impact in how the round plays out. The expectation is probably going to be a lot of pressure on the back here. They're bringing Ash for the mirror. As opposed to banning it out. I like that. Proactive from the attack, and it's clearly been successful. Diffuser still is in the hands of Azuki. Over towards Mez for the default plants. But as the round develops, 4 shots in the Shmika, 3 gas spades, and the opening kill to BG Man. Default plant is now no longer the win con for Daystar.
On the Blackbeard too. So Bin Bin has struggled a little bit on this Blackbeard, especially in top floor, soaking up the pressure, trying to get the mass control. He's just getting really dealt with nicely from Team Orchid. That's one thing they've done really, really well. Outside of Bunk's briefing, they've made sure that the shield play from Daystar hasn't been that effective. The ability to deny space and also hold really key positions has been really strong for Team Orchid, and that's causing a lot more disruption for Daystar on the attacks outside of Bunk's briefing. There's only 3 bullets left in the Shmika launcher, but you still got double nitrocell. So you've still got another Kiba barrier for BG Man over towards Master Office. And for Daystar, they're going to have to flood in. Seal, though, big kill. And Zonta peeps. Swing from Crit J. The shotgun didn't quite land. And suddenly now, Daystar, heading into the last 15 seconds of the round, are hitting their shots and starting to take the site. As Lycolis will fall, it's all onto Solotic and BG Man. There is still a nitrocell. They do not have the kit, and they are hunting these kills. But Solotic can just hide, and hide he will. It's a fundamental breakdown for Daystar. In a 3v1, they did not have the diffuser.
Damn, I can't help but feel that there's a lot of nerves inside of the server now. That's 2 back-to-back rounds where both of these teams are making some pretty egregious errors that I really would not have expected. And so I think it must just be pressure factor at the moment. They started laser focus there on pivoting towards the back hit. And without the diffuser, they just found themselves in a position where they had no win condition remaining. They had no information on Solotic, who, to his credit, showed really good trigger discipline and positional discipline to just remain completely still and silent there at the end of the round. It could have been quite easy for him to have thrown that round if he got a little bit unsettled. It was 20 seconds. Azuki had the diffuser. He died in the meantime as we pick up with Solotic. As I mentioned, stayed silent, did a good job, good composure from him. Very, very interesting siege in the last couple of rounds. Orchid, though, now out on top. 3-2 lead. They start failing to convert the attack timeout.
Yeah, and I think if you're Harambe, you're probably sitting back thinking, geez, I wish I maybe waited just one more round, because that's a bit of a breakdown to not have kit that late in the round. I guess it's an issue with the fact that they
Attackers must
kind of
locate
had to
and
rush
defuse the bomb.
towards the last 20 seconds of that round. And so their focus clearly was just trying to find the kills, but they just lost sight of the core objective of being the attacking team. And Solodic plays that perfectly. He only had one condition, one win condition, which was to just sit and hide and hope they don't get plant down, which ended up paying dividends, or could get away with one. And it's going to be very difficult for Daystar to do what they did in that round and do it again coming into the final round of this half. We go basement. Binbin goes back on to the blitz. He's played all 3 shield ops in this half. He's won 3. He struggled with clearing the shield around the armory hallway stairs for Crit J. He's struggled towards mezzanine. So it's just something to keep an eye on, really, as the series develops, that Binbin's shield play hasn't quite been that strong, and they banned away the clash, and all 3 shield ops have been available. So when you take into account all of those metrics, he really should be more likely to be doing a decent job here on the shield play. This is a good opportunity towards basement.
You'll see the Echo in play once again for basement. Daystar don't bring a direct answer against that, such as a Brava, IQ, Twitch, etc. And it fed really good information into first full last time out, so Daystar should be wisened up to that potential. The Yokai bursts were used last time out. In the meantime, they will work with her again. That wasn't the problem last time out, it's also the filtration clear, and again, the information from the Yokai that are being fed in towards his first floor position. It doesn't seem as if the info from like towards this time out, and it's in on that first floor. It's purely basement alongside the double bulletproof as well in play here from the defense. So the groundwork's been pretty good. Minute on the clock. How did Daystar now go about trying to break down this particular hold? They have enough information available to them. I think they will. Combination of the Ying and the Blitz here should be pretty powerful in flushing that position.
40 seconds, not leaving a lot of time on the clock for Daystar, not a lot of room. Puts them in a similar position to the previous round where it's just going to be a late flood into the site. You still got to contend with the Yokai from Lycolis on the Echo. 3 gas babes too for Crit J. Need this first pick. So far, every opening kill has turned into a round conversion. It will be critical too with the time not on their side. Souffle found it, but instant trade by Peeps onto Pika. But as BG Man falls, once again, it's a lead in the round for Daystar heading into red time. Binbin has got the diffuser. It'll be one to watch, as Lycolis also has the power play with the Echo Yokai, but Seal has just gone and got double kill. Does not matter. Orchid steal it again through the Yokai. They have gone and stolen it at the death to close the half out. It's 4-2. Well, a half with missed opportunities. If your Daystar cars, they probably could have been leading this 4-2. They're now down 4-2, but it is a half where they still acquired 2 attacking rounds. But Orchid, though, it seems like they just kind of escaped at the last 2 rounds of that half with a couple of real critical round wins to set them up coming into the second half now with a little buffer. I think this is pretty par for the course. I think Orchid are more than capable of getting 2 attacking rounds of their own. The question is, can they get 3 and take the map?
Yeah, the last few rounds there, really, probably 4, 5, and 6, divulging into a little bit of chaos. A little bit messy from both teams at certain points, but it's Orchid out on top. Reaper package of that last round. A 2 versus 4, but then in red time, Yokai tucked in the corner, denies the plant. Talked about it during the round. No Brava, no IQ. No echo counter, despite it being picked previously. It should not have come as a surprise to the attack, but nonetheless, Daystar now trail with an opportunity to make a comeback here on defense.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm expecting them to be able to do well on defense as they did against Soul's Heart, and that, as I said, you know, was essentially just a 4-2 split between the two of them before going into overtime. But Daystar had their opportunities on attack, so it certainly squandered towards the end of the first half to establish a really solid lead. I do wonder mentally if that's going to affect them coming into this second half, or if they're going to feel like, no, we've been playing really well, back ourselves in. A couple of, you know, silly errors and letting the clock really wind down didn't help us either. Just lock in, play some solid defense. They, interestingly enough, got Souffle here on the Jaeger on the first floor. And it's the risk versus reward factor. You don't have a Buck to deal with. You don't have a Deimos to deal with. So you might not see a lot of pressure from Team Orchid on this first floor as it stands. But then what that can mean for Souffle is he can flank late game. Look to get rid of some of these drones, to deny maybe some of the entry positions. But he's just going to go back up anyway. Probably the best move. I don't think he needs to be on that first floor. It just creates a bit of a gap on the top floor defense. Come back, solidify, contest towards mezzanine. It's a really solid entry-looking attack lineup for Orchid, so their ability to kind of flood in with the Candelas, Adrenal Surge, send Lycolis in on the Blitz, they can kind of push deep pretty quickly. So it's not, to me, looking like the sort of lineup where they just want Mask, get the plant down. And so for Daystar, they're going to have to be prepared for a potential fight in towards the site. They obviously don't have access to the Tachanka. So a lot more emphasis then on Bin Bin with these gas babes to use them sparingly.
Does he jump out? It was a double down, so a trade. I think you take that. Getting off board and Mizuki. Yeah. I didn't quite catch it, but I would presume placed his utility down already. A minute 20 on the clock. With the Tachanka banned out, it does force Daystar into being a little bit more proactive here on defense. Bin Bin needs to be mindful of the economy of his util. 2 gas babes now remain. He doesn't have the fallback option of the Tachanka to rely upon. The gas babe goes out. This one sent towards Mez. And Seal still in a strong position, Master offers, with no threat below from the attack.
One gas babe remaining now from Bimbin, and he's just thrown it out. Pika, though, big kill onto BG, man, to just win that first contact battle as Lycolis hits his shot with the pistol, gets the trade. And this is what you want if you're Orchid. 3v3, you've still got the Finker up with 2 Adrenal Surges, Lycolis on the Blitz. And Solotic will get probably a little bit more aggressive now. And there's no utility remaining at all for the defense. This is all about holding the right positions, crossfires. Seal tried to get a little aggressive. Lovely reposition to get rid of Peeps. Lycolis, good headshot with the pistol again. He could potentially go for a plant, but Psyloptic is not there to help cover as Daystar close out on the top floor. A little shaky, certainly became vulnerable towards the end. Somewhat similar in the first half with what we saw on the defense for Orchid, but a win is a win, and it is now 3-4.
Yeah, quite a positive result for them, considering the bans with the Tachanka out of play. It does make that site a little more tricky. It's harder to play passive on the back line. That's why we saw more forward defense. We saw pretty aggressive smokes from Mez. We saw the Master Hold of his army, etc. You have to maybe question Team Orchid not introducing an element of Vert, maybe, in anticipation for that, given they are the ones that fanned out that Tachanka to try and force that kind of play style. Fortunately for them as well, Crypto got caught early, double jump out. That's a good risk assessment from the defense. And then the blitz not supported at the end made it tough. Down to basement. And Daystar builds something here, or will it maybe fizzle out?
Attackers have located a bomb.
In terms of this defensive lineup, it's super trap heavy. Aloe plus Thorn, then you have the space out of the smoke Goyo. Layer in the Echo as well. And a plant win con here for Team Orchid seems unlikely.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, and as we head to basement, this is always the conversation around the bans too, guys, where you get rid of the Tachanka, but the Tachanka is only really going to be used for one side and one side only. So that opens up possibilities for Daystar, where really, in their mind, the only operator that's been banned away right now is the Bandit.
I'm reloading.
Going to drone this spot! Swapping mags!
Yeah. I like the inclusion of the Twitch here. Going to be a really strong counter tool onto a lot of this trap utility. The Goyo specifically, that frees up time late round. So there's an onus on Solotic really valuing those shock drones and kind of chip away at as much utility as he possibly can. And I think Daystar will identify that pretty early on and do their best to prevent that from happening. Shock drone in play over towards Warehouse, and Pika pressure to deal with that, and does so pretty comprehensively. Logic Bomb rains out like Cole is now posing a threat.
Griswold Mine was quite literally thrown at his face, able to just swat that one away. Not a lot gained from the Logic Bomb for Peeps. It is just the 5 stack down below. Zuki playing towards blue stairs. But I like this pressure from Pika. You know, getting into the face of the Blackbeard. Just buying some time. Making it really annoying to push into. Then there's the Razor Bloom Shell. All of this is just soaking up the clock nicely for Daystar. It's only a minute remaining in the round. Haven't lost anyone. You've still got the Yokais available. Still got all 3 gas babes with the Zuki. And he's still locked down a pretty solid position. If you're heading into the last minute, you're happier if you're Daystar with the way things are panned out. That can change quickly, though. Still a Logic Bomb. A lot of flashes remaining, too, for Team Orchid. But it is Azuki that finds the opening kill onto Peeps, who started 7-3, mind you. Now 8-8, as Crit J gets caught on the flank from Pika. A little bit of a re-aggression, along with Seal on that first floor. Catches Orchid off guard.
That should be round over. It's a lot deep with the DMR, and like Colos catches one as well.
Round's not done just yet.
There's so much information for defense. Yeah, diffuser dropped. Control. The Echo's been devastating on this site. There was a Yokai inside of reception that aided the double kill that completely ruined that push for the attack. So credit to Daystar doing to their opponents what was, I suppose, done to them in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The Echo's definitely been strong on basement. 4-4, bunks briefing, and this feels like a real separating round. And we obviously saw Daystar in the first half were more than capable of taking bunks briefing on the attack. It's a lot of emphasis that needs to go into this round now for Team Orchid. If you lose this one, you're down 5-4, you're going back to top floor, and the rotation opens up again for Daystar, and it just puts them in a really solid position. This is now a critical junction for the opening map of this series. Round 9, bunks briefing, tertiary site. Both teams need to win this site for 2 different reasons. Certainly more pressure, I think, on Orchid to win it, though, than Daystar. But if Daystar win it, it sets them up for a potential map win. If Orchid win it, sets them up for a potential overtime at minimum. as they could get closer to that 6-point margin with a round win here. The curious thing will be what the strategy will be for Orchid as I watch for the attacker repick. So far, no sends employed. Could change at the last second, as we do sometimes see them really change it at the very last second. Not going to be. They're going to go heavy on drone utility, so the Brava and the Twitch. They'll play off of Crit J and the Glaz. A lot of this indicates to me, though, it should be a top floor clear as the main contest for Orchid.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Reloading.
But they start seemingly clued in. They'll play the fringes of this top floor hold and not give away too much in the way of map control freely. Like Collis, though, does find an entry Skybridge. And with the gridlock in play as well, that's going to probably disable a lot of the flank potential here from the defense. So I like that inclusion. As for the shock drones on site, they'll be effective against the Razor Blooms from Pika, the Grismots from Souffle. Pretty well controlled at the moment from Orchid. Not much in the way of risk being taken, as they seem pretty hungry for green control. Maybe there isn't a world in which they do go for top floor contest earlier. Maybe they still do try and manufacture something direct. No Warden in play, so layering of the 8 smokes that they have available is actually a pretty viable option. Again, though, it's going to be up to Seal here on the Solace to be a difference maker for the defense in making sure they have information and at least attempt a plant denial here. They cannot let this go down for free.
It's a critical point of this 9th round. All the focus on the first floor for Orchid. Will this backfire? You can layer these smokes, but it's not like Crit J's going to find a whole lot.
My toxic babes are in position.
And they haven't really... I think the first laying of the smokes was really a testing piece of utility from Orchid to just see what's the response going to be from Daystar, and they haven't bit. Nitrocell line up here from Azuki. He'll change up. Crit J finds the angle through the floorboard onto Souffle. Gas Babe's being thrown out from Bin Bin like Collis. It seems like this will connect. He survives the Nitro. His Guardian Angel in Crit J did fall, but he survived it by slim margins. What a pistol shot through the floorboard from Lycolis. And suddenly now puts Daystar in a tricky position. Bin Bin, you have to clear to the left side of the stairs, but he doesn't as he pushes down into green. Peeps is going to get the freakiest kill he'll ever get. And he gets the second as well for good measure. Big round win for Team Orchid. Fine margins, a determining factor. How does Lycolis survive that Nitro?
Yeah, I don't know. That he's absolutely tanked that with the shield on back. And then to find the kill up above against the vert as well. Taking that kill was risky, but I suppose probably given his HP, he knows that even just one errant shot at the toes is probably enough to down him. So he takes the calculated approach and figures may as well go out with a bang. He actually goes on to then win that fight. And then a couple of good cheeky positions, especially from Peeps there in the post, was enough to seal it. A massive round there. Orchid respond with a tactical timeout.
Yeah, desperately needed tactical timeout just to settle things. It was a scrappy round, and they won the round. They just need to settle things down. Orchid, to me, when you consider what they did against Waybo, I think fundamentally the better team, but they're kind of getting lured into this scrap from Daystar. Daystar looked really strong to close the first half. They started to get a couple of rounds on the board, and it took until Bunk's briefing the tertiary site finally to get an attacking round. I think this is a great timeout for Orchid because they know for a while, yeah, you lead 5-4, you won that round, but there's so much work still to be done to potentially steal this opening map.
So back to second floor. As it really starts to heat up now. Orchid will be desperate to find success on one of these primary sites. Between the thorn and the side of both teams so far. Bunk's briefing is the only site that has been successful for the attack. The primary sites of second floor and basin have been impenetrable. Orchid are desperate now to try and break that trend and set themselves up for their map selection of Shalet, and maybe they can pull off a 2-0 victory to make it to the major. And then with all the momentum on their side, perhaps they can be even more competitive against Waybo in the match to follow. Let's see though, into the 10th, back to top. Clash available in play. It's the Glaz and the Azami that have been taken off the board.
5 seconds remaining.
So over to the Clash setup now for Daystar. First time that they're going to bring this operator out. But it's also then directly in contest of the double shield play from Team Orchid with the Blackbeard and the Blitz. A solid back and forth this series though to begin. I mean, neither of these two have been able to string together 3 rounds, so a good showcase that there's a good fight in both teams. They've both been able to win the tertiaries. They're both pretty much playing at a pretty similar level. Daystar, I think, just didn't capitalize at the close of the first half. Orchid a little bit sloppy at times. There's definitely room for improvement as well for both teams, which is great for us. And Peeps has continued to refine some of that earlier form. Started 7-3, eventually then got to 8-8 before a big round from him with 3 in the previous round. This is the big test now for Orchid. Can they still top floor? This would put a real big dent into the aspirations of Daystar. If they go 6-4 up and take top floor, puts Daystar in a really awkward position.
Enemy devices out like a light. Oi, enemy device detected.
Yeah, attempting quite fiercely at the moment to open up main breach, but the Zotos are stalling that from Azuki. Though eventually does expose the site. Defense still largely outside with Peeps Skybridge, but that will change pretty quickly. But yeah, lucky in the clash. And shots rain into the back of Crit J. Second exothermic to be deployed. The pressure now onto Mez. The comp seal now to heal back. Double Nitro on offer here from the defense. One of those down below Pika security. Expect that to have impact late round. There may even be a world of which he can disrupt this push mid round if he gets a good ping from Seal.
I don't want to speak it into existence, but we saw the health of like Hollis in the previous round from that Nitro, where you look at Crit J's health. So that wouldn't be enough to survive it in a similar situation. Bin desperately denied Men's stairs, and this is a critical position to hold. They're trying to get the pinch over towards Men's with the Royora Gate. Again, like Hollis has kind of struggled, gets the help though from Crit J. They do overwhelm and take Mezzanine. Pika though, still over towards reception. He's just lingering. The site is so vulnerable.
And it should now be round over. It should be map point for Orchid. And it is. And so the drought has finally been broken. An attacking win on a primary site. You can see just how much it means to them. They know that they have now put themselves in the best possible position to take this map. Really solid attack. One of the more proactive ones we've probably seen over the course of this map of Lair. And it prompts the re-attempt. They start electing not to go to basement.
I mean, I love the philosophy of that round from Orchid. Royora Gate can be used 2 ways. You can obviously play off it yourself, but then also close it and try and keep the clash, stock over towards Mezzanine, get a good pinch. Bin was the one who was playing the most critical position to deny that pinch, blocking up that push-up main stairs. And he did a good job of it. And to be honest, like Hollis should have actually killed him a little bit quicker in the end. But it was just Crit J, just kind of just flooded through Maz, picked up 2 kills, and from there, sights opened up. Don't know what Pika was really doing on that first floor, never really got involved. So there was kind of a gap in the defense for Daystar. I think that was maybe a way in which when you look at the bans, no Tachanka, no Azami. That site now becomes way more difficult to play the default defensive style of Master in R6. You can't just play back service side, let the Shamika launcher do a lot of the Nile. You can't have the Azami playing Master. And so they changed up the strategy a little bit, and they just looked a bit uncomfortable playing that kind of round with those sort of operators. And that's a credit to Orchid in identifying with the bans that, yeah, we probably don't need to ban based on any other site except top floor, because if we can take away a lot of the default strengths of that defensive structure, it becomes more vulnerable. We know we can win Bunk's briefing regardless. And so it set them up now with 2 opportunities to take the map pick of Daystar away to kickstart the floor final. Again, neither of these two have been able to win 3 rounds consecutively. Orchid will need to do that if they want to at least close this one out 7-4. And the repeat will be here for Daystar. This time they bring the Denari. They bring also the Legion. So they're doubling down into some of this trap utility. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Yeah, maybe eager to try and stall out the Blitz. Identifying that as a threat. We'll wait and see. 2 minutes on the clock and heavy drone work at the moment. Pika in a position to flank. I don't know if Orchid have a read, but a good drone from Solodic will confirm the position of the Legion and force Pika back. A dedicated flank watch on offer here from the attack, so there is a world in which Pika, if he hits a good timing, can go for that flank once more. Like Hollis this time around will posture R6 side as opposed to down below, and Pika, well, instead of going over towards weapons side, goes straight up green and catches Peeps. He unfortunately got caught in the middle of no man's land. So it's a 5-4 now in advantage of the defense. They're in a good position to force at least one more round here.
Pika. He's been very, very good for Daystar. Needed this. Soloti gets the trade back, though, onto him. He goes down, opens things again for Orchid. Still need to deal with this clash, though, but all 3 gas babes have been now expended by Bin. There's no utility remaining for the defense. So if Lycolis can find a good opportunity to get deep, get a good flash pistol kill, you still got a couple of smokes, actually 4 smokes available, 2 frag grenades. So the utility definitely more with the attack. But it's just getting past this clash. I mean, Souffle's going to have to play this aggressively.
Seconds.
Got to come up. He has to get up.
Yeah, they will. I'll just have to try and trade this out. Best of luck.
8 seconds left. Seems like we're destined for all rounds of regulation, and Lycol is desperately going for the plant. That's not going to work at all. Daystar get their redemption, and still neither of these two able to string together 3 straight rounds. Daystar only need now 1 more themselves to force overtime.
And they'll be able to go down to basement, which again has not been won by the attack so far. So whilst things started to look a little gloomy for Daystar, with the nature of the site rotation, the defender-sided nature of this clash so far, overtime is arguably the most likely outcome from here. But we've seen Orchid successfully attack into a primary or / secondary prior back in that 10th round where they took down second floor pretty confidently, and so there's certainly a possibility they could replicate that success here on basement. Not have to worry about overtime. We'll see how they look to approach it in terms of this attacking lineup. Are they going to go vert heavy? Do they go for warehouse clear across? I think we've seen enough promising signs from them that a util clear warehouse side, again, which we have seen previously, can actually probably work out for them. Play like holes on the front line on the blitz. I will say, though, that leaving the clash up maybe leaves that vulnerable, but they scout a site correctly, they'll know there's no blitz, pardon me, no clash rather in play for this particular round. Hired, though, available, so hatches maybe little trickier to open here, and some hard breach on the exterior as well.
Wall fortified.
But all eyes over towards Orchid. How do they look to spearhead this attack in this second map point round?
Loading new mag.
Yeah, 11 rounds played. It's a 2-9 split in favor of opening kill conversion rate as well. So huge emphasis in this series so far, getting that first pick. Neither team having a lot of capability of kind of bringing a numbers disadvantage back. And it's Peeps that finds the first one. Onto Azuki, just on the money. And as soon as I mention it, now the advantage rests with Team Orchid. And on basement site, losing that early defender really creates vulnerabilities in the defense.
Certainly does. Hard breach now can get to work. But there's auto canisters from Seal to help on the stall. Big advantage for Orchid. They need to make this opportunity count. Logic bomb available second to follow. Full belt of util from the cap. Blackbeard still up, of course. It's a really strong position. 3-1 split from the defense as Souffle goes above with impacts. As Lycolos now begins his creep forward.
Logic bomb rings out from Pete. Still has one more available. Lycolos searching. Gets forced back. Razor Bloom Shell was activated. Gas Babes now thrown in desperations from Bin Bin. There's a player up above though. The retake from Souffle. Couldn't quite get the kill onto Lycolos, and they lost Seal. A little vulnerable again on the site because of the fact that Souffle's gone back up above. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a minute left in a 3v5, and Orchid will know they can start to sweep across the site, and there's only 2 players to contend with. And the fact that you still got BG Man that could go hunting against Souffle. Logic bomb from Peeps again. Pin Bin goes down. Pika has to come up big. BG Man, there's the clear. It's only Pika left. And it seems as if Orchid are going to steal the map pick of Daystar on their quest towards the major. A 7-5 result on the map of Lair sets them up going into Shalet.
เล่นให้ฟิวรี่มาจากประเทศไทยครับก็ตั้งแต่จำความได้เลยครับว่านั่งบนตักคุณพ่อดูคุณพ่อเล่นเกมเราก็น่าจะเป็นแบบซึมซับตามไปนะครับผมก็เกมที่จำได้ว่าคุณพ่อเล่นก็น่าจะมีมิวออนไลน์กับแร็กนาร็อกอะไรพวกนี้ครับผมหลังจากนั้นก็เราก็เหมือนแบบเล่นตามครับผมเริ่มเล่นเกมน่าจะที่จำความได้ประมาณอนุบาล2ครับเกมที่จำได้เลยก็คือ Red Alert 2เป็นน่าจะเป็นเกมแรกเลยที่เข้าสู่การเล่นเกมเล่นครับในช่วงแรกๆเล่นเกมกับพ่อกับพี่อยู่แต่ว่าต้องบอกว่าผมโชคร้ายหรือยังไงก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะครับผมว่าเพราะว่าเพื่อนที่โรงเรียนไม่มีใครเล่นคอมสักคนเลยครับเพราะงั้นในช่วงวัยประมาณตอนช่วงประมาณตั้งแต่ประถมป.3 ป.4 ป.5 ผมยันม.ปลายนะผมเล่นกับเพื่อนออนไลน์หมดเลยครับก็ต้องบอกตรงๆว่าเป็นเด็กติดเกมของแท้เลยครับแบบว่าการเรียนโยนลงถังขยะไปเลยครับผมก็คือตอนช่วงป.5 ป.6 นี่แบบว่าหนักครับผมเรียนได้ประมาณ2แค่แบบผ่านเลยครับผมหลังจากนั้นก็เริ่มโดนจี้แล้วเพราะว่าเอาจริงคือแบบว่าอยู่บ้านเล่นเกมอย่างเดียวทั้งวี่ทั้งวันจะส่งไปเรียนโรงเรียนประจำซึ่งตอนนั้นเราก็ตรงๆว่าไม่อยากไปครับผมแต่ว่าก็บรมครับผมก็เลยบอกว่าถ้าต้องไปจริงๆอ่ะผมแบบไม่ไปอยู่ประจำนะบอกว่ายังไงก็ต้องขอแบบกลับบ้านอ่ะคุณแม่ก็เลยยอม ถอยให้ครับผมก็คือไปเรียนที่ศรีราชาแหละแล้วก็ถ้าพูดตรงๆก็มันก็ค่อยๆเริ่มดีขึ้นนะครับผมก็เริ่มการเรียนเริ่มพอได้บ้าง แล้วก็ยังเล่นเกมเหมือนเดิมต่อไปเลยครับแต่ว่าการเรียนดีขึ้น
region has got to offer.
Well, it is a huge map win for Team Orchid, stealing Daystar's map pick of Lair, heading now into Shalet, 1-0 up in the series and one map away from a spot, not only in the grand final, but at the major guys. It puts Daystar now backs up against the wall. They've got to go to Shalet and try and steal one out.
Yeah, look, Orchid fully deserving that map win. It was such a grind for attack back on Lair. Daystar especially struggling on the primary side, and that was ultimately their downfall and the difference maker in this series. They only won round 1, round 4, both bunks briefing on the attack. And then in the second half, we finally saw the damn wall break. Orchid running away with it rounds 10, 12, top floor, and then basement. You know, despite the kind of storyline that I've just outlined, it still was kind of Daystar's map to lose. At minimum, they should have been pushing OT in this series, but some good fight back from Orchid, some really clean attacks to round things off, and just slightly more better ability, I suppose, to close over the course of the series would be how I would describe it. There were certainly some positive moments for Daystar, but Orchid just a more well-rounded team performance from them and doing a better job on attack by identifying win conditions and then being able to close out rounds. So yeah, certainly deserved of that first map. As we've seen time and time again, not necessarily indicative that they'll now go on to win the series 2-0, but they've put themselves in a really good spot.
Yeah, there were opportunities for Daystar, certainly to the second, or so at the end of the first half, where the last 2 rounds, I thought they probably should have won them, to be honest, and they didn't. Orchid still a couple, and in the end, that's probably the difference. It's not as if Daystar were completely off in the second half by any means. These two teams clearly play a very close game of Siege. 7-5 scoreline will typically suggest that. Just comes down to fine margins, and credit to Team Orchid. They get over the line as we go and have a look at the highlight of Peeps. Started 7-3 after the first 3 rounds, guys. He had picked up 7 kills with a back-to-back 3K and a 4K multi-kill rounds. He got a crucial 3K as well in the second half too, which led to a big Orchid round win on Bunk's briefing. He was a difference maker. He's a rising talent within the region. Last year was his debut year. He had a very good year on a team that obviously wasn't that great. We were all sitting back, and even the fans at home were saying this kid's going to be picked up, and he did. And he's joined a very solid team, and now 1 map away from making a major for the first time in his career.
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably his biggest strength over the course of this series is putting himself in the right place at the right time. Positionally, he just continued to be in impact positions, and then had really good composure to be able to convert those positions and really be a big boost for his team in a couple of those rounds. Certainly wasn't a massive standout player though across the board. Like Pika was not trailing by much. He too just trailed just by the 1 kill. 12-9, 2-0 entry. Like Daystar had big hitters as well, but it came down to team play. And as we head to Shalet, that's going to be another big storyline in terms of team v team. It's not just about individuals. Can Daystar as a 5-stack respond?
Well, it's not been since Six Invitational 2024 that the majority makeup of this Orchid roster last attended a Siege International event. So 2 years' time, 1 map away from returning to the global stage, heading into Shalet, where again, as referenced, ultra competitive against Waybo last week, going to 8-7, losing it in the very last round of overtime. They'll be favorites coming into this map. That particular series was 3-3 half split, so they got 3 attacking rounds, 3 defensive rounds. The bans will be the Grim, the Snake, Azami, and Mirror.
Yeah, don't mind the Snake ban. We've definitely seen lurks be exploited nicely on Shalet in the past. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Snake. You can maybe play Deimos, even Nook in some particular cases as well. But Snake, in just in general, plays super strong. There's also a couple of really good repel positions you can play here on Shalet that feed information. So if that's all taken away, it's going to likely see the pivot onto the Deimos, and KJ will pick that initially as we set ourselves up for top floor. Daystar on defense. They'll be a little wounded after Lair, where those primary sites were eventually broken down on the re-attempts. And so maybe that just gives us a very small glimpse into Daystar's struggles on backing up the site, and Team Orchid maybe having strengths in terms of recognizing what went wrong on their previous attacks and then correcting that. So even if Daystar have a good start here defensively, I think it's important to not jump the gun. It's really going to take the second attempt from the attack to really get a good read. Equally though, if Orchid are able to come out firing and maybe win some of these sites on the first hit, that's maybe when some big red flag will start flying for Daystar.
I mean, the red flags are there for me already, dropping that first map of Lair when they had good opportunities. So they're going to try and refocus. It's 0-0 once again. Shalet by no means is a map that Daystar can't win. They might come into this certainly as underdogs. Looking back to the last time that they actually played this map was quite some time ago, 21 days ago against Fury. They won 7-2 against that Fury roster, which obviously didn't really fire a shot all stage. So it has been a little bit of time for Daystar since they last played this. Orchid on Crit J's Deimos is going to be one to watch. It was the Peeps show on the opening map, but we know how good Crit J can be. He was a little bit more quiet. Only went 7-9 on Lair. This is a map that's made for him. You could make the argument that maybe Reaps has been the best player in the region for quite some time. I think Crit J has easily been the second best. He's definitely been the best player, undisputed, not on the Waybo roster. And he makes a statement to start on Shalet. Opening kill onto Bin, and Orchid with the early advantage halfway through the round.
It's been a bit of a tricky match so far for Bin. 4-7 back on the first map. Not the lowest rated, that went to Solotic. But probably not getting as much value in some of the positions that he did find himself in that he would have liked. So we'll see how that develops over the course of the map. But in the meantime, Azuki finds a critical kill onto Crit J, who's been meddling a little bit in this series himself. Crit J can be the best player inside the server on his day when put in the right positions with it. The ability to play make. But it's been a rough little series for him so far. 7-9 in map 1. 1-1 so far here on Shalet. Peeps, though, kind of picking up the slack. Finds a big kill onto Pika. The hardest hitter so far from Daystar. And Azuki falls as well.
So a little power play
over towards top library stairs.
Peeps with the double now opens up the site, and there's still plenty of time remaining in the round. Souffle knows he needs to get a little bit more active, but as he does push in towards off versus BG Man at Ego, that catches him at the doorway. Seal, the only one that's left, is Orchid looking to take the top floor to start the second map, and have done so through their wonder kid in Peeps. 2 big kills. Seal overwhelmed towards Piano in the post plant now, and Peeps will finish the job. He gets another multi-kill round. 3 from Peeps. And again, just puts the pressure immediately onto Daystar coming into this second map.
Yeah, having that firepower just continues to be a big difference maker. It was a storyline for Daystar heading into the year with the loss of Joe Gore, who was going to fulfill that on their side. And to be fair, I think Pika and Seal over the course of Kickoff have done a very, very good job in maybe dismissing those doubts. But is it starting to rear its ugly head here in this qualification match where Orchid are running riot? It's both maps so far, and Peeps especially having a standout match so far. Picks it off with a 3K. Team Orchid off to an ideal start.
Yeah, I mean, perfect start. Crit J gets the opening kill. Peeps gets 3. So your heavy hitters, the ones who are going to do a lot of the fragging, start well, and you want them in form. Peeps did so, of course, on the opening map of Lair. If they get Crit J, firing on all cylinders, then he's just going to probably be the difference maker, and it's going to be so difficult for Daystar. And you kind of look at Daystar and think, well, who are the ones that need to rise to the occasion? Because they got plenty out of Pika on the opening map. Seal had a good game. Someone like Suzuki, which at times has kind of showed flashes of brilliance that he can be a top-level player within the region, and then at other times he goes a bit quiet. It's somewhat reminiscent maybe of a Joe Gore who can really explode and then just have these cold spells. They need him to really stand up, and Souffle as well has the capability of being a real heavy hitter. So there's plenty of talent on that Daystar roster, and yeah, it's been a rough series for Bin, but he's not the one that you need to look to. It's the others that need to stand up and lead the way. Because as things stands, I mean, you drop the first map. This is Orchid's map pick. They're strong on this map. You lose the first round, it's very easy for the mindset to shift into doom and gloom. They've got to stay level-headed and locked in. And it's Pika. Big kill. Onto the Rayora as well. As the entry from Crit J will be denied. Pika, 2 huge kills to start the second round.
I've really loved that from Pika so far in Kickoff. There's been so many occasions where he takes it upon himself to go for a big play. And he so often has the skill to back it up. So needs to be careful he doesn't get caught. And he does. Good work from Peeps. Keeps the round winnable for Team Orchid, but certainly on the back foot. Paul's still up for the defense. So good info gathering of the clash late. Utility as well. Falling into Malusi. It's going to be rough. But I wouldn't count Orchid out from this round just yet.
Especially with the way that Peeps has been playing with this DMR. He is more than capable of finding a kill at any given time. It's Souffle that gets rid of Lycolis, though. Daystar desperately needing that one. 60 seconds left into the round. Azuki gets flamed out from BG, man, but he can still hold his position towards Fireplace. Difficult to hit those shots for Peeps. Trying to put the pressure onto the clash. They know that there's still a player up above at the mezzanine, and it's Souffle that finds another one. The response that Daystar needed to show in the second round has swiftly been delivered. BG Man stuck at the front entrance. And Daystar are going to tie this up 1-1.
Yeah, good bite back from Pika. And then the rest of the team doing a good job in consolidating that lead in the round. Keeping Orchid honest on these map clears. Just ensuring that not going to make it easy for them. EG will sit outside. And that timer will tick down. Coles gets a freebie. But it's Daystar to take the round, and the scoreline now even 1 apiece.
Yeah, it just kind of fizzles out there, but the work was done earlier. And yeah, credit, it probably starts with Pika, doesn't it? The first 2 kills over towards Trophy. Yeah, he did lose his life trying to get back to site. That's fine. At that point, it's still 4v3, and he'd already caused quite a lot of disruption, certainly getting rid of the Blackbeard and the Rayora. A lot of pieces of the puzzle for Orchid taken out of the round. And that's what Daystar needed. I mean, they cannot allow Orchid to just start running rampant in this first half, get out to like a 2-3-0 sort of lead. Just a good response, and Pika being the one to stand up and get active. It's not going to happen if you just kind of sit back, especially on bar games. If you're going to sit back and play ultra defensively. A reminder as well for the Tier 2 Challenger scene to get involved. We've got ourselves plenty of opportunities, and so far there's been a decent amount of sign-ups that you too can find a way to make your path towards becoming a professional. Scan the QR code and register your team and get amongst it.
Yeah, a reminder that there is a challenger circuit for each of the respective sub-regions, so create your stack and sign up in the appropriate circuit. And a reminder as well that there are several weeks of play, so ensure that you register for as many as you can possibly play to maximize your chances of making it in. Who knows, maybe in a few years you can make it all the way to the top. Plenty of these players have made exactly that journey. As we go into round 3, kitchen site of choice. As these rounds develop and continue, their importance increases. Orchid here for the 3rd round, electing to bring the sense. Intrigued to see how they try and leverage that. If it's a tool for site control, maybe potentially to aid on the clear above as well. It'll be interesting to watch. And then on the side of the defense, we see the addition of the Maestro as well, an operator that's fallen out of favor in pro play, but can have his time in place.
One thing that has actually just completely fallen out of favor on this map is the basement site. As we go kitchen dining, just very rarely see teams electing to head to basement. Battle. Oh, it's BG Man caught by Pika. This time he can get back safely. It's another opening kill for Pika. And a big one onto the Sands too. The disruption, the ability to potentially go for a direct first floor play with the ROUs. And so for Orchid, it's definitely now going to have to be top down.
Dare I say, Peak has been the scariest looking player inside of the server here on Shalet thus far. Just his ability to play make early round and then either double down or get back to site for late round impact as well. A little scary, even that position there that he played was not particularly optimal, but he was still able to make it work. Him being caught in office, really good dislodge. The grenade chunks Crit J massively, but he does survive, and like Kolos cleans up. So 4 versus 4, but only temporarily, as Peeps falls to the nitro of Azuki.
So 60 seconds left with Crit J low in health. Extra player advantage with Daystar set up here in the second round. Over back-to-back round wins. And a solid fight back after that opening round looked rather concerning. Walker just haven't really been able to get a bit of a flow going in these last 2 rounds because Peak has just been able to find very early kills. 2 minutes and 7 seconds, 2 minutes and 5 seconds in rounds 2 and 3. And Orchid are going to have to respond going into the next 3 rounds. Crit J killed. That's 1. Does he know, though, about this position of Souffle? Tucked in Solar. There's a bit of contact from Seal to draw the attention of Crit J. Hasn't spotted him. Easy kill. Crit J was far too focused. It's good teamwork from Seal just to provide a little bit of cover for Souffle to get the free kill as Solotic falls. The round is done. Not surprised with the way that it was shaping up. Pika again kickstarting it all. Orchid are going to have to be mindful as they make their way into the building that Pika is playing some aggressive siege.
Yeah, I think I'd be setting my eyes on let's find a way to either shut down Pika entirely. Let's invest heavily into the kill, or at least at minimum, they need to probably do a better job in contesting the map control and flushing him out. And if it ends in a bit of a stalemate, where it remains a 5 versus 5, that's probably okay. I think Orchid, in terms of their execute play, as we saw back on Lair, it's actually quite strong. But Peak is doing a good job in disrupting that, preventing that. I think that's a pretty clear, definitive game plan from Daystar. So during this tech timeout, that may well be something they discuss. Are we going to try and kill him? Are we going to heavily invest? Maybe let's send, 2-3 players in for the trade. Or do we instead maybe play a little drone heavy, play passive crosses, and force him out naturally that way, and then worry about it later on in the round? Wait and see, but that kind of adaptation here is going to be key for both teams, because it then also falls on Pika on how he elects to respond. Does he continue to aggress? Does he maybe think about taking even more risk?
And the pressure can get to you as well.
Interesting, yeah.
If you're Orchid coming into this map, right? Because you won the first map, you probably felt comfortable coming into Shalet. You had a very strong performance against Waybo. With that almost comes the preemptive expectations that can kind of sneak into your mind. So you don't think it's going to be easy. You don't think it's just going to happen. You obviously still got to go in there and play well. But I think it's only human that there's maybe 5% in the back of your mind thinking, yeah, we're in a great spot, but you can't think that way. And yeah, even there, Crit J not checking the solid position. It's small margins. It's not really on him. The round was arguably already in a bad spot. But it's just Pika setting the tempo. So for now, Orchid, it's like, how do we go and set the tempo back the other way? How do we get a little bit more control earlier in these rounds? So far, only 3 rounds played, 3 straight opening kill conversions, which was also big on the opening map too. 10 from 12 converted. So when you take into account all 15 rounds, it's 13 out of 15 rounds that the opening kill has led to a round win. It's not the be and all, and at some point that statistic will shift back a little the other way. But clearly, there's enough rounds to look at and say, well, neither of these two have been able to bring back, 3v5s or 3v4s. It just hasn't really been happening. Whoever's had these advantages going late into the rounds has then therefore been able to close out. So that puts big emphasis on someone like Pika to go and get these early picks, because it means a lot more than just one kill. So we go back to the top floor.
Loading mag.
Fortunately, guys, it's going to take a little spell, but that's okay. We've got enough action happening here to stay focused on right now. Big round for Orchid out of the timeout. A big round for Daystar to see if they can string together 3 rounds in a row. Still has not happened in this series. Daystar could be the first team to do so, really gain a decent amount of momentum. Nicola's just waiting, and this might end up being an opportunity for Orchid to finally get into the building without losing a player. They've got red ping information as well over towards Bar. Pika trying to find that first kill once again. Lycolis, though, getting the shield up, making sure that Pika doesn't get the free kill, and there is damage onto Solotic and Crit J. Pika's been able to hold his position, but he's unaware of what potentially could be behind him over towards games. Seems like he's lacking a little bit of information, apprehensive behind Bar, and maybe starting to feel that pressure mounting towards his location. As he's getting droned out, it's obvious that Orchid want to clear out his position towards Bar. It's taking some time. Oh, Seal. He's the one that got the opening kill. They still have not been able to clear out this Bar position. Like Cola's thinking about the pistol. It's so well played from Pika. He gets a second one from that position. It's flawless from Daystar. It's a horrible clear attempt from Orchid as Daystar will take 3 straight rounds.
Wow. Well, Pika is doing his job phenomenally well at the moment. And whilst he wasn't necessarily massively hitting the scoreboard that round, he did good work positionally to then allow the rest of the team to clean up. And so, it was a big discussion point heading into the round. What will the approach be from Orchid? Do they kind of leave Pika, ignore and play cutoff, or do they triple down and invest heavily in clearing him? Well, they went for the latter approach, and the execution, it fell short. There's a little lacking there on the clear. Probably needed a little more util. Needed to try and enable the shield, but
Defenders, protect your bombs.
it certainly wasn't the case.
Attackers have discovered the location
This match
of
is,
a bomb.
and this map rather, I suppose, unraveling pretty quickly for Orchid. They cannot contain this aggression from Daystar.
Yeah, it's really concerning for Orchid. They looked pretty strong against Waybo on their attacks. Picked up 3 attacking rounds. Got to win now 2 straight to match that against Daystar. Again, mentioned in the pre-show, but Consulate, a map that Orchid were competitive against Waybo on as well. Dropping that one 5-7. The all rounds of regulation were needed. They were strong defensively. Lacked a little on the attack. Putting up a 5-1 half.
Throwing a razor blue.
And this is what the focus needs to be. Bin 03, that's not a problem. He's a player that's come in to replace Joe Gore. It's been a big step up for him, obviously, but you don't put it on him. The onus is not on him. It's on the likes of Pika and Souffle and Seal. These were the names mentioned before after they dropped the first round, and they're the ones that have stood up. Just let Bin focus on being supportive, playing the roles that he's designated to play, and then let the game come to him. For Pika and Souffle and those guys, they need to make the game theirs and be the ones setting the expectations. And so far, they've done a great job of that. Why they now lead 3-1, and they're putting so much pressure on Orchid. Orchid have just not been able to get into good set positions, take good map space. It's been a struggle just getting into the building, 5 up. And then when they do get in, their clear in the last round was just not good enough. But Daystar looks really good on the defense here on Shalet.
So over to Bar, and the Deimos immediately trying to contain Pika, who's over towards the library stairs at the moment. And so Crit J comfortable in taking that space, and the rest of the team can head above and take Solar across. Don't mind this strategy from Orchid. Invest heavily in preventing Pika from having impact and then taking their chances elsewhere around the map. But it's Souffle to find the first. They lose the cap early. Like Colos, Solotic, both low, and Crit J's taking damage as well. Far from a good start here for Orchid, who again are going to have to try and grind this one out, but already their win percent has taken a dramatic hit.
I mean, I honestly don't think Orchid have a way to get back into this round based on what we've seen in the series. You got multiple players low on health. We've seen opening kill conversion rates be incredibly high in this series. And it's just collapse after collapse. And this is just another round added into the statistic pile. There's no fight. Like when you go a player or two down, the fight just drops off. They're not moving around the map. When they are moving, it's not in sync. It's one by one. And Daystar are just going to take a very dominant 4-1 lead. And off the back of losing the opening round, it's 4 straight, really dominant. None of these rounds have really been close either. 3 alive, flawless. This is 4 alive right now. Even if it becomes 3, it's irrelevant. And Daystar are doing this too without it being just one individual. They've actually had no multi-kill rounds. As Suzuki gets the last kill to close it out, that was the first round where they got a multi-kill. Seal with 3. But it's been Pika, it's been Souffle, Seal's been great. Azuki steps in there as well. It's been, I don't want to say a full team effort, no disrespect to Bin Bin, but the core 4 have been outstanding. And Orchid now well and truly up against it. Down 4-1, and it seems more and more likely as this half plays out that Consulate might be required in this lower final. A spot in the major on the line. Orchid winning the first map, and they have just not been able to find rhythm here on Shalet.
Certainly the lack of resilience when they've been at a disadvantage, when they've lost that opening kill, which has now been the case over the last 4 rounds and retains that 100% conversion. It's been a little worrisome.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The funny nature, though, of this game and the defender-sided nature naturally of it is that, generally speaking, 2 attacks is doable. So they can still just lock in for 1 more round, deal with Pika, or ensure that Souffle doesn't have impact, or Seal maybe on this occasion. Just that one standout player, if they can contain that play and then have an advantage to work around, there's still that possibility of a 2-4 half. And the chances of them being able to return serve here on Shalet don't look quite as bad. Although going to be a tall ask given just how strong Daystar have looked defensively. They'll invest a lot of utility up here for the vert hold. They once again bring the Maestro as well, so they'll have good info on the horizontal as well. And in the objective, it's a pretty standard lineup here from Orchid. They can play the Mav for the office wall into the Bandit. The rest of the team is, a pretty default comp.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Daystar, they can keep it pretty clinical and default if they want here in the final round. For Orchid, they've got to try and find some firepower. Find a way to just wake up. Still a whole second half to play. May just end up being a defender side edge Shalet. 3 nitrocells available for Daystar. And it's been a really good turnaround. I mean, you dropped the first map, which was obviously your map pick. You start the second map with Orchid looking really, really solid. This could have gone absolutely awful, but they've just dug in. 4 rounds straight. Now looking to close out the half with a 5-1 lead. But it's like Colas that finds a lackadaisical Pika. He just kind of got caught wandering around, maybe not expecting Orchid to already be in this position. He goes down far too easily. And for the first time since the opening round, Orchid have got the opening kill. With that, they can start to take space towards mezzanine and look to put pressure in towards the top floor. Solotic doubles down. He gets a second. And with Seal falling, well, Daystar's run might finally come to an end.
Oh, not if Souffle has anything to say about it, though. Good spray down and escape. Solotic falls and losing the Lion does restrict some of the playmaking now from the perspective of crowd control for the attack. Still plenty of time. Hard breach dealt. And it should still be a strong position for Team Orchid. Daystar will retain a 2-1 split. Bin Solar and Souffle is tucked in bathroom. It's a high-risk position if he does end up being droned out here. Hush deployed. Oh, and a sharp shot from Crit J. Snuffs it out. Feel like a bit of an oracle at the moment. Team Orchid, can they close it here for the 4-2 half?
Big shot from BG, man, long distance, and it's the man that hasn't found a kill yet. Bin Well, this could be a real statement if he could find 3 in this round and salvage it for Daystar. It's a lot to ask for him. The newest player on this roster, replacing Joe Gore. The drone just spots him out. He couldn't even get rid of the drone. The drone just gets away from him, tucks into the corner. And the flash dump in towards the site now, and Bin trying to play off the yellow ping. One at the hatch still watching. Does hit the headshot onto Lycolis, but Critjay swarms and surrounds him. Orchid back in the winning position. They win the first round and the last round of the half, but it's 4-2 in favor of Daystar. Well, I mean, the kind of half that was required for Daystar after dropping the first map and even dropping the first round on Shalet. They string together 4 straight. Orchid do show some signs of life in the final round. Keep it respectable 4-2, but they're going to have to put the work in now on the defense of Shalet. Last time out, when they played Waybo on this map, it was a 3-3 defensive half for Orchid. That right now would not be good enough. That would see them lose in regulation as we head into the bans. Daystar should be filled with confidence that they're right back in this series with so much on the line. As we look at the replay of the previous round, much better from Orchid. But yeah, Pika just caught really lackadaisical there to give a very early start over to the attacking team.
Absolutely. But yeah, they managed to hit the benchmark. It really started to look questionable for Team Orchid over the course of that half. Their inability over the majority of that rounds to contain the aggression and the playmaking, especially early on from the likes of Pika. And then by virtue of that seal and souffle as well on a couple of occasions was a little concerning, but heading on to defense now, 2 rounds in pocket. Certainly achievable, certainly doable. Over the bar for their first defense. It's Mirror, Fenrir, Grim, Daimos off the boards. A lot of information stripped away, but the snake does remain for Lurk. Bin will have that responsibility in the opening round. They've also switched on to the Mav this round, so maybe indicative of a stock clear here. That's where it would most typically be used. That utility, though, can also be useful office as well.
Yeah, 6 from 6 as well for the opening kill, so it's been a big determining factor. It'll be interesting to see now coming to the second half. Will Pika keep going with his early advantages? I mean, he's on the Flores right now, so he'll probably got other tasks to do. Interesting that it's Bin that goes onto the solid snake. Now, you can play it as if it's like a support operator. We've seen plenty of teams played in two different ways, support or that solo entry. I would imagine for Bin Bin, it's like, just get your radar up, find out where they are, get us the information. And that's going to be your primary goal on the Snake in this round. And then play off of that. Bar Game's the site choice. Not a heavy focus right now over towards top library on the clear for Daystar. Azuki now finally goes up there on the Nomad. Bin Bin just scouting on the roofs. Every world in which that Orchid string together a couple of defensive rounds and just put the pressure back onto Daystar. The goal here over to Barstock clear. It's the old school Maverick approach. Just opens up Barstock, makes that not as easy to fall back to for Orchid. As long as you keep someone here gun up watching it, it's Pika who does continue his rampage. He just slips in towards Mezzanine. Enough play with the Roteros. Gun up, in, and gets rid of Crit J, who's struggling again, just like the first map.
Immediate area, hostile 3.
BG Man under pressure, library in the tuck position. Doesn't have play to catch. Doesn't have catch to play off, rather. Yeah, he senses that, so falls back. Would have come under pressure from the Capital, maybe even a Flores sent his way. Plenty of other throwables as well available to the attack. With that forfeit, though, does come control for Pika and the rest of Daystar. The final Rotero will now be sent into sight. Denied by Peeps. Still elsewhere to lurk through Snowmobile. But Bin Bin elsewhere finds a kill. Not the best of starts here for Orchid, but for Daystar, perfect so far.
"30 seconds left of the round. Daystar, this would be the perfect start to the second half and get them back into where they naturally were for the majority of the first. 3 gas bays, 4 white colas. And again, we just haven't really seen these sort of 3v5 rounds, the comeback rounds, but we may witness it here. A little over at Zalus at the doorway, but it's still now a 2v2 as Azuki falls. This may be the first opportunity for a comeback round. 10 seconds left. Solotic versus Souffle. Spots him sticking the plan out in the open. Easy for Solotic. And finally, we see a comeback round as Orchid looked a little down and out. Daystar had the numbers. They had the opportunity to go 5-2 up. They squander it. Orchid, massive round to start the second half, and they make it 2 rounds straight.
Oh, well, that releases the pressure valve a little bit there, as it was a very strong start to the round for Daystar. I labeled it as perfect, and I stand by that. It was 5-3, full HP left. They had a decent belt of utility. They had so many options available as to that final push, but the stock clear was weak. That opened up the window of opportunity. Credit to BG Man, who despite then sprinting forward and dying, had done his role. Team Orchid able to just chip away at it, and the 1v1 was pretty straightforward confirmation. That'll be frustrating for Daystar. We'll see how they look to rebound into this kitchen attack.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Well, it's the frustration that they can't let them, or let get to them. That's the biggest thing now, especially when you're facing potential elimination from the major in such a do or die lower final. They need to just stay focused. You strung together 4 rounds. Clearly, your best is good enough. But they do then miss a big opportunity, and the first team really in the series to be in that sort of 5v3 position and then not go on and win the round. That could be so detrimental to the mental. Again, they got exactly what they wanted in the round 2. Pika with the opening kill. They got the follow-up. They had Barstock opened up from the Maverick. If you were to give them that checklist going into the round, they would have been very happy with the position that they were in. But credit to Orchid, finally dug deep. They don't have a single player that's going positive, and only 1 player that's not negative right now for Team Orchid. So they've still got that room for improvement, and that's my fear for Daystar. If they don't really put the foot on the throat and take them out while they possibly can, Orchid have such a good potential to get back into this in this map, and from there, well, 2-0 could be on the cards.
Yeah, I think for both teams, it's really now just about capitalizing upon these opportunities that present. There's been plenty of them. It feels like almost everyone inside the server's kind of had an impact moment, a standout moment. It's been one of the more exciting elements of this game. Bin takes a hit. Particularly though, stays alive. Peeps in office was on drone. Don't know if he was able to find it. But we'll need to be cautious now on that half wall / office position. Solid rappel in play, but it's Azuki to find the first from the double main window. That was Peeps. It was unable to escape office, and it gives Daystar another strong advantage once again.
Oh, drive-by.
That's nasty.
Another one.
What was that?
Well, just playing the windows. So you've got the bathroom window, you've got the big window in towards bedroom, and Orchid have just been able to find 2 big picks. Bin, nothing found on the glass. Despite the opening kill for Daystar, it's Orchid that have the advantage. Bin gets aggressive in towards bathroom, but Solotic with the immediate trade puts it all onto the shoulders of Pika. Another round for Daystar where the early advantage squandered. As Pika goes searching, hits the headshot, but BG Man for the instant trade as Orchid tie up Shalet 4-4 and are 3 rounds away now from securing their place as the major. And as they get closer to that mark, it just would fuel them with the confidence and put so much pressure now back on Daystar.
Yeah, I can't help but feel now that it's hitting the confidence of Daystar. They're good enough to recover this map and push us to Consulate as a third, but at the moment, Team Orchid with some good reads and just it feels like they're a little more confident to play make. That's now back-to-back rounds where they fought back from a deficit. That one maybe not as egregious as the one before, but I think their willingness to fight on the exterior of the building and back themselves in to kind of just go for broke at that position, identifying that there's every world in which, especially the nature of Shalet, they lose those cross battles and it peters out pretty quickly, but I liked it. I think it was a well-calculated couple of risks taken by them. They were clearly well rewarded for their effort. They've equalized the scoreline 4-4. We go now up above. Orchid looking for clean defensive rotation. And Daystar will be feeling a little bitter. Those 2 opportunities going down the drain.
And it's reminiscent a little bit of Lair when you think about opportunities missed. Those 2 rounds at the end of the first half to maybe set them up going into that second half, what ended up being a 7-5 loss. If this ends up being another 7-5 loss, then they're just going to look back at this series about the missed opportunities being such a determining factor. And every round that now passes by that Orchid just keep picking up on the defense, it becomes a little bit more stressful on the attack. You're trying to make things happen. Once again, Bin on the Solid Snake to try and relay information over from the radar. And it's 3 straight now for Orchid. Funnily enough, the first time they themselves have been able to do that in the series, despite winning out on the first map of Lair. So they've got the momentum well and truly. They were 4-1 down, now tied 4-4, and the pressure is on Daystar. They send Bin in towards West Main on the Solid Snake. The radar giving over the information. No one on the first floor at all for Orchid. Full 5-man stack on top. And they've got like Colas on that Echo. Yokai will be a factor late in the game if he stays alive.
Yeah, definitely won't be discounting his impact in the late round. As for now, it's heavy investment solo side from Daystar with the double repel.
Nothing on the radar.
And the Snake as well, giving good information. Azuki on the Thatcher can help against any form of trap or nitro, for instance, but there are none in the pockets of this defense. So that may actually end up limiting the impact of him outside of the Echo denial, of course. Ground now taken. I think this is probably the most optimal play for the attack. They're in a really good position right now. Double info on a BG Man and Peeps as well, by the way. They still don't have any excuses in terms of information this round. And position.
And plant potential as well with Souffle for the cover. Knocked off, though, by the Yokai,
Ooh.
and it's Peeps that gets the kill onto Bin. Bin Souffle then goes down as well. Double from Peeps inside a closet with the glass down. No more smoke play. They run out of utility anyway, and despite Daystar being in a good position to execute, they just get swatted with ease as Orchid now take a 5-4 lead, 2 rounds away from the major.
Wow.
And it's a long look on the faces of Daystar.
I think that might be the round. That is a devastating one for Daystar, given their position. Headstrong utility, I mean, you can pose the question as to why the Thatch is not denying the Echo there, but even then, I think even an initial denial shouldn't have then compounded so quickly into so many picks going against them. It just completely unraveled the structure that they had set up. Good siege from Orchid. Daystar, well, they're flailing at the moment. Facing a 4-round streak against them. They've now officially lost the lead here on Shalet after having a 4-round streak of their own. And it's starting to feel like their ticket to the major is slipping out of their fingers at the moment.
If it was ever really in their fingers to begin with, to be honest, they were the ones that needed to maybe snatch it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, it's still only 5-4. You can take into account, all the form, momentum, the round win streak, 4 straight for Orchid.
Bomb located by
But at the end of the
attackers.
day, you can look past a lot of that and say, well, it's only a 1-round differential. All it takes is, you win this next round, 5-5. Okay, game back on. It's a lower final. There's a spot in the major. It's always going to be hotly contested. The rounds are going to be close. But who's it going to be now for Daystar? And they're starting to get a little bit more out of Bin Bin as well. He's starting to pick up some kills. Is it Azuki, 5-6, that needs to show more of the promise that he has as a player in this region? And Orchid have just looked really solid defensively. And the fact that they've won rounds 2 where they haven't started well is a good sign. And then on top of that, in the last 2 rounds, BG Man with a 3K, Peeps with a 3K. Been a tremendous series so far from Peeps. And they're starting to now just bring that aggression even still on the defense, poking these windows. And that's how they've been able to get back into some of these rounds too. They're not just sitting back.
Activating Selma.
Well, Lurk Snowmobile, in the absence of the Maverick, they'll play the Ace instead to expose the back of sight. So that's some valuable early utility deployed effectively by Daystar. The Brava having influence in this round as well, with default cameras now vulnerable and at least fireplace now in the hands of the attack, and that's identified that Mez is indeed clear, confirmed by drone as well from Souffle. Pretty passive defense from Team Orchid, all things considered. BG will once again play the tuck, but it is with no catch, so he's not going to stay around here too long, I wouldn't imagine. He peeled pretty quickly last time out. We take contact and drop. Minute 20 on the clock. Line scan deployed. Flames deployed. Towards library stairs. BG wins the fight, but is traded.
Enemies inbound.
A swift response. And Azuki is the one that gets involved. Is that going to be enough to fuel him in this round? 60 seconds left. Orchid are so close to getting match series major point if they can close this one out. One more gas babe available for Lycolis. Peeps towards bar, has a nitrocell and double impact still for Crit J, who's been quiet, not at his very best so far, but these are the rounds that are made for him. Azuki, a second. He is the one to stand up for Daystar. Gives them the temporary advantage. It has been falls. It's now 3v3 again. Clear over towards library stairs. One out by Seal. Lovely double kill. And it's the young gunner in Peeps to try and make this his moment in a 1v2. Good angle towards Fireplace stairs, couldn't get the kill onto Azuki, needed it. Good reposition to get out of bar stock, hit the headshot onto Seal. Knows that Azuki's coming through from bar, but it's Azuki that hit such a critical shot to keep Daystar alive. Needed that one. Harambe knows it. I don't know, that's both frustration and cheer at the same time. It's a lot of emotion for Harambe.
Oh, I nearly thought Peeps had that. The way in which he broke down that 1v2 and isolated each fight and had a strong angle for the 1v1 was really phenomenal. I think he deserves full credit in how composed he looked in that clutch attempt, but Azuki did just enough to win out that final duel. And finally, Daystar have had something go their way. Opening kill went the way of BG, but they got the trade over towards Library, then were able to grind their way into sight. Like Colas got caught in the objective. He played a pretty high-risk position against the job as he was under pressure. And that left Peeps all alone, desperately trying to search for the 1v2, but he doesn't quite make it work. So 5-5 the scoreline as we return to Kitchen.
Finally puts an end to that run of Team Orchid. And as you said, 5-5, round 11. And the tension well and truly now building. It's been a really good series in this lower final. Lair easily could have gone either way. Edged out by Orchid. Right now, Shalet's in the exact same position. Could go either way. But big ramifications on this round. Who can at least secure overtime at minimum? Big round from Azuki. A 3K multi-kill round. He was looking a little bit quiet. Didn't quite have the impact that he can certainly show.
Oh
my goodness. Like, oh, this is so lucky.
It's away with an attempt from Seal. Which team can get map point first? Break point here in the 11th. And it kind of enters the phase now of the match where both teams will be quite cautious. Nobody wants to be the opening death in this round. Info piano. Daystar look to contest that. Azuki has the cross down below trophy. Got the Bravo once again. Seen decent value from those Cledgens so far. This is an intriguing position as well. So Peeps lurks Car Garage in a position to maybe play out West Main. Oh, like Colas did take a big chunk of damage early. Survived that first duel, but falls in the second. And so it's advantage Daystar.
And he did have a Nitrocell as well, so a bit of lost utility for the defense. Not just the fact that they're down a player. Peeps will be one to watch. Last Nitrocell left. Doesn't connect. Azuki's able to move out of the way in time. He pops the Lion Scan as well. Daystar might get aggressive off this. Over towards Closet. Bin loses out to Solotic. 1 HP remaining for the Malusius. Crit J can't have impact again. He goes down far too easily. And while it may be a 3v3, there's so much time on the clock for Daystar. And BG Man Solotic very low. Emphasis on Peeps to be a match winner now for Orchid. Full health. He's on to double-digit kills. As Solotic has been droned out, he stays inside a closet. 40 seconds remaining in the round. As Daystar starts to swarm his position, he gets cleared by Seal, and they've got 30 seconds to close out round 11.
Can they make this opportunity count? BG Man, DMR in hand, he'll be a threat. 20 seconds. Could be a trade-out game here for Daystar.
Just can't leave this down to too low on the clock. As BG caught from behind. What an angle found by Azuki. Peeps has shown so much promise. And while this is not a do-or-die round, it could have a big impact. He gets one, but couldn't get the second. And it is Daystar that will secure map point, going up 6-5, 2 rounds straight. When it seemed like it was all going against them, they once again showed that resilience. Overtime secured. But can they now go and close this map out and send us to Consulate?
Yeah, certainly been some really good fight from Daystar. Doing a good job in that last round to secure the opening kill. Did their due diligence on the top floor. A combination of some good drone work and clears was really nice from them. Even some unlucky moments throughout that. BG Man as well finding that kill. There were 2 insane kills that went against them in that round, yet they were still able to recoup and reform and then trade out the final pick really nicely. So some good signs from Daystar. An impressive fight back, but can they finish the job in regulation?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if they want this to go to overtime. This has been a really tight series. 7-5 on the first map, 6-5 now here on Shalet. They've woken up 2 attacking rounds straight for Daystar. If I'm going to be honest, it was starting to look really grim for them. It was 4 straight for Orchid, 3 straight on the defense. But what a time to wake up for Daystar right at the final end of this half as Crit J 5-9 continues to struggle. It's not often that you see Crit J have a poor series, maybe 1 or 2 maps, or maybe 1 map, but he's 12 and 18 across both Lair and Shalet. 4-1 on the entry though. But still, he's typically one of the best players in the region. Easily the best, that's not on Waybo. But hasn't quite been able to have the same level of impact in this series, and that is leaving Team Orchid vulnerable.
They go for something direct trophy here, maybe. Up solar? That would be an interesting attacking pattern, something you don't see super often. Boots on ground now. Bimbin to spearhead this attack on the blitz. Likely they spotted on that default camera, so they may think better of it. This is a weird start to the round from Daystar. You don't typically see this style of lurk down below, especially from the blitz. As elsewhere, utility is being effectively cleared. I think for Team Orchid, it's just about not playing into the hands of this attack too much. I wouldn't be investing anyone down below to contest this. Seems like a bit of a time sink at the moment for the attack. Lycolis is repositioned to Yokai as well inside of Solar. See that now top left was spotted out by the attack. Good counter tool onto that blitz. As Daystar continue to posture. There is a drone here on BG Man. So they try and bait out the peak with that smoke.
That smoke
bad
also
idea.
gives,
It doesn't quite work though.
He also gives the information away for BG Man that he knows this is a position that's being watched. He can also activate the glasses, but that was probably the idea. Bait him out, see if he'll activate the glasses and try and peek the smoke. I'll pre-fire it. Honestly, BG Man's played that really, really well. Didn't overextend, didn't give them what they wanted, and now there's only 50 seconds left on the clock. They haven't made a lot of groundwork towards the site. These next few shots are critical. Azuki on the upside down rappel finds a big kill onto Peeps. Advantage Daystar heading into the dying seconds of regulation. A second one from Azuki on this rappel at the window. And suddenly Lycolis knows that this Yokai might be the only way that they can salvage this round. It may come down to a plant denial from the Yokai.
They have Nitro as well here from BG. Both of these need to hit.
Blank going down inside a bedroom. Yokai on the move. Gets up. Oh no, it's a bad spot though. Binbin will absolutely get that kid down. A misplay from Lycolis, and that's going to surely seal the map. An incredible comeback from Daystar. They looked down and out. It was 4 straight to Orchid on their map pick. But it is going to be Consulate that is required. When there's a spot on the line to go to the major, the cream will rise to the top as Daystar take the map pick of Orchid and send us to the decisive map of Consulate.
ตอนเล่น4แรกๆก็เอาจริงก็ไม่กล้ากดแรงเพราะว่าคือตอนที่เริ่มเล่นแบบว่าเล่นกับเพื่อนแบบมันเกมมันแบบดูเล่นยากมากเลยอะแบบว่ายังกลัวๆอยู่เนาะเราก็เล่นแคชชวลไปอยู่พักใหญ่ๆเลยจนอยู่จุดหนึ่งที่รู้สึกว่าแบบว่าแคชชวลไม่หนุกละอยากได้ความท้าทายเพิ่มเติมก็คือต้องไปกดแรงก็เลยเริ่มเล่นโซโล่ตั้งแต่นั้นมาเป็นช่วงผมจำซีซั่นไม่ได้แต่น่าจะก่อนเป็นซีซั่นก่อนวิจิลครับผมก่อน Operation Health อะน่าจะช่วงหลังน่าจะช่วงแจ็คเข้าเริ่มหยุดแคชชวลไปเล่นแรงเพราะว่าใช่ครับเริ่มเพื่อนๆเริ่มแบบว่าไม่ครบตีละเหลือคนนึงอยู่ที่อยู่กับผมประจำจะเป็นที่แบบบ่อยๆเลยนะก็เป็นมินครับผมส่วนผมน่าจะเป็นคู่กับมินซะส่วนใหญ่แล้วก็มาอยู่ตีนี้จะมีวันหนึ่งที่คนนี้ไปชวน PD บูมหรือว่าโปรดิวเซอร์บูมมาก็บูมเขาก็ทักอินบ็อกซ์มาถามว่าสนใจแข่งอาร์ติกไหมเขาบอกว่าเขามีข่าววงในมาว่าแบบเดี๋ยวหลังจากนี้มันจะมีทัวร์เรนโบว์ซิกในไทยเนี่ยมันยังไม่มีแข่งที่เป็นแบบทัวร์ออฟฟิเชียลหรือว่าทัวร์ใหญ่ๆส่วนใหญ่มันเป็นทัวร์แบบว่าเล็กๆแบบว่าจัดกันเองอันนั้นก็เลยเป็นจุดต้องบอกว่าเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นแล้วนะผมว่าเราเริ่มเข้าสู่วงการแข่งเป็นหลักตั้งแต่ตอนนั้นเลยเพราะว่าบูมก็ถามขึ้นมาว่าแบบว่าอยากจะทำทีมแบบเอาที่1แบบว่าสนใจไหมผมก็แบบว่าสนใจแบบว่ามีคนมาชวนที่แบบว่ามีโปรไฟล์ดีขนาดนี้มาชวนเราก็ต้องไปอยู่แล้วตอนนั้นแหละครับผมที่เป็นจุดเปลี่ยนสำคัญที่ผมได้ตัดสินใจก้าวเข้าสู่การเป็นผู้เล่นระดับโปรเฟชชั่นอล
in just in time. It is APAC North.
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
So all three maps are needed to decide this lower final, guys. A spot for the major on the line. 7-5, 7-5 across the first two maps, stealing each other's map picks as well. Sets us up wonderfully. Going into Consulate simply comes down to a best of one to see which of these two will join Waybo and head off to the Salt Lake City major.
Yeah, that was a easily contested Shalet. It really felt like after round 9 that Daystar were gone. Orchid able to mount a 4-round streak. And even midway through that streak, we saw a couple of open kills go the way of Daystar. That struggled to close. Orchid just proficient in pretty much all elements of the game. But Daystar, they flicked the switch on that bar attack, and it was pretty smooth sailing from that point onwards. They came alive. They were able to squander the kind of pressure that seriously was building big time in that matchup. So I think they deserve a lot of respect for their fight back in that series. They really stepped it up and found a different level. And yeah, as you are alluding to, it now all comes down to Cons.
So Consulate to decide, and again, it hasn't really been a lot of separation between the two teams. Both have gone on runs of momentum now. It's a little bit back and forth on Lair, but Shalet, we had a 4-1 lead for Daystar, then it was 4 straight to Orchid, so played out a little differently than Lair, which was far more back and forth. As we look at a head-to-head between Peeps and Azuki, the young gunner Peeps having an opportunity to attend his first major. He's been sensational. Azuki took a while to get going, but he certainly did towards the last couple of the rounds for Daystar. A big reason why they were able to get over the line. He had 2 multi-kill rounds, he had an opening kill, and he had a 1v1 clutch. So they needed someone to stand up, and it was Azuki towards the end for Daystar.
Yeah, absolutely. He was massively influential. That 1v1 was huge on that bar site. And then the match point round from the double window position, I believe he netted at least 2, if not 3 kills in that round. Yeah, there was the 3rd, all from that rappel position. So getting the DMR to good work, big difference maker in that round to help propel his team across the line. A couple of yellows kicking in. It's been a long game. It's been a long series. And well, there's still another hour or so to go.
Yeah, but it's probably going to go by in a flash for these guys with so much on the line and at stake. It's Consulate. It's the final map of the lower final for Kickoff Asia. Win and you are off to the major. Lose and you will not be attending Salt Lake City. For Daystar and Orchid, this is it. They must win this map to join Waybo and to play the grand final later today, which we'll touch more on that and the importance of it. But there is important stakes. But for real, these two teams just want to go to the major, let's be honest, and they just want to win this map. I don't think that they're thinking about the grand final at this point.
No. If they are, they have way too much mental capacity, because I think that this game in general has been a big drainer. And I don't know if I subscribe to the back-to-back buff for the winner of this heading into that Waybo matchup. I think they've put it all out there on the line in this matchup, and they'll go into that, sure, certainly warmed up, but I think they're going to be mentally pretty drained. Either way, they all focus for them and for us now on this final map. The bands Warden, Solace, Grim, and Ying. Orchid to start out on the defense. As we enter a very short technical pause to get a cam fixed. The map should resume in a moment's time. Yeah,
and this will be intriguing to sort of watch again the storylines as they've kind of been developing. I think Daystar's been the overall better team. You kind of look at the numbers across the two maps now. So they've got 3 players that are plus 20 in terms of kills, Azuki, Pika, and Seal. Souffle's 17-13 and 3-2 on the entry with a 106 EPS has been really good too. And in fact, if you look at Souffle as the 4th, well, technically the 2nd lowest rated player on Daystar, he's actually only 3 EPS off of Peeps, who's the highest rated player for Orchid, and the only player that's got 20 or more kills. So when you take into consideration how close the series has been, and I think Team Orchid had a very good opportunity to close out on Shalet, the numbers kind of speak that, yeah, Daystar's probably been better in the general play in terms of kills, in terms of entries, and that they arguably should have maybe
Bomb
won
located
Lair.
by attackers.
In the end, they had to still scrape to get through on
10 seconds
Shalet.
left.
If by looking at the numbers we come into Consulate, I think Daystar for me are favored ever so slightly. So what that suggests is that for Orchid, they need Crit J to stand up. He's the lowest rated player on the team right now, 12 and 19 on KD. And what's helping that is he's 4-1 on entry. So if you take those entry battles away, he's 8 and 18 across general play throughout the first 2 maps. And he's such a high quality player as we get a treadmill on Crit J.
No.
And that's going to be a rehost. Oh, it
Well,
should be.
I hope they call it.
Well, I don't know why they haven't called it, unless he's like full DC'd and they just
No, he's back
haven't
in meeting,
realized.
so I think he's okay.
Okay.
I got very nervous there for a second.
I mean, typically when something like that happens, even if for a brief moment, the rehost does usually get called, but I only had 5
Thankfully not.
seconds, to be honest, to really quickly call it. And if Crit J didn't comment, then no one else would have known. Either way, round is live. Orchid on the defense to kickstart the 3rd and final map of this final.
Admin control forfeited. Daystar take that pretty swiftly. Here's the Denari setup for this particular corridor. No hold it vending from the defense to speak of. Some front-facing utility over towards long desk, but that's pretty easy to deal with. No catch on offer, and one of those grenades from Bin Bin enough to execute the clear. Flores as well available if required, but that could be now invested over towards the barbed wire deployed main stairs, probably some over towards yellow as well if there is to be a pinch effort here from the attack. Well, Crit J, we've talked about his entry being very strong, his general play may be below standard, but it is the entry to shine through again here in the opening round. Kill on to Souffle, and it's an advantage to Team Awkward. 60 seconds remaining in the round.
And one thing we saw a lot better of on Shalet, where both teams being able to, sort of bring rounds back from a deficit, only happened a couple of times, but never really saw it at all on Lair. That means for Daystar that they shouldn't really be giving up hope. Oh, lovely one tap from Bin Bin. Timed that perfectly as Lycola's checked the doorway. Pika, though, goes down and then caught on a good angle hold by Peeps. Bin Bin will go down. Nitrosol doesn't get anything, but Orchid in a very favorable position as Peeps gets another. It's been his series. It's been his shining moment. And Seal in the 1v4 gets the headshot onto Crit J. Keeps him at bay. And while he does have the kit, 1v3, you can't really go for the plant towards default. You have to push out. Hope you get given a couple of free kills. And that's not going to be presented to him as BG Man puts him down 1-0 to Orchid. Great start on Consulate.
Yeah, certainly a strong start. And while Crit J's been in the spotlight for both good and mediocre reasons, it was that entry to shine through in that round by finding the opening kill, peeling back, uncontested. Team Orchid were then able to layer a lot of utility in the late round that made it tough. I thought that here, this win, one tap could have been pretty influential. You lose the Tachanka. They still had their time again. Maybe that opens around default, but when you consider that the smoke was still up, there were nitro cells as well, probably wasn't really an option anyway. And so probably lacking a little bit of discipline there on the meeting. Clear trying to rush through the split clearly wasn't the most optimal play, and they were punished for it.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Couple of teething issues there for Daystar, but such is sometimes the nature of top floor attacks. Over analyze it too much as we prepare now for basement. Mirror available and to be deployed here from Team Orchid. The Echo as well. An operator that's been played pretty extensively over the course of this series. We saw Orchid exploit it quite nicely, probably best on Lair, especially in gaining information above site. They played it on basement, got good info first floor, back on Lair. Shalet, maybe an over-reliance as we saw Lycola's miss a critical opportunity for plant denial in that match point round, which maybe could have played out very, very differently had it have played off. So yeah, intrigued to see how it's utilized here. I'm seeing second floor presence from those yokais here initially, so
Deploying drone.
pretty aggressive from Lycolis. Nobody from Orchid, though, actually in position to play off that directly. But there could potentially be an opportunity for Crit J actually to lurk up as I watch that player card, and so he'll sit over towards yellow stairs at the moment.
Oh, good. Nitro
hits
assault
the
from Crit
nitro.
J. Yeah, wonderful. Gets
That's
rid of
good
Seal, gets rid of the Buck. That's a lot of pressure lost for Daystar without the skeleton key. Trying to play that first floor and put the pressure onto those in basement. And sets up Orchid now where they don't probably have to get overly aggressive for the remainder of this round. You have so much late game utility, double nitro, 3 gas babes, the yokai. So with that first pick, if you want, you can tail it back ever so slightly. I mean, Crit J looks like he wants more. He's now pushed all the way up top yellow stairs. Bin seems like he's got a decent idea of this. And love the fact that he's playing off of the yokai set by Lycolis.
Drone activated.
Gonna get droned out. But I wonder if the yokai has been spotted, because it might lull Daystar into a sense of security against Crit J. He can actually watch like towards first floor yellow and just allow Lycolis to watch top yellow. And I think at this point, there's only a minute left. As a nicer setup as that was, it's time to go back down. And on the way back down, he gets rid of Azuki, then shuts down Bin off the back of the yokai information from Lycolis. Crit J has himself around.
Sure does. Finally caught, but it's probably going to be a case of too little too late. Once again here from Daystar as Orchid look really, really strong defensively on Consulate so far. They'll deploy their final pieces of utility. The mirror's still standing over towards Cafeteria. Pika can open that late, but again, time becomes the enemy. Pushes forward, taken down Souffle. All alone in a 1 versus 4. It's been clean from Orchid so far. Daystar finding it tricky to break down these defensive holds, which have been so strong.
I mean, it was Crit J and Lycolis combining for the biggest impact in that round. Started with Crit J as well with the Nitro Cell onto Seal, and then just love the set play over towards yellow stairs off the yokai drone. Yeah, really good round for Daystar. Lackluster to start so far on Consulate after a dramatic end to Shalet in the end of regulation where they refound that form. It hasn't quite translated so far, though, to the attacking half. As we look back at the replay, that Nitro just connecting onto Seal and then over towards yellow stairs off the back of some really good teamwork with Lycolis. Crit J had himself a really solid round, and the pressure probably on him coming into this third map. You know, in a close series, back and forth, 1 apiece, 7-5, 7-5. Crit J's been the lowest rated player for Orchid. I don't think I've said that ever before, you know, for Crit J on a team. And so this is the time for him to rise to the occasion, and a really good start on Consulate. That gets him into form, and Peeps is still playing well. Those two alone have enough firepower, and BG Man's been really solid this stage too. He's like top 3 for EPS. There's your firepower there from those 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Finish deploying Volcan.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, Daystar have found themselves in a couple of tricky positions over the course of this series, so I'll bite my tongue for now in making predictions going forward, as they've shown the ability to fight back from pretty precarious positions, and it's still very early days here. I think their re-attempts on some of these primaries as well will probably show a little bit more promise, as can naturally be the case. But they can set themselves up nicely here on the tertiary by being able to snatch around and try to build some semblance of confidence here on Consulate, where they found it a little bit more tricky to grind away at the execute and prepare themselves in best position. Valkyrie deployed here in the third round, first appearance of her on the map so far. So Pika will eagerly be trying to find that information and take it away on the Bravo. They kick start their attack on the top floor. Defense, it's a 3-2 split. So BG plays lounge and Crit J in a position to lurk yellow. Rest of the team top floor as like Hollis actually does fall down. It's up to Peeps and Solotic now on this second floor. Try and fight back against this charge from the attack, spearheaded by the Blackbeard.
I was just looking at some of the numbers as well. Crit J now 6-1 on entry. That's been his strength. He just hasn't probably had the impact later in rounds. As Peeps keeps the good times rolling for Orchid. It's a third straight opening kill. He's also now 5-0. And he's now the highest fragger in the series as well, getting close to 30 kills. This has been his breakout series. He's been building and building, and quietly as a rising talent within the region has shown great promise, but this feels like a superstar being born. And could he extend that over to the major? 60 seconds left in round 3. As Orchid on the verge of 3 straight rounds. How does Solotic win that against Azuki as Bin falls? It's all going horribly wrong for Daystar.
Yeah, and the start of the round wasn't great from Souffle, but a couple of those picks can probably be chalked down to a bit of luck going in the way of Team Orchid. Don't know how they've been able to win those fights.
I think it's timeout time if you're Harambe.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 alive in the first round, 4 alive in the second, 4 alive in the third. These have been pretty clinical defenses from Team Orchid. Usually I'd say it might be winnable for Seal, but it's just not the way it's going. There were a couple of low health defenders. 3 straight for Orchid. 4 rounds away from booking their place to the major. And the vibes look immaculate right now for the roster.
Yeah, they look very comfortable at the moment. Pretty chill. We'll see whether or not the timeout has been called. I don't believe it has, as the additional bans will be added. And so Valkyrie's out after her one and only appearance in round 3. And the Glaz, which hasn't been exploited yet, has preemptively been banned out by the defense. Back to second floor, and the attack timeout has indeed been called by Harambe.
Yeah, of course you do get to speak during the bans as well, but I think he just wants to be able to have a little bit more of a platform and more time to really get across his message. Again, Harambe has shown willingness to use the timeouts early. I feel like in every single map that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, he's called it in the first half, even if they're winning or doing somewhat well. He doesn't look too animated, and I think it's about understanding the team dynamics. Some players don't respond well when they're losing, and you kind of go in breathing fire, and sometimes you just got to sort of be calm, remind them, and sort of go with the positive angle versus the, I guess, quote-unquote Fabian approach at times.
They're just lacking a little bit of composure on some of these entry battles. Slow peak from Souffle when they had other players in position to at least better pressure that mirror, which was already dealt with in terms of util. Or at least being able to progress further forward and be in more tradable positions. The isolated fights early round are proving costly, and unfortunately for them, Orchid looked very, very sharp early on here for Consulate. The attack has been taken, and Daystar convert and start showing success on their second attempt of each of these sites.
Yeah, I mean, they have to really, because I just think Orchid are going to be able to get attacking rounds here on Consulate against Daystar. I don't think Daystar are going to come into this and just be this defensive juggernaut in a do-or-die game. If the margin gets too much, and 4-2, a little different, I think, and yeah, easily Daystar will feel more comfortable to replicate that. But if it's 5-1 or 6-0 half, I mean, certainly you can't not allow this to go to 6-0. And even 5-1 then just leaves you no room for error. Starts to play with your mind. You might then be more prone to making a mistake. But if it does go to 4-2, I almost actually anticipate it'll be 4-2 again in the second half. They start playing so hard on this map. a week ago, and they did get 4 defensive rounds, but they also got 3 attacking rounds in that game. So they haven't got any of those attacking rounds just yet, and that puts them more emphasis on being able to, get 5, potentially 6 defensive rounds in the second half. I mean, it all starts now out of the timeout, out of the ban phase. This becomes so critical for Daystar to just stop this little run of momentum for Orchid. Flames over towards the hallway. 7-0 as well for Peep, so he hasn't even died yet. Although neither has Solotic, but he's only got the 1 kill, so it's not quite as fun to point out. Minute 30 remaining in the round. And it's been slow and steady so far from Daystar on the attack. A little bit of that second floor pressure coming through managers. Bin Bin and Souffle stacking together. Still have the Vulcan canister over towards default that can be popped to deny the plant opportunity. As the tripwire connector gets dealt with. No one holding vending. Hallway position taken, but it's definitely looking like a default plant attempt heading into the last 50 seconds. Emphasis will be on the utility denial from Orchid, and it works perfectly. Souffle runs right into the Vulcan canister. Now you've still got the Shamika launcher. You've still got Gas Babes, Nitrocell. Daystar need to find kills. They cannot just rush for a plant attempt.
No, they can't. It's tricky. Solotic's position here as well is a rough one to clear, especially with coverage being good here. Daystar need to really try and do their best in breaking down position. Bin Bin plants right next to him. Does Seal get caught? Does he get caught?
Does Solotic even? No! Well, he vaulted over the man that was planting. Haven't seen that one before. A little comical. But while the plant does go down, it's still a numbers disadvantage for Daystar. Seal watching the angle. Pika expecting the push back up. Server stairs from Grit J. Grit J, overswing doesn't work. A funny old round that could have a big repercussion. A major repercussion. Pika caught standing. Watches the wrong angle. It's all down to Seal. Needs to win this next battle. Peeps, well, they're going to try and force him out. And boy, that they did. But it's worked out perfectly. Seal has clutched up for Daystar, finally on the board for Consulate.
Oh, well, the stress for Harambe, it's palpable at the moment. Shaking his head. Not particularly pleased with how it's playing out at the moment, but it's at least a round going their way. That's a massive clutch moment from Seal, who's been a standout player across Kickoff so far. One of, if not their best player. Chaotic round, 45 seconds, first pick Orchid. And then this little play here. Didn't mind it from Solotic. He knows the plant's going down. He did try and swing late, but got caught. 2-2, 20 seconds on the clock. And despite Lockholders finding that kill, Orchid forced to go for the counter defuse at that point in the round. And just Seal better on the swing, able to secure.
Needed that. It's absolutely vital that they pick up at least 2 attacking rounds. There's 1, 2 opportunities now for 1 more. Just releases the pressure valve and gives Daystar a look back into this series. If Orchid had to close that one out 4 straight, I think it would have started to look really dire.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And it wasn't clean. It wasn't really a clinical round from Daystar. They win it out, but nothing really about it kind of says, oh yeah, they really dominated that round. That was perfect from them. I think they've still got some room to improve, play a little cleaner, try and get into better positions early in the round. Again, they had another opening death. Comes down to a 1v2 for Seal, but at least was in the post plant. There wasn't a lot of time, so it was always difficult for Orchid to even win the 1v2 despite having the extra player. And Peeps finally meets his demise for the first time here on Consulate, now 8-1. But I still think a lot of the momentum is well and truly with Team Orchid, even with that round win from Daystar. So they've got to double down here, get a second round quickly. Otherwise, you're just right back into the meat grinder going into round 6, where it becomes another must-win round to avoid a 5-1 half.
2 minutes on the clock then. Daystar will be looking to carry forward that momentum from the previous round. It's Crit J's second floor solo though here in the 5th. BG Man linking up over towards Tellers potentially for Nitro play as well. Crit J gets droned. Does he get caught? Well, his position's known. He stays alive. Had to freeze off the back of the Lion scan, and now he's under so much pressure. Really in trouble, but he still gets the kill.
He's got the information as well on Bin Bin. And Nitrocell was just thrown out to maybe create a bit of space, to hide, tuck in. He knows he's getting cleared. Wanted to see if he could catch a timing maybe on the player that was behind the Blackbeard. At least gets one for his effort. And to be honest, he should have got none. He probably should have died straight away. So for him to be able to get that kill onto Pika, at least evens that up. 4v4, 60 seconds. And now for Daystar, they've wasted a lot of time due to Crit J's play. They're only just now opening up the floorboards. Only just now using these Boogie Auto breaches. And you still then eventually have to hit the side, deal with the mirror window. You haven't got a lot of time. This just becomes a sped up execute now for them. They've got 40 seconds. Arguably, they've probably got 20 seconds to actually finish their setup.
Yeah, it needs to be clean here from Daystar. They still have a really good belt of utility to displace double Nitro, Capitao. I think it's just about layering this into the default positions and going for the hit as a team. This should be one that they can finish.
What can Bin Bin do on the Blackbeard over towards Pillar? Forced back by the Gas Babe. Yokai goes up from like Cole. It's been a little bit hit and miss so far with that in the series. But he's sitting it really nicely under the car. 5 seconds left. Souffle knows he can't just stick this because the Yokai is still up. Now he's just forced into it because there's no time left. Yokai up, got shot out, but its burst went out first. Orchid take the round. 4-1 lead. And a huge final round of the half coming up. Big round from Crit J to buy so much time. In the end, that was the biggest factor. There just wasn't a lot of time left in the round for Daystar, and they had to rush into the site.
Yep. Well, we've seen the Echo have influence over quite a few rounds, whether it be for active plant denial or information offsite, sometimes even a combination of the two. And once again, it rears its ugly head for the attack. They start falling victim, and that's always the risk when it's so late in the round. You don't get a second chance to scan the side or to find that Yokai in time.
Attackers need to
Once again, not
locate
quite
and
do or
defuse
die, but a 2-round benchmark. I wouldn't want to have anything less than that in the boots of Daystar. I'll have the tertiary site to attack into. Over to Piano. Team Orchid continue
Attackers
to look
discovered the location
pretty
of a
strong
bomb.
here on Consulate. It's only been a couple of volatile rounds, but overall, they've looked strong. They bring the Pulse into play for like Colas and this round to try and intro some third. They've got double Nitro on offer. Decent amount of traps. Zero in play here from Seals, an interesting addition. Maybe trying to get a little bit more info in and around the map. Could also be used to counteract the Goyo as well. Maybe find even Alamines, for instance. Try and find a bit more util. And we'll see how impactful that ends up being.
Deterrent deployed. Loading new mag.
Well, Azuki was the one that stood up towards the end of Shalet. 1-4 on Consulate. They're going to have to call on him again for another big impact round. A 5-1 half would be a brutal margin to bring this map back from. And put so much emphasis now on this 6th round to get a desperately needed second attacking round. We know that Daystar can easily get 4 defensive rounds themselves, but 5 might be the stretch. Richay's return to form has been timed nicely as well for Orchid. But Daystar have not found a single opening kill so far in this half. They've looked stalled out on the attack, struggling to get into good positions, never really taking the fights, at least early in the rounds, on their terms.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe the 0 is in play in the case of the mirror again, but certainly not selected by Orchid for the top floor extension. And so Peeps has perhaps a less favorable position in our peak around through console office. But maybe it's a case of job done. Only a minute 10 remains in the round. There is horizontal pressure though coming through. Souffle just walks straight to site. Souffle is in the objective. I don't know if there's much though that Orchid can do about it as the plant attempt comes through.
I mean, this is just leaving him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This happened once. Was it either Lair or Shalet? Can't recall. But Orchid just looked absolutely asleep at the wheel. And as hot as they've been so far in Consulate, they've just completely fallen asleep here at the final round and a half. And Daystar are going to happily take advantage of that. We haven't seen a nothing round like this from Orchid for a very, very long time. You're from Solotic, but let's be honest, there's not really much time left in this round to get on that kit, and you haven't cleared above. BG Man's just going to send it, but he's going to instantly get denied. Well, an anticlimactic end of the half. 4-2 lead for Orchid, but Daystar is starting to fight back. So Daystar, 2 of the last 3 rounds and a half when it was starting to look really shaky for them, and puts them in a position on the defense side of Consulate where they're more than capable of going and getting at least 4 themselves. It's no surprise when this series has gone 7-5, 7-5 that it feels destined for either 7-5 or overtime.
Yeah, starting to feel that way. Monty and Goyo out first. I wonder if we end up seeing a double down here with the Tachenka as well, the 8 on the top floor. But it's actually Grim, and then Mute is an intriguing ban. I suppose maybe that then opens up Orchid to play some pretty heavy Deimos throughout the half. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, it's very difficult to call it from here. Daystar continue to show fight from awkward positions. Orchid not maybe quite as consistent as they would like over the course of this series, but they've still played well. A whole different game, though, as we switch roles. Orchid now on attack. Let's see how they go about breaking down the defense from Daystar, who head to the top floor straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Orchid right now have kind of got a lot of the pieces that they would like happening on Orchid on this map of Consulate. You know, Peeps is playing well, Crit's playing well. BG Man's maybe a little bit quiet. Again, he's like top 3 for the stage, EPS wise. And on the flip side for Daystar, yeah, Seal is having a big game, and so is Pika, but that's it. Like, you still managed to get 2 attacking rounds when you had Azuki, Souffle, and Bin Bin all with just 1 kill. So again, it wasn't a half. Obviously, the Daystar would be proud with or happy with, but they still managed to get those 2 rounds. And sometimes that's what Siege can be about, is just, you know, maybe you're not playing your absolute best today, things aren't working, but it's a do or die game to go to the major. It's not going to be clean clinical Siege. There's going to be mistakes, there's going to be errors, there's going to be opportunities that maybe you don't quite grasp on other days you might. You've just got to stay with it. And a good example of that was Shalet. Azuki was, not quite at his best, but then in the last 3 rounds, he got going, and that was enough to see Daystar just tip over the edge and get the win. And I wouldn't be surprised if something similar again happens here in Consulate for either team.
So into the map clear then for Orchid. They have both the Twitch and Flores available to maximize utility clearance here into the traps laid out by the defense. Also a shield, barbed wire, and a BPC for good measure. As expected with the mute ban, Deimos also in play like Bolus. It will aim to enter down below. Orchid have been largely successful in getting map control on this half of the map. Daystar not testing it too aggressively. Instead, they'll play into this line of utility laid out by the Denari. Minute 30 on. So minute 30 remains. Big peek from Azuki. Almost dies. I suppose you could make the same argument though for Peeps, who's now at half HP.
Yeah, more to lose though for Azuki. We've still got 2 gas babes and holding a key position towards default. Rotero deals with the chip wire connector. Now, not completely awful right now for time for Orchid, but they do still need to clear over towards vending, and Azuki's showing really good presence towards default. They've got like Colas down below on the Deimos over towards Lounge. See if he can apply the pressure. Deathmark going on to Azuki. Final Rotero going out from Solotic. This is getting towards the execution point of the round for Team Orchid. Reliance on Lycolis to get something from below. Because you've got Peeps, that's half health. Crit J, that's half health. They're a little wounded going into the side execute.
Not much time. Second last line scan to go forward. There's still smokes that Crit J can deploy deep here. Nades for Lycolis. He can lodge them from below. But there's only 15 seconds left. It needs to be clean and clinical from Orchid.
So, yeah, I mean, like, they're going in for the plant, but there's still so many ways in which Daystar could potentially deny this unless all the covers have been crossed. This is just a little slow to react, though, from Daystar. And just Bin Bin just casually strolled over towards default. Peeps goes down. Like Colas now will have to play from below or potentially think about going back towards server stairs. 2v1. Peek is going to get on the kit as Souffle takes the battle. Unfortunately for Lycolis, just ran out of ammunition and therefore ran out of time. That was a scrappy end of the round. For what's been a bit of a scrappy Consulate, Daystar will collect the round win. But again, not without really being tested. They allowed that plant to go down with so many bodies still up. A bit of a head-scratching kind of round. 3-4 though, and that's all that matters if you're Daystar, and that's now 3 of the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird one. It's atypical for a defensive team to let the plant go down in that kind of fashion, and I suppose it was successful in the retake. Like Colas electing to push up instead of stay below.
Attackers need to locate and
Difficult to
defuse
be
bombs.
overly critical of him though in that round. I mean, down to a 1 versus 2. He was effective in flushing out the defense initially, and to put the weight on his shoulders then in the post was
Bomb
perhaps a
located
little
by
unfair
attackers.
from the rest of the team. And so some good fight back there from Daystar, trailing by only a single round now as they go down to basement. Pretty intriguing composition from them. They go the Vigil and the Mozzie combination, perhaps to enable some roam game here and try to sink as much time as possible. Maybe off the back of that first attack, identifying it as a potential
5
beacon.
seconds to insertion.
big round from Seal and Pika for Daystar. 16 kills between the two of them, just 3 between the other 3. I haven't seen a lot of this. I haven't really seen spawn peaks or window play. Didn't really get much of that from Orchid in the first half on their defense as Pika goes on to the Vigil. As we head to basement, defended successfully twice by Orchid in the first half. And Peeps goes on to the Solid Snake.
Yeah, I wonder how much Pika's been able to feed the rest of the team from some auditory information and maybe with the ability to call that it is a double stack outside garage. Pip's trying to find value over towards Visa and link up with Crit J. Oh, it's a very aggressive swing from Azuki. Goes unpunished as Crit J's a little late to filter in, but then does drop. So good slip in from the attack. As Peeps continues to hold the cross. Azuki eventually caught. So Crit J fell down and then worked his way back up server stairs. That's a great catch from the attack, and it puts Daystar on the back foot.
Swapping.
Man, it's just good teamwork as well between Peeps and Crit J. And Bin towards bottom yellow. Had a chance. Peeps then gets rid of the Vigil. As Pika pushed his way back downstairs. He gets caught. I don't know what Bin's trying to do there. I think that's just the case of trying to create something out of nothing just simply because it was a 3v5. He was desperate to find a kill back for the defense and ended up just throwing his life away. A little bit of a running moment there from Peeps. A Seal will happily collect him. Jay's going to be careful as well. He's gone back over towards server stairs. Double-digit kills now for Seal. Icola's going for the plant. Souffle gets caught from a different angle. Seal gets another kill. It's a 1v3 post-plant now for Seal. It was Souffle who technically got the down. Seal then got the convert. But it's looking likely now to be a 5th round acquired for Team Orchid. Off the back of the work done from Peeps and Crit J earlier in the round, they're 2 away from the major. A lovely clear on that first floor. Set them up to take basement. And they're on the board in the second half.
Yeah, some really good initiation there from Crit J, who now goes up to 3-0 on entry over the course of this particular map. And it's been a big strength for him in the series. He's 7-1 on entry across the entirety of the 3 maps played so far. He routed down completely, caught Azuki off guard, prompted Pika to go for the retake, and he too fell. And sure, it maybe got a little bit sketchy here at the end. It was pretty well controlled in the end. Good work from Team Orchid. They're in a strong position now, as he said. 2 away from the major, a 2-round lead. And now attacking into the tertiary.
Expo Piano went 1-1 in the first half.
10 seconds left before
They start look vulnerable now. They must find a way to get through this tertiary site. Azuki 1-7. Bin 1-6. Souffle 2-7. There's just too many players having a down game right now for Daystar. It can turn. It can change pretty quickly. Saw that from Azuki at the end of Shalet. Arguably, it needs to happen again now here towards the end of Consulate. 7-5, 7-5 on the first 2 maps. Orchid already at 5. That puts him in such a commanding position. Azuki will play the Solace, and he's going to have an important role here on the tertiary site. Locating the kit, and certainly locating Lycolis as well. There's one. Well, I mean, this, you just allow the shield to go through. Has he been spotted, though? Lycolis seems pretty aware of the vert that has been established.
think he just needs to be a little cautious here that he doesn't overplay his hand.
Let's see what I can find.
Like Horse has lurked over towards Service, and Crit J is now lurking Spiral. Very, very heavy lurk game from Team Orchid, maybe just trying to catch someone on the defense off guard. Keeps in Visa looking up as Seal elsewhere finds the first, so it is the blitz. And well, and Crit J follows. It's Seal up above in reception to net 2. And surely this now is a Daystar round.
Yeah, Seal's just putting the team on the back. 12-5 now. He's got more kills than the rest of his teammates combined. Bin now gets involved as well. And this feels like a bit of a nothing round for Team Orchid off the back of Seal's early work. Just what Daystar needed. A series that's just been so close and back and forth. And Seal is seemingly the one player that's keeping this map of Consulate close and back and forth. He's the difference at the moment. Yeah, and Orchid never really having a good chance in this round because of it. Which is really disappointing on the tertiary side of Expo Piano, that they never even really got into a position where they could test the site. BG Man and Solotic, of course, not giving up on this round, but I think they know full well that they're not going to be able to secure it as we head into red time. It's just all about, can we pad the stats a little bit, hold the angles. 5 seconds left. We don't have the kit. It's 4-5 as Daystar keep this one close on Consulate.
Tell you what, Harambe, I don't think I've ever seen him look so stressed in my life. Been an exhausting all-in series for these guys. And a clean round. Seal with a big double to dismiss the very heavy lurk attempt there from Orchid, who didn't seem at all primed or willing to go for the top-down clear, instead trying to lurk from bottom up. And clearly very unsuccessful. Margin back to 1. Solid Snake and Ella banned out. Team Orchid call a tactical timeout at this critical juncture as they look to re-extend this lead and find series point.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best time to call it, just before the lead fully evaporates. It's 3 of the last 4 to Daystar. Yeah, they put a nice little pin in it in the 8th round where they were able to offset a little bit of that Daystar momentum, but then Daystar immediately on Expo Piano just take the round so comfortably. There's got to be some cause for concern if you're Orchid, clearly. So I think a really good time to talk things over, but it also does allow Harambe to just give some words of encouragement here, as he knows that the team is just fighting back with so much on the line. You mentioned, of course, for Harambe, well, he's really going through the emotions, but the players themselves are going to be in a similar position mentally as this game starts to wind down towards the end. 10th round coming up, 4-5. Orchid 2 rounds away from the major. Daystar 3 rounds away. CO and Meeting. Snake ban, Alaban.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And if this goes to 5-5, then, well, Orchid are going to quickly find themselves under the pump.
Snake, of course, banned out by Daystar, so also the default back to the Deimos, which was selected actually previously on the 2nd floor attempt. As for Ella, also 2 appearances in the half stripped away. We'll see Daystar pivot into the Tachanka. They like not to double down with the smoke. A bit more trap util elsewhere. Bandit's the intriguing addition here. They didn't play the Bandit last time out top floor, so maybe trying to really emphasize this catering wall and prevent maybe one more entry point in towards Meeting. It was pretty tricky still to contest, especially if Lycolis is to lurk below, but we'll see if that maybe ends up being a difference maker for the defense.
We've almost played almost 36 rounds of Siege, and it's getting close to like a 30 out of 36 opening kill conversion. It's super, super high across a 3-map series. You know, one map here or there, you can say you put it as a bit of an outlier in terms of how dominant that statistic has been. But it's been far stronger if you can get that first pick. Neither of these two have looked all that comfortable in the comeback rounds. It happened a little bit more on Shalet, but it hasn't been happening here on Consulate. Just one round where an opening kill wasn't converted. So far now heading into the 10th. So it's a good tone setter to see who can find this first pick. 90 seconds left in the round. Gives you the best statistical chance of going on and win the round. And Orchid have just lacked a little in that department on the attack. Just getting good space, finding that first pick. And again, same thing here. A lot of the emphasis is probably going to be on Crit J. Get these Candelas executing towards the site. I'm looking to clear out vending, but it's a nice little stack over towards long desk for Daystar. And Seal, if he wants, could look to re-aggress.
I think he's tempted. Crit J might be able to push him back though with the Candelas cooked. The terror onto Seal's position, so the desk now exposed. A lot of pressure beginning to mount on this defense. 50 seconds and Orchid in a good spot finding the opener.
There's that opening kill. Daystar, the task now on you to bring this one back. Next kill critical. It's Pika that shuts down Solotic. The death mark activated onto Seal's position over towards long desk. Hallway control established for Orchid. They still haven't though been able to flush out Pika. Sorry, they haven't flushed out Seal at long desk. Big kill from Souffle. BG falls to Seal as well. He's running rampant at the moment. But the vendetta from Lycolis does shut down Pika. It's Seal who's the main man for Daystar. 14 seconds. Peeps is low on health. They're just rushing around. Too much opened up towards the site. And Harambe knows that Daystar on the march towards the major. Tied at 5-5. As we head into round 11, the winner of this next round puts themselves on major point.
Well, there's some big plays in that round from the defense. I think Seal arguably had some freebies come his way, but still did a good job to dodge util. I think for me, it was Souffle's charged through the flames to disrupt that push. He proceeded forward. Attack's attention went elsewhere, presuming no one's going to run through the Goyo. Or the Tachenka flames, rather.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And they were sorely incorrect. So, big play from Souffle. Seal with the cherry on top. And Daystar now find themselves in a strong position, but the scoreline still reads 5-5. Orchid may be able to still string together a qualification performance. Basement of the site, mirror available, so that makes late round tough. Operating under the assumption that we'll see a map clear here from Orchid. Trying to flush out these positions from Vert.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Daystar to counter have triple nitro with the Mozzie also in play to slow down the drone work.
And it was a bad omen for Orchid. They got that opening kill. In fairness, it was late in the round, really late, and pretty quickly traded after, but that will go down as a opening kill that was not converted. A rare sight in this series. And Seal has just been such a monster here on Consulate. 14-6. They need to find a way to shut him down on that Azami. And they might get the opportunity here on basement. It's the one site that Orchid have been able to win on the attack. Dare I say, if Orchid lose this round, Daystar are well and truly in the box seat to go to the major. It's been a back and forth series. And a potential rush attempt, I don't think would bode well for them. It's just looking for the clear up through yellow stairs for Crit J on the blitz.
BG takes damage outside. I wonder what the players for Crit J is. It going to be exploited for the the first floor clear to then establish vert, or is there a world in which Orchid try and commit to a direct? I think that into the mirror in the Nitro lineup, surely that's not going to be very optimal. Wait and see. Fuse in the hands of BG, man. Minute 30 of the round.
They're wasting a lot of time here.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
And they're just going to commit direct.
Yeah, this is just a breach. You have to at this point. There's a minute 20 left. You're essentially 4 stacking at the breach. And then this is the hesitation that could cost them. This is a huge moment in the round. They've gone there twice and then backed out twice. They know there's a reason why they can't just push in, but then you've got to go and deal with it. And this might just be another case of them being like, oh, well, there's only a minute left. We should just go back. If they do that, it's the 3rd time that they would go just back to reach. They need a different avenue.
Yeah, the snowball yellow, minute on the clock. Logic bomb. It's absolutely critical that they're efficient on the clear up above. And I think there's a world in which they half clear it, which they've done. And then Daystar can retake. Just like this.
I mean, this is just not the round for Orchid. It feels like they're crumbling and Daystar can take advantage. They've lost Peeps, no logic bombs. And arguably the top player for Orchid. It might just force them into rushing the site out of desperation. They've lost another one. The setup is too strong right now from Daystar. This is just far too easy. Orchid have completely collapsed. That is an awful round from them on the attack. They look totally lost. Didn't know what to do. Back and forth over towards breach twice. Daystar sit back. An easy round. And now they've got major point. They get one opportunity to close this out in regulation to book their place in the grand final against Waybo this afternoon. But most importantly, a spot at the Salt Lake City Major.
That was a very underwhelming attack. Question now remains, can Orchid put that behind them? And now attacking into the tertiary, which should be their best opportunity to win an attack. Formulate a round winner to push overtime. It's good from Daystar, to be fair. Played into the correct win cons up above. Very reassured on the site to prevent the snowball from forming over towards yellow. I wonder what kind of breed of defense they're going to play here on the floor. Probably trying to force a lot of util clear with the castle and the Malusi. Even, I guess, the introduction of the Fenrir as well. Azuki then can probe around on the Solace. There's even a world in which he plays down below in Garage late for plant denial as well. A lot of moving parts to the defense here, and Orchid, after scouting that out, elect to bring the Bravo. So that's good counterplay onto Malusi and Fenrir. Do have to question maybe the lack of explosives here. That being said, there is a banner available for the castle, of course. Orchid, I think it's just about spreading themselves around the map a little better and connecting up with the blitz if that's how they want to spearhead the attacks in that way. The snowball for them just really isn't going to work against a Daystar that's far better than that.
And they're going to try Crit J again on the blitz. I mean, look at the opening kills in this half. 7 seconds, minute and a half, 49 seconds and 44 seconds. It's been a really slow-paced Consulate. And it goes both ways. We also haven't really been seeing Daystar,
run out,
for instance, do this. And it doesn't connect all the way, but it's still good damage into BG Man. Well, literally, as I'm talking about it, it almost happens. We haven't seen something like that from Daystar, and I think it was probably the right time to pull that out. You're 6-5, so you've got OT at minimum. Go for something to try and disrupt early on, catch them off guard. We haven't been aggressive with the windows. We haven't been running out, and they go for it there through Azuki. But BG Man stays alive. A reprieve for Orchid. Drop down from Crit J as he takes control over towards top yellow stairs. They can't afford for this round where the execute is happening with 15-20 seconds left. They need to give themselves more breathing room, which means they need to pick this pace up.
Yeah, minute 30 now remains. 4 players still on the second floor for Daystar. They'll commit to the vert. And for Orchid, it's about getting the blitz in a position to have impact. They enter down below, maybe looking to go for a direct route and contest the vert. This is risky from Orchid. They're probably sensing that with only a minute on the clock, they can't clear above.
Kuche trying to get some information. Smoke to go out. Are they just thinking about a potential smoke layering plant? Salodic goes down. Critche's going to just force it in and just pray and hope for the best. A bit of cover from Peeps, but Critche loses his life. He gets knifed out, and it's down to just like Colas. It's been a 2-year wait for Team Orchid. It's going to have to wait a little bit longer to return to the global stage. Daystar, back-to-back international events from 6 Invitational in Paris to Salt Lake City for the major. 7-5, 7-5, 7-5 as they win this out 2-1 against Orchid. They're into the grand final. The overall job, not fully done just yet, but the main prize is theirs. They're off to the major.
Well done to Daystar. That's the Cinderella run complete all the way through the lower bracket. They join Waybo at the major. It was a hard-fought day at the office for them. There were plenty of times where they could have dropped their heads and given up, but I think their resolve over the course of the series, and Consulate no exception, was probably a real testament to where the team is at, and the leadership from Harambe, who we could quite visibly see was incredibly emotional in what was a very stressful series for them. So congratulations, Daystar, and commiserations to Orchid, who were so close, looked so competitive against Waybo, and maybe for most were maybe the favorites heading into this matchup. Just on the day, didn't quite connect, falling short. I think the hesitation on attack really proved costly towards the tail end of that series, and I'll have plenty of time to think that over before stage 1.
The last 5 maps for Orchid, 8-7, 7-5 losses, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, with one of those being a loss as well. With one of those being a win, but 2 of those losses. So, I mean, their last 4 map losses were 8-7, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. I mean, you just couldn't, unfortunately, get any closer to getting the job done without actually getting it done. I think that it's devastating for Orchid. Obviously, this is a region that already has 2 slots, and therefore you can't really make the argument. If this were a case of, a grand final where there was only the 1 slot, you'd be like, oh my goodness, I wish we had 2. But yeah, it's going to have to be a 3rd place finish, as we got Harambe in for a chat fresh off of Daystar's win. Congratulations, Harambe, you're off to the major, and that deserves a Harambe dance well and truly. You've been going through so many emotions over the last 3 hours. How does it all feel now?
Oh man, it feels good. I feel relieved. Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing your cams, man. It was intense, but very emotional. Heading into this weekend, I actually want to ask maybe more so in terms of the grand final going forward, because this next match for you is also very, very important, where you will start in the major. Did you guys put any prep work into Waybo, or were you fully focused on just qualifying?
I put most of my focus on Orchid, because we've been studying Waybo for so long, so I don't think we need to focus on beating Orchid first, then we're gonna play Waybo. So I put my probably 80% of focus on Orchid and another 20 on Waybo.
This is an interesting question for you, Harambe. It goes without saying that you want to win the grand final. You want to go straight to stage 2. Obviously, no one's debating that. But do you feel like there's more pressure on Waybo to win the grand final, and that for you guys, you get to now go and play it and just kind of get a free shot? Does that relieve pressure going into it? You can play more freely. You're in the major regardless. Is that how you see the matchup?
Yeah, I actually think both teams will be playing pretty stressless, I would say, because we are both in major, and if we do good, we are gonna qualify eventually. Qualify through the stages.
But you would probably feel like if you're saying it's stressless, but do you think there's more expectation on Waybo in this series matchup?
I actually don't know. What do you mean by that?
Well, in the sense that, I mean, Waybo has been a team that obviously did really well, went really deep at SI. They've been labeled, let's be honest, the best team in the region. So I think they've got the expectation to be the number 1 seed. You guys wouldn't have that expectation. Your expectation would have just been to qualify. You've met that. So going into the grand final, as you said, it should be a bit of a stress-free match. Do you think that will allow you guys to play even better Siege going into the grand final?
Hopefully we can do executions and communications better. That's for sure.
All right, Harambe, I'll let you have one last anything that you want to say before we let you go. Of course, you've got the grand final to prepare for.
Here we go, United States! Let's fucking go!
All right, thank you so much, Harambe. Well, he went through plenty of emotions throughout that game, Guz, from frustration, sadness, excitement, and in the end, just overwhelming relief as Daystar got the win. He went through literally every single emotion in the dictionary.
I feel like in 90% of his clips and reactions, I couldn't quite tell if he was frustrated, happy, relieved. Honestly, I think in the majority of them, it was a whirlwind of every emotion in one. But yeah, fantastic to see Daystar qualify. I think showing that resilience to go all the way through the lower bracket is resounding for them, and especially given roster changes, etc., and circumstances around that team, to go forward and to qualify for the major is really, really impressive. So yeah, congratulations to them and commiserations once more to Team Orchid, who I have no doubt will be a threat heading into stage 1 as well. As we turn our sights towards the grand final, it seems like Daystar are pretty chill. Maybe expecting Waybo to be chill as well. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think Waybo are going to be ruthless in this matchup, fully expected to make it through to the second phase of the major.
Yeah, I expect so as well. There's SI points on the line, there's money on the line, and the winner of the grand final goes straight to stage 2 of the major rather than stage 1. So a lot to play for as we head to the break. Don't go too far. When we come back, Waybo versus Daystar to determine the champion of Asia for Kickoff.
I'm Rips96 and I play for Waybo Gaming in APL.
Hello, I'm Speak Easy and I compete in the APL for Waybo Gaming.
Hi, I'm Turd. I play in the APL and the Asia subdivision for Waybo Gaming.
I think what makes us good is that internally, our trust and I think just friendship in the team is what helps, I guess. Like through conflicts and stuff, we just talk it out and there's really no beef in between us. It's just trust.
For me, I want to Asher win an event. ST event. I think everyone is the same. We as a team wanna win ST event and prove that we are not bad in this game.
I think going into stage 1 and like kind of like EWCI kind of pair it together, we wanted to test ourselves and see what we were capable of. So getting top 8 at our first event together was just a good sign for the year to come, really. Just like really proves to us kind of what we already knew from scrims and stuff like that, that we have potential to be the best.
When we play EWC, we didn't expect we will get top 8 at first, because it's the first big event and the team just formed 3 months, so we just think, we should do our best to prove ourselves, and it ended up top 8, which is, I think it's a good result for us.
Faced EU and NA, both in BO3s and 1 BO3s. I think it was like BO3 experience internationally and against 2 different regions, and obviously winning them was nice. But yeah, since our league is like all BO1s and then BO3s in the playoffs, and we just verse other APAC teams, it's not the best experience. So getting a lot of good reps. You know, we played 4 maps against international teams in BO3s. It was really nice and prepared us for, you know, major play, SI play and stuff like that.
Individually and for me, I think we have the potential to make it further, and hopefully with the new changes we made and the new prac with the new coach and stuff, like we hope that if we do met with the same challenges, we have new answers for it now.
We lost to Secret, which is the EWC champion. So I think it's really good event for us. Yeah.
Definitely working a lot harder this year than in the previous 2 years. Having a good org like Waybo to support us as well really helps. Just let us focus on the game fully, which is really nice. And apart from that, I think our floor is also higher than most of the other APAC teams' floors. So even if we're playing a bad tournament, I think we're still going to perform better than most of the other APAC teams unless they have a live event. We're set up for success.
For me personally, I say there's no challenge. I say if we just play our best, I don't think any team in APAC will stop us.
Just bring me CG again. Let's have a rematch.
Obviously, CAG's going to be a hard match. We're probably expecting to verse him in the grand final, so that'll be something to look forward to. But everyone else, we're probably just going to cruise past.
I would say we just need to lock in, and we've just tried to play our best in the SI.
So we use up everything we've learned throughout the year. And yeah, I think we are aiming for top 1 for this event.
I want to get to the main stage of SI, so top 6. I've never played at the main stage of SI before. I think it'd be amazing to play there. And even if we don't get there, I just want our games to be competitive. You know, I don't want anyone to look back at our games and think, oh, you know, Waybo didn't have a chance at winning that game.
We have to go all out, have to put 200% in order to make it in SI. So yeah.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using his dim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
Oh, he gets it!
There's the douse! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He only has a few seconds. Stick it, Ness! Stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necroc's the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
มหาลัยอะไรแต่ว่าในตอนนั้นเนี่ยแบบหลังจากแข่งไปสักพักผมก็ด้วยที่เป็นวัยรุ่นแล้วก็ดูแล้วว่าอนาคตในตอนนั้นเนี่ยมันน่าจะดีอยู่ครับผมก็เลยตัดสินใจตอนนั้นไม่เรียนต่อก็คุยกับพ่อแม่ตรงว่ายังอยากโฟกัสแข่งก็เลยตัดสินใจไม่เรียนต่อแล้วก็โฟกัสในด้านการแข่งหลังจากตอนช่วงที่ใกล้จบม.ปลายเลยครับหลังจากตัดสินใจก็ไม่ค่อยมีแรงกดดันจากครอบครัวเท่าไหร่ครับครอบครัวเหมือนเข้าใจแล้วก็ปล่อยให้ทำมากกว่าก็ตอนที่Challenger League หรือว่าทัวร์นาเมนต์ที่คัดเปิดเข้าให้โปรลีกของ Rainbow Six Seed ในของ Southeast Asia เนี่ยสามารถเปิดให้สมัครได้แล้วก็สมัครไปเล่นนะครับมันจะแข่งประมาณเป็นรายอาทิตย์เก็บแต้มแต่ทีมที่แต้มเยอะน่ะจะได้เข้าไปในโปรลีกเราก็เก็บแต้มกันแล้วก็ขาดแต้มนิดนึงเลยอดเข้าไปก็เลยได้เข้าไปเล่น Challenger เราก็ไต่เต้าขึ้นมาจาก Challenger เป็นทีมที่ดีที่สุดเสร็จแล้วปุ๊บพอเราขึ้นมาเป็นทีมที่ขึ้นมาจาก Challenger มาเป็นทีมในโปรลีกในซีซั่นเนี้ยผมจำไม่ได้ซีซั่นไหนนะแต่ว่าซีซั่นนั้นเราแบบระเบิดพลังเลยเราแบบตบทุกทีมชนะหมดไม่มีทีมไหนไหวแม้แต่เอเลวูฟที่แบบว่าครอง1เป็นทีมสิงคโปร์ที่ครอง1มาในโซนนี้มาตลอดก็เอาเราไม่ลงทำให้ตอนนั้นเราเป็นเอเลวูฟกับเราได้เข้าไปเล่น APAC Playoff ที่ญี่ปุ่นเป็นครั้งแรกแล้วก็เป็นประสบการณ์ไปต่างประเทศที่แบบไปแข่งครั้งแรกของผมด้วยก็เป็นอะไรที่ตื่นเต้นมากเลยครับ เราก็ได้เรียนรู้อะไรเยอะจากการไปแข่งตอนนั้นเหมือนกันรู้สึกดีมากที่ได้เป็นทีมที่เก่งที่สุดในเซาท์เอเชียเป็นความรู้สึกที่บอกไม่ถูกครับรู้สึกว่าเก่งที่สุดรู้สึกว่าไม่มีใครเอาลงรู้สึกว่าเจ๋งประมาณนั้นแต่ว่าจะบอกไงดีมันก็ต้องบอกว่าในช่วงเวลานั้นเนี่ยการในทั้งทัวร์นาเมนต์แล้วก็อะไรหลายๆอย่างเนี่ยมันยังไม่ได้โตมากนะมันก็ยังไม่มีผู้เล่นหน้าใหม่เพิ่มยังไม่มีทีมยังไม่มีสปอนอื่นๆเข้ามาเนี่ยมันก็เลยทำให้ยังไม่มีคู่แข่งเยอะครับก็เป็นช่วงที่เราได้กอบโกยแล้วกันกอบโกยไปเยอะอยู่ครับอยู่ช่วงหนึ่งเลยก่อนที่จะจอยฟูลี่เนี่ยตอนที่อยู่กับคิวคอนเฟิร์มเป็นปีที่เหนื่อยมากครับก็พอมาเรื่องการจัดการต่างๆเราก็ต้องบอกว่าช่วยๆกันทำให้ผมเนี่ยต้องได้รับหน้าที่ในการเป็นทั้งคนส่งเอกสารแบบว่าตอบกลับอีเมลอะไรพวกนี้แบบ paperwork ด้านหลังบ้านด้วยตัวเองด้วยทำให้แบบว่าก็รู้สึกเหนื่อยเหมือนกันนะผมในตอนนั้นทำให้รู้สึกแล้วก็ยิ่งการแข่งขันเนี่ยแต่ก็ยังโชคดีครับที่ในที่สุดก็ช่วงต้นปีนั้นเองก็ฟิลลี่มาเคาะประตูเปิดโอกาสให้พวกเราได้ต่ออายุทีมนี้ได้ไปต่อ
動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile 笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた風情な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile 笑い合えたら宝物だね He gets in just in time! It is APAC North! They are the best that this region has got to offer.
So we quickly shift our attention to the grand final for Asia Kickoff, Waybo versus Daystar, after they completed the win against Orchid in 3, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. It was a good one, guys. A lower final that lived up to the billing, I would say.
Yeah, Daystar walk away, completing that Cinderella run through the lower bracket. They had to go all the way to make it through and claim that second slot into the major, which means we only really now have one team left out of these 4 regions to seed, and that will be OS tomorrow. But there's still something on the line here in Asia, specifically being the region of APL that does have the 2 slots available. both Daystar and Waybo will go head-to-head to determine, first and foremost, who gets more prize money and SI points, but which team starts in the second phase of the major.
Yeah, and as I was trying to kind of get out of Harambe and got somewhat of a good answer regarding maybe a little bit more stress-free Siege when we played in the grand final. Makes sense, but I don't know if that is the same for Waybo. Like, let's be honest, Waybo probably need to win this, go straight to stage 2, or it's not a great look. I mean, they're the best team in all of APAC, and that's including all 3 of the sub-regions, and so therefore you need to be winning these grand finals and going straight to stage 2. I think also when it comes to Waybo's strength internationally, you want to see them go deep because they've got the best potential to go deep. If they start phase 1 in the play-ins or GSL stage, whatever it's called, it might be a bit more tricky for them. Daystar, of course, winning out the lower final, they'll be just happy to be here. Let's be honest. They get a free swing at this. They get a free chance to go straight to stage 2. They're more than happy to have just qualified and then see what happens in the play-ins. But as I said, stress-free, and as Harambe said, stress-free, but it's a pretty short turnaround between the last series and this one.
Yeah, they have the warm-up buff. I still am questionable, though, in the context of this specific matchup, if it's more of a buff or a hindrance, because this was a pretty prolonged, very stressful series. Daystar were not commanding over the course of this series by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, there were, large portions of the series they were actually playing from behind, often the ones that were scraping by, claiming rounds, and kind of just getting across the finish line in the end. And so I think they'd be just naturally very tired after that matchup. I don't think it's really going to come down to care factor or effort or anything like that in the context of this match. I'm sure they'll give it their all, but I question how much is left in the tank for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I think, again, there's also the energy that you get from qualifying for the major, right? So I think from their perspective, they're probably just on adrenaline right now, at least for the first map. That's where I think the series will be maybe decided, is this opening map. As we go to Waybo for their roster, again, coming from the upper bracket, as Seal was just fixing his camera. Best team in the region. They did get pushed, though, of course, in the upper bracket final by Team Orchid. It was 8-7-7-5, guys. We got to cast that one, and Orchid really took it up to them. They made Waybo really work for it, and they weren't the first team to do that either. All the way back in the upper bracket semi-final against Soul's Heart, 7-4-8-7. So while they've been clean, and they haven't dropped a single map so far throughout Kickoff, it's not as if it's been, 7-1, 7-2 stomps. The region certainly has closed the gap ever so slightly, but I say ever so slightly because there's still a gap.
Yeah, certainly so. I don't think they'll be particularly disheartened with how the Kickoff stage has transpired for them so far. And in fact, that's probably going to be my question for whoever we get for the interview, provided Waybo win this match, is how would they assess the stage so far? How would it compare to others? And do they go into the major maybe sensing that they're the strongest they've ever been and the meta really suits them? Or do they maybe sense that there is still significant room for improvement and they're maybe dissatisfied? I don't know. We'll get an answer to that maybe at the end of the day. We do have a special graphic, though, to look at heading into this matchup. It's been a talking point throughout the day, the warm-up buff. We've seen it time and time again internationally. We saw that previously with the SI graphic we had a couple of weeks ago, but it's also been the case domestically as well, with plenty of APAC teams finding success going back-to-back. But again, I'll put a big caveat on this matchup that one Daystar played a very stressful prolonged best of 3. And they're also facing off arguably the best team in the region. So if this buff really is that strong, maybe it is enough to carry Daystar through, but it's tricky to envision that.
And it's actually back-to-back, whereas these in the graphic were play your series, have a break, and then play another series, because there was, the 3 best of 3s. They would have a bit of time off in the middle, whereas this is quite literally back-to-back. We go to the vetoes for the grand final. But again, I still stand by the fact that I think for Daystar, they can bring the adrenaline into this first map, which is going to be Clubhouse and their pick, and then Nighthaven Labs into Consulate. I think regardless of those two, for me, the onus is on this opening map, guys. They've still got the adrenaline. They're still happy. They've qualified for the major. This is going to be the map where if Daystar can win this map, then that gives them the confidence probably going into the rest of the series. They lose it, and it being their map pick, then I can start to see their energy start to get sapped. And then, and if you start a little bit slow on labs, then you probably start to think, oh, well, let's just, go celebrate early. We're still going to the major. But I think the first map is going to be the big factor in this series.
Yeah, I quite like Waybo selecting to attack first into Clubhouse. It's a map that we've seen, especially in regions such as NA, which we have covered throughout Kickoff, developed to be pretty friendly for the attack. So Waybo are going to try and exploit that. It is the style of map where you can really snowball momentum quickly and really crunch onto the defense and force a lot of gunfights and flush out power positions with you to like the kind of play style that Waybo typically really enjoy and thrive in. So they'll try and tempo set early here and try and kind of crush the spirit, I suppose, of Daystar, putting it in the most friendly way possible.
It's grand final time here in Asia. A little different to APAC North and Oceania, where it's not do or die, it's not make or break. Both teams will be going to the major. It's just a matter of what stage they will be playing first up. Waybo go in as the favorites. They're the best team in the region. They haven't dropped a single map so far throughout the entirety of Kickoff, even if they have been tested in those maps a couple overtimes and a lot of 7-5s. They're still so far flawless. Over to Clubhouse to start this grand final. Daystar fresh off of that lower final win. As Harambe said it best, the stress is gone. They're just going to get to play their game stress-free. Whatever happens, happens. For Waybo, the expectation should be for them to get the win. So if they do lose out on Clubhouse, that would be their first map loss, and that would give more adrenaline over to Daystar to maybe pull off an upset.
And I suppose to illustrate just how strong Waybo are in the region, but I guess more so isolated to Asia here for Kickoff, they are the #1 team for attack win percent, the #1 team for defense win percent, the #1 team for plants, the highest plus KD, the strongest on opening kills. Their average time of entry, they're actually the second slowest, so that's an interesting standout. Opening kills traded, also a little bit behind, but some of those numbers are going to be skewed given the nature of their strengths elsewhere. Opening kill conversion, that's probably one that does stand out as maybe being a little bit behind the 8 ball. They're sitting at 76%. Orchid actually leading all comers in that category at 79%. I mean, we're splitting hairs at this point. Overall, though, on so many metrics, including actually deaths traded, they are, again, #1. So, Waybo been dominant throughout Kickoff. They've been tested on a couple of occasions, as you were mentioning earlier, but yeah, I think that with zero disrespect aimed towards Daystar, Waybo should be closing this one out 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the expectation. But Daystar start on the defensive club. Again, they get to just kind of play this game as if it's a free hit. I mean, they still want to win. And that was where I think it was a little lost in translation with the interview with Harambe was, you know, like, obviously they still want to win this game. Like, this is still something to gain. SI points, go straight to stage 2. There are the benefits there to, you know, play to the best of their ability. And also the added factor, which, you know, it's kind of a whatever, but you want to be the champions, right? Like, you want to beat Waybo. Like, those things should matter to professional players who have high aspirations and ultra competitiveness. So by no means do I want to build this as a nothing grand final. There's quite a bit on the line for both teams. And it should be a fun one. And the last hit out for both of them as well before the major, which is coming up pretty soon. Essentially, you play this, you'll be flying out pretty soon, I imagine within the next week or so. Of it on the solid snake, getting some information off the radar. Turd, with his usual trash talk before the game, was just alluding to the fact that Daystar are going to replace Bin Bin. Does he know about it? Obviously, Turd, I'm sure, is telling lies. And Alpe, though, with the opening pick on to seal an unsuspecting one. But then from below,
Hey,
guess what? It's Bin Bin.
Good trade. A very decent trade there, back through the vert over towards Kitchen Hall. So losing the Habana, not too devastating. Secondary hard breach available here for the attack of Waybo. But I'd say losing Seal, both his armor util, but also just how devastating he's been, especially in the clutch late round, could be a handicap for the defense. We've eclipsed the midpoint of the round. Basement is fully clear. So you can use his body language suggesting maybe initially that they thought someone was above, or maybe it was clearing something. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process there was, but either way, they'll now look to posture minute on the clock, drop Moto with the protection of the castle, which will trap Hoven in. They would have then scanned forward. Down to 60 seconds. Final layer of utility now for the attack. 3 gas babes for Souffle. Keep that in mind.
I mean, between the gas babes and the Shamika launcher, they've got good area denial, but Waybo just got good tendency to be able to push through, find the kills then. So if you get caught util in hand or focusing on the util, they can punish that. See the REU screen. Hoven, how does he even get through that gas babe? That is insane. It's on 1 HP. Took like 1 small tick of damage and then was able to survive. Azuki coming out of dirt. So there's a good chance to win this as Hoven is low. Speakeasy's half health. Speakeasy and Hoven will just have to play together. Speakeasy's going to go for the plant. Hoven then to cover the cross on the left side here of Church. The plant will be successful. But Sion is back now on to Azuki, and he will get the headshot onto Hoven. And then Speakeasy with the immediate trade over towards Blue. And it's an attacking round win on Basement to kickstart the grand final for Waybo.
Yeah, pretty straightforward, simple attack there from Waybo, and probably indicative of the kind of siege that they'll look to try and play in this matchup. I think especially if they go untested off-site, we'll see a lot of just util layering on the objective, keep it pretty simple. I like the addition there of the sense, allowed for the flood deep. Hoven did get a little fortunate that he didn't take 1 additional tick of damage, otherwise it could have started to unravel things a little bit. Left him vulnerable late, but Speakeasy, so much experience, so much composure. He's been in an endless number of 1v1s like that before and does a good job of securing the trade. A solid start for Waybo. Basement ticked off. And that is arguably the trickiest site to attack into. We've seen top floor develop over time. Again, especially internationally in some of the domestic leagues. More specifically to actually favor the attack rather significantly. So, very strong start for Waybo as they look to try and roll that forward.
I didn't get a chance after the lower final to sort of fully recap Daystar's performance. Seal and Pika, by the way, ended both with 35 kills. They were tied top fragger. Pika with 6-2 on the entry. And then Azuki and Souffle with 24 and 23, putting in good numbers and a good shift from the team. Of course, Bin lacked 11-24, 2-5 on the entry with a 73 EPS. I'm sure he'll be aware of that and need to find the improvement. But when you have 4 really strong players, you don't really need Bin to be the one running around and fragging out. We saw him play the snake role, and he was just feeding information for the radar, and that's going to be his job again coming into this grand final. Play these kind of operators where you just set your utilities, sit back, hold a position. Obviously got a nice kill in the previous round. Blackbeard employed for Waybo as we head over to Gym Bedroom for the second round. Clash also for Seal.
Swapping mags.
Yeah, we saw the snake exploited nicely in the last round. Hoven used it especially close to site to get really strong info on the anchor positions from the defense. And again, I think that more direct approach in exploiting the objective and pressuring anchor play is going to be the right strat, especially on a map like Com. With the kind of comms and synergy that Waybo have to really make the most of, it's going to be a tool that Daystar may consider banning out later on. Over towards the Jacuzzi
great
breach.
dislodge.
Seal gets caught, as he said, a dislodge. Well played by Waybo. And that puts Daystar under quite a bit of pressure now.
Yeah, I mean, Seal hasn't done anything wrong. He wants to provide the pressure at the Jacuzzi breach, but just a good air jab from Arpe and then just a quick reaction to get the kill. Good teamwork from Waybo. Seal probably has to maybe envision that as a potential threat. Yeah, but now they can just kind of push through the breach. Speakeasy, there was a small chance for him to die to Souffle. In the end, actually gives him that chance by going gun up, as Pika's the only one remaining now for Daystar as Waybo. Well, clinical to start so far in the grand final of Clubhouse with 2 attacking round wins. No one is surprised, though.
Wow. Yeah, it was really clean from Waybo. Once they dealt with the clash, it was pretty straightforward. They had Turd CC side to help cut the window position. They had the backup option on the bulk as well, so they had that side covered, and then rest of the team can just flood Jacuzzi, and it's pretty straightforward from there to leverage the black bid without the counterplay on offer. So, yeah, it's a good siege. Waybo looking pretty switched on here to start club.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. They've been probably just sitting back watching the lower final, finding out who they're going to play against. So they've been most likely as a team all in sync over the page today and ready to go and just kind of waiting. And so when you're sitting around waiting all day, you're just kind of eager to get into the server and show what you can do. And it's the teamwork as well to begin so far. I mean, Waybo aren't winning these rounds just because, Reeps walks in through the front door and kills 3-4 people. It's teamwork off of the utility, teamwork off the operators, information being provided, playing off of that, pushing in together at the right time, all the fundamentals that we expect from Waybo coming to fruition. And I'm definitely not going to sit here and say I expect this to be attacker-sided when it comes to Clubhouse in the Asia region. Although I say that, it's funnily enough, it's okay. Well, the numbers are definitely wrong here on what I'm looking at, but I'll go and find the numbers for you and get back to you.
We've got it listed as only being played once in Asia. That's certainly skewing.
I think it has. I think it's been a decider map, but I don't think it's actually gone to the decider.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually quite fascinating. The club hasn't been played as often. So yeah, I mean the stats are correct. So it's been to the decider like 4 times, but it never got played. It's only actually then therefore been played once. Which therefore it's invalid. I mean, it's not even a sample size. It's literally one game. It doesn't matter. Probably a Waybo stomp against someone where they just decimated them on the attack. Chance over towards Couch and CCTV now for Daystar to try and get on the board. They're going to go full bunker down defense and look to try and solidify this Rafters possession, but Bindin is just far too easily flushed out. Even without the Capitao available or the Grim, Bin gets easily dealt with. Azuki at the back over towards Cash. Long angle from Turd. He even laughs about it in the chat. And 90 seconds left in the round. It's a 5v3 in favor of the attack. Oh, Pika, that's... he's got better eyes than me. If I didn't have the outline, I'm not seeing him.
Minute 10 and maybe a lifeline here for Daystar. Still have the Clash available. Still have the smokes available and Nitro for Pika. Ape though is lurking down below, so a lounge denial is unlikely with Pika down low in lobby. It's big easy, gets a freebie. And it's just too easy for Waybo at the moment. They really are just on another level. I can't shake the feeling that Daystar are fatigued, but even at their best, Waybo are just too good. It's 3 straight as they march towards dominating this opening map.
Yeah, and as much as I said, the adrenaline would be there for Daystar off of the lower final win, the confidence levels, not a lot to really lose from this series, just everything to gain. You're starting on defense, club, your map pick, so you kind of put all of that into a basket and think, well, maybe there's a chance they could at least be competitive to start, but it's just all Waybo as Harambe calls a tactical timeout for Daystar to talk things over. I mean, I do wonder what sort of would be said here. What do you really tell Daystar right now? Hey, they're just really good. I don't know. I mean, what more do you want? Waybo are opening up the map, they're hitting great shots, they're not making mistakes, they're pretty clean and clinical. Sometimes you've just got to tip your hat to the opponent. Waybo are on today, and they haven't really been, I think, at their exquisite best over the last couple of series, as you kind of touched on. Maybe something we can ask them in the interview, how they've kind of viewed their form, but they're on right now. Like, Waybo are really, really strong, and there's sometimes not much you can do about that if you're Daystar.
Yeah, I think for Daystar, it's about trying to break down these systems and these setups for the executes onto power positions as early as they can. They're allowing Waybo to just set up and line up kills like this, for instance, way too easily, way too frequently. And they just compound pressure. Waybo doing a good job in exploiting a map that is, again, it is naturally very difficult to defend these sites. Don't get it twisted. They start probably making it a little harder on themselves than they need to, but nonetheless, it's Waybo the ones that are dictating the match so far. Back down to basement. I think the little challenge now for Waybo is, can we go flawless in the half? It's been such a strong start for them.
Yeah, and speaking to Harambe, it's like you asked a good question, how much prep work sort of maybe goes into the grand final. Obviously, you don't want to put too much, and your focus is on Orchid, and rightfully, I think he answered it correctly. But he also kind of said, well, in some ways, they know Waybo. I mean, it's they know how they play. They've had experience against them. It's the same core 5. Like, the Waybo's Waybo. You can get plenty of vision on them, and I don't think you have to put too much stock into them right now. But yeah, I do wonder what the takeaways will be from this series. Look, there's a long way to go, and Waybo are prone to getting a little overzealous. They can sometimes have these really strong starts and then start to throw a little bit. So it'll be curious to see if Daystar can get back into this. But I think, yeah, I mean, I do wonder what Harambe said in the timeout there. If it's strategical or if it's more so mental based. Because they would have known full well that Waybo were going to come in here and be very, very strong opponent.
Yeah.
Reloading, cover me.
So into the 4th round, minute down. And with the sledge in play, Vert's going to be critical here from Waybo. They have the Habana for hatches, and then Alvin brings the sense again. Maybe they'll posture for the moto drop. The sense also, though, can provide value on kitchen drop as well. It's certainly not just exclusive to that position. And so the questions now as to how Daystar look to try and disrupt that push. They go Chanka and Smoke this round. Now 90 seconds left and Secret drone clear. So blue pressure will follow here. Good drone work as well in the objective. And once Speakeasy is able to get boots down on basement as well, he can live feed info to the rest of the push. So again, Daystar haven't really done much, haven't offered much in denying this. And I can't help but shake the feeling that in a 5 versus 5, statistically, Waybo have the edge. But Bin Bin at least does find something. Turd falls.
Yeah, Bin Bin's done all right so far. It's going to be that rush in towards Arsenal now. Speakeasy using the cover of the RAU screens from the Sens. Alvin usually is quite sharp. Bin Bin over-invested, though, to try and help out. Pika then finished off the job. Speakeasy turn around with a pistol in towards Church. He's immediately traded. Good blue pressure coming from Daystar. But again, what Waybo play quite well is they leave a lot of time on the clock. Still 30 seconds, even on the execute. 1v2, Ape, does he go for the full stick here? Trying to get baited out, and he will commit. Now plays the post plant. Immediately with the flash. But he's still in a tucked in position. Very easy to clear. And Daystar are on the board. They defend basement.
And Harambe looks fun, so a little play cam at the bottom of Harambe. Oh, look, better trade work there from Daystar. They get the opening kill, and then despite some good playmaking from Waybo, such as the Monty Deep and the Reaps drop, each of those two, look, got value. They got their pick, but traded. So some good kills from them. They win basement. They put a halt to the streak. Basement, though, is the side that you more often than not are going to win on defense. It's the tertiary that will make the difference maker across the map. As we look back at that round, they played off one another pretty well here, Daystar. Good trade there. Reaps also traded AK. Ape not allowed to escape his position. Deep Church. Harambe pretty satisfied with that round.
Yeah, I mean, as you should be. I mean, anytime you can get a round win against Waybo, you should feel pretty good about it. I mean, it's Clubhouse basement defense, so you could kind of put that down to the expected result usually. But there's no expected results against Waybo. And I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Bin Bin right now as well. Just, you know, he kind of cops flack straight away before the game has even started. Yeah, he had a rough world final, but gets the opening kill in that round. First time that Daystar have been able to get the first pick in a round, and I think it really does help them get that round win. Otherwise, Waybo probably just win the trade game inside, and it goes the way that it usually does. So over to Gym Bedroom for the 5th round. 2 to go in this half. I mean, if Daystar are going to be any chance on this map, I think it's pretty fair to say they might actually have to win the next 2 as well, because Waybo on defense, Clubhouse are going to be very, very good.
Yeah, no doubt. Hopefully it doesn't get any easier from here, and it's already been a stretch for Daystar to be able to get just 1 round so far on defense, Club, mind you, as well. So into the 5th, and Speakeasy gets quick control garage. That'll be a map sweep from Waybo. I want to try and see Daystar get a little more proactive here. They had good signs of that back against Orchid. Allow the likes of Pika to aggress around the map. Azuki had some moments. Even Souffle operated defendant as well. Seal on clutch duties this round, so he'll be a little more passive. Daystar forfeit cash side. Surely they look now to contest Conf Clash. Pretty viable option. Just got to make sure that they don't leave Seal on too much of an island, but into the Monty, the Clash will be particularly influential. 90 seconds, and now belt control for Waybo, so they just continue to go through this checklist. It's really clean from them at the moment. They just look so in sync, like a hive mind. They're not really having to really think all that much. It's kind of just subconscious at this point for this kind of team. Speakeasy will sit there and yap a little bit and make the next goal. But it's Azuki to draw first blood. Arpe falls, and Waybo under the pump a little bit here for the 2nd round.
Alvin trying to find something from the window. Zuki just got pushed back due to that frag grenade, but there was no one there to get the kill. Alvin was trying to do it all himself. So I'm thinking about this entry in towards Jim, but there is cover for Daystar.
Ooh.
Zuki goes down, cops one from Turd. I think that might have actually been inadvertently just spraying towards the Clash, and Azuki's just caught one randomly to the head from below. Pika trying to put some pressure on to Speakeasy.
Oh,
Reaps
so
though gets rid of Bin Bin, and they've got a little bit of this logistics control now with Reaps and Speakeasy, but Souffle with a double kill onto Turd, and Hoven stops that push in towards the site. An opportunity presents though for Reaps, and he'll happily oblige. Speakeasy with the pistol catches Pika coming back from below. And Reaps then with the vendetta as Waybo make it another attacking round in the half.
God, it's remarkable that, especially in domestic competition, Waybo's ability to break down rounds, even when they look like they're in a position where most teams are just going to flounder out and lose the round, and they're still able to, you know, establish clean lines of communication and enable those players to have a read as to where everyone is at the end, and then they can back themselves in with gunplay and gun skill to get the job done. It's brutal from a Daystar perspective, but for Waybo, it's felt like another day at the office. A really good recovery effort in a round where, outside of the one prior to it, were very much tested. So a 4-1 lead into cash as we edge closer towards the raw swap. Waybo could well be 5-1 up.
Attackers have discovered the location of the bomb.
A very long way back for Daystar, and I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look great for them in this grand final. If this does end up being a bit of a beatdown, though, you got to take the lessons and the learnings, really VOD review this. Waybo are giving you some really good siege ahead of the major, and it's a great warm-up. It's the perfect warm-up going into the major, because Waybo actually are a class team. I mean, I don't know where you'd rank them top of my head. I don't know if I can confidently say they're a top 8 team in the world. They've had top 8 finishes, but that doesn't maybe classify them as a top 8 team. But they're certainly around the top 10 mark, I think, just off the top of my head. So you're getting a really good warm-up going into the major as to what the level's going to be like. And of course, for Daystar coming off a 6 Invitational, they're not completely unaware that they've still got room to improve and that the level rises when you go to these international events. Maybe they are a little bit worn out from that lower final.
Time to raise some ears!
Drone activated.
Yeah.
About to get hot.
It was always going to be a challenging game for Daystar, even if they 7-0'd Orchid. I still think this would have been a challenging match, no doubt. Waybo just looks so clean on these attacks, and it leaves almost no margin for error for Daystar. Souffle to get targeted first by Arpe, and Turd gets the kill. Instant. No messing around from Waybo. Midpoint of the round. Double stack garage. Bin there as well.
Grenade out!
And we'll see if Waybo are aware and can clear. Thorn targeted. How long does it take for Waybo to get the kill?
Yeah. Well, it took them, I think, even quicker last time out. They do still accomplish it with ease. Speakeasy collects it with a bit of a helping hand for the rest of Waybo. Once again, they're just able to systematically break down this defense of Daystar. Logic Bomb. A new sense probably not really doing too much. 60 seconds still on the clock. I mean, it's such a stark contrast when you watch that lower final, and I just felt the time management from both teams wasn't really all that great. And then Waybo just show you how it's done. They don't mess around. They get stuff done in the early mid round. They execute with 30-40 seconds on the clock. They're just far more snappy and proactive.
Big has a good read outside, but there's no one left to play off it. I suppose Seal up close maybe can contest. 20 seconds now on the clock. Maybe Daystar can stall out Waybo. It's a tall ask from here, though.
12 seconds left. Reaps to get the headshot onto Seal. The halftime is calling. The only way that win this round was off the Yokai, and Pika's now off the Yokai. Plant will be successful as he pushes through Con, shut down by Reaps. Waybo Gaming with a 5-1 attacking half on Clubhouse heading into the break. I mean, that's probably one of the better halftime vibe checks that I think we've had, because the music was switching with the cameras were switching with the music. It's all vibes. If you're Waybo, if you're a fan of Waybo, and if you're a fan of Daystar, it's the opposite of what vibes are. Down 1-5, going into the attack of Clubhouse and your map pick. It's not a great sign here for the grand final. A reminder, as there might be some people coming in expecting this to be similar to APAC North and Oceania. It's not a win and you're in grand final. Daystar and Waybo will be both going to the major, but it is a win and you go to phase 2, lose and you'll play in the phase 1 stage of the major, which already has some quality teams as well, guys. It's not like phase 1 is just going to be a free run through into phase 2. It's still going to be quite a tricky proposition. You got Lost One, you got Shopify Rebellion, you got Team Falcons. You'll have, most likely, is it fair to say, Enterprise as well, barring something crazy tomorrow. And then, of course, the 3 CNL teams too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tricky prospect again for Daystar in this game. Sure, you can argue compromise because they're coming fresh off the back of a long VO3, but it does give some kind of insight as to the discrepancy in level as to where these two teams are at. Waybo reflective of those that are going to be starting in phase 2 as opposed to those in phase 1. So far here on Club, it's been all Waybo. Some small moments of fight back from Daystar, but just overall the systems from Waybo have been very, very strong. Again, just highlighting the versatility that this team has on offer. Numbers skew a little bit towards Breach, but it really hasn't felt like he's been super dominant and the all-in for Waybo. It's been a solid team effort. Their systems are holding up nicely here. And on defense, Mute Mozzie in play in the kind of lineup that they're offering here, I'm expecting them to just take the highest volume of gunfights possible.
Yeah, again, this is where Waybo at times can get aggressive, look for runouts, try and find early kills. In matches, I think more so where they feel like they've probably got the game well and truly on their terms. Which is kind of why I actually like this gym bedroom site selection for Waybo rather than starting basement. Basement, typically you'll want to play the more slow, conventional fire stack. Play gym bedroom just allows them to spread around the map, be aggressive, and take more risks. Hoven's going to just float around main stairs, reaps over towards lobby, top red for speakeasy. So they're really just kind of stretching the map. Pika on the Jackal is going to go down over towards bedroom. But it is a trade onto speakeasy, and in theory the opening kill, but they weren't quite prepared for Hoven already at top of main stairs. So he collects the kill onto Bin Bin, finishes off Pika, who was initially downed in the middle of the site. Maybe sensing that Waybo weren't really playing too much of an ultra defense towards gym bedroom, being more around the map. Felt like he could take space in bedroom, but did not quite work out. And Daystar down to 3.
70 seconds now remain on the clock. Good initial clear from Waybo, and they just continue to layer on this pressure. Seal's about to get overwhelmed. They did find one, but dead. Zuki falls as well, and it's Souffle who does find reaps, requiring 2 more.
It's winnable in the sense that Souffle's a top player. Turd and Alpay, not exactly full health. They're both stacked over towards Con. He's got kit, so it's got 40 seconds as well, and a drone. This is not unwinnable for Souffle. He's going to have to play this really, really well, set this drone up, get information, and if he can get it to watch for the Con entry, then maybe go for a gym plant.
His drone got hacked. His drone got hacked.
Okay. Oh, no. Well, yeah, that's not going to help. He's going to fake this. He'll get off, most likely. Yeah, just a tiny bit of auditory noise over from Con. 15 seconds. At this point, you may as well just go for the fight. You may as well just see if you can find them both. Gets a chance against Turd. Didn't connect those shots. Really needed to. And at this point, Turd can just hide inside a cache. He knows that they can no longer lose this based on time. 6-1. Harambe, the Harambe cam. Yeah. I mean, look, it's not on Souffle to clutch that. That's, you have to kind of go back to the earlier portion in the round and sort of ask a couple of questions. Like Pika on the Jackal, deep bedroom that early on, questionable, right? And then the stack over towards Jacuzzi, just too easily dealt with. Bin Bin gets caught at the breach. So there's other plays in question you can look into in that round. It's not about the 1v2 from Souffle, which, look, he probably could have played that a little bit better. The drone gets hacked, never got into a chance to either take the fight or go for the plant. One of those games where for Daystar, not much is really working for them.
Leave Bin Bin alone. Waybo find themselves on map point. Clubhouse the selection of Daystar, and if that is anything to go by, Waybo may be even more dominant on map 2 of Nighthaven to seal the grand final, take top spot in Asia, and lock themselves into phase 2 of the Salt Lake City Major. Which is, look, if you are one of the other competitive teams in Asia, probably where you want Waybo to be, because they're then in the best position to finish best out of all the APL sub-regions, and with that, Asia would retain 2 slots going forward. Basement here for round number 8. Final reinforcements to be deployed by Waybo. Daystar bring a somewhat experimental lineup into the round. And they may look to just consolidate and go for a pretty direct approach here.
Nighthaven Labs after this. It could be as soon as after this round. Arpe's position known inside a secret. Now Souffle got given quite a lot of time to find that kill. Arpe was stuck standing. Seemed completely unaware of the angle that had been opened up onto him. Opening pick for Daystar. I say that's actually one thing Daystar have done well in the last 5 rounds. They've gotten 4 of the 5 opening kills. Obviously not really converting, but at least showing a little bit more promise early on in these rounds.
Speakeasy too.
It's
gone all the way from Turd. Turd to contest up above. May I have info for the drop here. There is a yokai in bedroom and con. Now, same drone. Speakeasy looking to support Turd offsite.
Yeah, I mean, Turd's probably got to get one in that situation. Otherwise, it just looks a little bit too easy for Daystar to corral him. And in the end, that's exactly what they did. Even with the support from the yokai at Speakeasy, it's just not going to be enough to help him. And honestly, Waybo more than good enough to win a 4v5 basement stack against Daystar. So to kind of question that a little bit for Turd. Obviously got droned out. They knew of his position. Not much he can necessarily do about that. It's just a good clear from Daystar. Minute left, 5v3. Very winnable now for Daystar. 1 nitrous cell, 3 gas babes for the defense of Waybo. I'd like to see them really go for the execute around this point right now. If they do leave this to the last 15-20 seconds, it opens the pathway for Waybo. If they get the first couple of kills, and then on top of that, if Speakeasy can survive, then maybe a potential yokai play. They are getting stalled out, of course, by the gas babes of Hoven.
20 seconds. Can Waybo punish Daystar for a slow wind-up? These yokais, I can't help but shake the feeling they could have influence.
Well, they're already getting red pings in towards Kitchen. Up above, it is Seal that wins the battle against Hoven, trying to just make the contact immediate to buy even more time. Reaps good headshot onto Bin Bin. Seal currently off the plant, repositioning inside of Arsenal. And the yokai coming to win the match. It's done, 7-1. You're right, the yokais in the end have huge influence. It's a beatdown from Waybo in the grand final. The first map goes their way in a 7-1 dominant fashion.
AP. Saya dari Bandung, Indonesia. Saya bermain untuk Waybo Gaming. Saya mendapatkan nama AP itu dari kakak saya. Jadi sebenarnya saya mengambil nama AP itu dari kakak saya. Itu bukan nama saya. Jadi saya mengambil dari kakak saya. Saya lahir dan besar di Bandung, Indonesia. Saya sangat menyukai game, sangat menyukai game. Saya mulai bermain game dari umur saya kecil. Saat itu saya baru umur 6 tahun. Saya belajar bermain game dari kakak saya melihat dia bermain. Saat itu game pertama saya adalah Counter Strike. Dari situ saya mulai sangat menyukai game. Saya bermain game hampir setiap saat. Setiap saya pulang sekolah, saya bermain game. Saat itu saya tidak punya komputer sendiri, jadi saya harus pergi ke warnet untuk bermain. Waktu itu saya masih SMP kelas 3. Saya mulai bermain game ke warnet hampir setiap hari. Dan di saat itulah kehidupan sekolah saya mulai rusak. Saya hampir dimarahi setiap hari oleh mama dan ayah saya karena saya terus bolos. Saya bohong pergi ke sekolah karena waktu itu saya ketemu sama teman saya, salah satu teman saya yang waktu itu dia adalah pro player juga. Dia dari Bandung, nama dia Kenodi. Dialah salah satu orang yang berjasa menurut saya yang memperkenalkan saya terhadap game Rainbow Six Siege. Dan di saat itulah saya punya tekad untuk menjadi pro player.
You down, gonna make you stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아, 'cause I got my collection. 따뜻한 물에 bathe, 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해져. My cocoa bomb, oh I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. 그랬었길 바랬던 예전 소원 이룬 날 언어의 문장 사탕 같은 말 숨길 수 없는 payday 고소한 coffee yes could go on and on collect them all I don't care what they say I like it I go la 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 I like it I just want It's fine, yeah, yeah. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, say it and make it a day to brighter day. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want. Oh baby, it's alright to be right, 'cause I く唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く
He gets him just in time! It's no time for mayhem! It is APAC North! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
Well, a powerhouse performance from Waybo, lead now in the grand final, 1-0 after they did a demolition job on Daystar, let's be honest. It was very one-sided on Clubhouse. Now get to go to their map pick of Nighthaven Labs to try and book their place straight to phase 2 of the playoffs, of the major.
Yeah, look, that was probably even more one-sided than I really anticipated, but I give my full respect to Waybo, right? They've come into this matchup with a let's not mess around kind of attitude. Their execution was on point. Very minimal to no trolling over the course of the entire half. They played really good, clean Clubhouse on a map that really does reward teams that are authoritative on attack. They don't mess around. They set themselves up with pretty straightforward default structure, and purely just on an execution level, they're on another level compared to Daystar. So, yeah, good work from Waybo, not disrespecting their opposition, just making sure they played some good clean siege across the board. And so the stage is set that for map 2 Labs that Waybo are going to run away with the series.
Yeah, again, for Daystar, they did get 4 of the last 5 opening picks, just couldn't convert on 3 of those 4, and ultimately that was not ideal for them. And every time, even in these situations, it was a 5v2, there was always something in the back pocket for Waybo, that being a yokai, quite literally, as we look at the numbers from Reaps. And it kind of feels like it was a very quiet 13 kills. Do you get the same sense of feeling that I'm getting? Because Reaps is usually putting up these kind of numbers, and it's usually quite dramatic and it's very noticeable, but I just didn't really feel like it was the Reaps that we usually see, but yet he still put up 13 and 3. It just, yeah, it's a strange one.
Yeah, he was just really strong through the mid-round. He had no entry battles, he had no clutches, no plants, no disables. He still got 15 kills. So yeah, credit to Reaps, just another good day at the office for him, having good moments in the mid-round. And yeah, honestly, that last round, a really good demonstration of his ability to stall out time and pressure over towards Church and enable the Yokai denial.
Well, I have a question here, because with CNL, of course, now starting up, at what point do they come calling for Reaps?
I don't know. I mean, we'll wait and see. I wouldn't be too shocked if at some point in time there's a big transfer, but I don't know. It's pretty hot property. I don't think Waybo would want to let him go too easily.
That's right. Well, we're getting underway. Nighthaven Labs coming up very shortly for what could potentially be our last map for Asia. Again, a reminder, of course, tomorrow we've still got Oceania to get through, and there's going to be 2 massive games. First, the lower final between Men and Chiefs, and then the grand final with Enterprise. Winner of the grand final will go to the major and will be the last team to book their place at the major. So tomorrow shapes up to be another cracking day of Siege in the APL region as we head into the second map. Waybo 1 map away from booking their place straight into phase 2 of the major, which would confine Daystar to phase 1, but I think they would have taken that at the start of this whole kickoff campaign. If you had have gone to Daystar and said, "Are you happy with phase 1?" they'd be like, "Yeah, that's amazing." in a pretty strong Asia region, it seemed like maybe it was going to be Team Orchid. 7-5, 7-5, 7-5 in the lower final. Daystar pulled that one out. So I think they'll be pretty content, but clearly still got some work to do.
Certainly so. Bans are in place for the first half. Monty, Ying, Bandit, and Mirror. Top floor Labs. Let's see if Waybo can continue the good form on attack. It is their map selection, of course, so Daystar picked the comfortability of defense, and the reason why this has been so many attacking rounds played potentially here for Waybo is given that they were the ones to select it back on club. Not super unusual given the way that map has started to warp towards the attack in recent stages. Labs should offer a little bit more challenge in terms of being able to break down site utility. The Clash and the Azami both in play. I think Waybo will want to just probably test some of their systems for the vert clear here. Might see the likes of the Deimos or the Buck to help flush out those positions. I'd be pretty surprised if Waybo try and one-dimensional horizontal hit this.
Activating jammer.
was having a look at some of the statistics regarding Ninehaven Labs in the Asia region. It's leading attacker sided, but the sample size is still not particularly high. And you factor in, I guess the historic statistics of this map and the way that it certainly can play out. I think it's just a case of, for Waybo, they're going to be capable of winning either side of the half here, either attack and defense. So, I'm expecting Waybo to be very strong here on Ninehaven Labs. It's a good map for them. Last played it against Soul's Heart, 7-4 win. They got 4 attacking rounds in that first half. So it really kind of sets the tone that they're going to be more than capable of getting attacking rounds against A-Star. Played it as well against Fury, and that was a 5-1 attacking half. So the last 2 times they played this, 4 and 5 attacking rounds. And of course, then would go on and close out with very strong defensive rounds, just not a lot of them needed. That's going to be the test now for Daystar in this first half. Just try and stay on their toes on the defense. Just make sure they don't give up easy picks. See if they can get the first kill. Disrupt the attack of Waybo. Don't have to probably get in their face. I'm pretty fine with Daystar just sitting back. You've got the clash. You've got good defensive ults. Try and let the time clock just go down and then find the right time to strike for a bit of a counterpunch. Just when maybe Waybo let the guard down and getting ready for the setup.
Well, it's a strong presence on the first floor from Waybo, so really looking to exploit that vertical dimension. Red ping sight and Hoven net the kill. Well, not quite, but it's still a flush out onto the Azami, who's now getting peppered with utility. It's relentless from Waybo at the moment, midpoint of the round. Seal finds some comfortability, but it's momentary. Forced into the line of sight from RP, and again, that's a good example of just how brutal Waybo can be. There is fight back though, for 4 versus 4. Minute 15 on the clock, however, leaves Waybo with plenty of time.
I'm worried about the fact that they've already got this rafters control, good pressure towards IT. So for Waybo, they've got the ability now to go for a bit of a default hit. Don't have to worry that much about spreading and going towards con, meeting, and overstacking one side. They can spread a little bit. They've got multiple avenues that they can now hit against A-Star. That's going to put the pressure onto Souffle on the clash, making sure that he's not the last one alive. I think usually with the clash, if you go down early, not ideal. But also, if you're the last one alive, it means you haven't really disrupted the attack enough as the clash. And he's just kind of bunkered down, shield stuck on the floor against the bomb chassis. And a little switch up over towards blue here on the clear for Waybo. One just prone in the middle of the hallway. I mean, Speakeasy's never expecting that. That's a strange play from Mizuki. It will work out. He got 2 kills from that position. Waybo probably sitting there shaking the head, wondering, what is this guy doing? But it works. Not enough, though, to win the round as Waybo do eventually take top floor on the attack. That was some strange cooking defense from Daystar. It threw enough of a spanner in the works, though, for Azuki to get the 2 kills. But just sitting prone out in the open in the hallway.
Yeah, a bit of a funny one. But once again, goes the way of Waybo. Is a common trend. Now, at this point, then a basement for round 2. I hope we can see a little bit of fight from Daystar. I don't think this is the most egregious performance ever. It's pretty forgivable given it's been a big day for them. And again, as you kind of said earlier, I think it's the key point is unlike a lot of the other best of 3 double downs we've seen teams have success with, on those occasions, they got to rest. Like, I don't think we can overstate just how mentally demanding that last best of 3 is. And to go straight into yet another, which does have stakes on the line, it's got to be pretty exhausting. And to beat Waybo, you've got to be very, very, very switched on. So this is tough work for Daystar. Very much a grind for them. Hopefully we can see some fight back on them here on Labs. They do have the comfortability of defense. And for this basement site, they go pretty trap heavy. Waybo with the Deimos, though, will likely map clear.
It's been a strange grand final. I mean, Waybo can do this where they, when they're on, just be so dominant. And it doesn't really even feel like much of a contest. But it hasn't been the case for Kickoff. Kind of said it in the pre-match discussion that The last 2 series that they played were really close, and they got pushed in both of them, even if they didn't drop a map. And now just 1 map away from going completely flawless here for Kickoff.
Reloading. Cover me.
When they're locked in, they're just very difficult to stop. As Turd trying to play off of this death mark, even getting some more damage. CL taken very low on the Mozzie, and now far more hesitant to be on the roam, as he's very susceptible. He'll fall back, play basement. It's a mini win for Waybo.
Yeah, they're just commanding so much map control so easily, and Daystar are frankly too scared to contest it, and it's difficult to blame them just how brutal these clears have been and how little margin for error and hesitation has been from Waybo. I think that's the biggest telltale sign, is they're just so authoritative. They innately know where Daystar are going and when they've moved, because they know they have dominance in the series mentally as well, and Daystar just don't want to contest them. But understandable. Does not allow the ramp to get to work. 70 seconds on the clock. Okay, Bin does consider going up with Pika. They commit. So I don't mind this. They start going for something risky, and Speak Easy could be caught unaware.
Yeah, is he going to just turn his focus around?
Oh,
and yet, still gets the kill onto Bin as Azuki gets downed as well. Becomes a 3v3. That honestly could have been far worse for Speakeasy. At least gets the kill onto Bin. Azuki back up though. 4v3 favorite Daystar. That didn't last long at all. Back up, back down. Courtesy of Reaps. He's on the board for the first time here on Nighthaven Labs with that kill. 35 seconds remaining. And they know there's still one over towards Rafters. Peek on the roam. Turd headshot from below the Vendetta, and just watches as the corpse falls in front of him. And now Waybo have got the extra player advantage heading into the execute towards site. There's one gas babe left for Souffle. A seal will get cleared in the corner. Ape sticking the plant behind the tank as Souffle pushing out of Nano. Nowhere to really go. Vision completely blocked off by these smokes. Waybo in full control. All stacked behind the tank. Got one, but Reaps then gets the trade. 2-0 start for Waybo.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how they've, again, been able to flip that round. The double flank got through Aqua was the right player from Daystar. Just caught a bad timing. Speaking, he should have died before finding one. And then Pika as well, being layered with pressure from the death mark. The frag grenades flushed him out. He went for the vault, which, again, that was a pretty poor decision-making process from him. He would have known that the Deimos was down below and maybe just panicked, sensing he could pounce. Reaps did a good job to quickly collect Azuki. That was bold from Peacock. Left Souffle in a 1v3, and it's an easy trade out from Reaps, who continues to mount kills in the series, now up to 16 kills to 4 deaths. Still yet to find an entry clutch, plant, or disable, but he's probably got about 5 more rounds to find one.
Yeah. Oh, certainly competitive round though from Daystar. And get the opening pick. Not too bad on the roam rear grass. I mean, they probably could have almost got Speakeasy without losing anyone, but just a bit of a timing issue. Bin goes down, so then they get the trade, but yeah, Waybo then were able to clear out Pika over towards Rafters, and from there 3v2 heading in towards the site. They were always likely to probably go on and win that. 2-0 start for Waybo. 9-1 across the 10 rounds of Siege played in this grand final. The lower final proved to be far more of an even contest. All rounds of regulation were required.
5 seconds to go.
So far, I don't think we're going to need all rounds of regulation even here on Nighthaven Labs, and certainly wasn't the case in Clubhouse with the 7-1 beatdown from Waybo.
That's quick entry, lobby side. Snake to aid. There is a contest con though, but yellow ping information here for Hoven. Does he want to take the fight into the shotgun? It's low percentage. I would advise against it. But I don't think he really cares too much. He'll go for it anyway. Dies. Bit ambitious. thought that maybe he'd radar to then maybe cause a dislodge and then catch a timing. Went for the Hail Mary and it didn't land. 5 versus 4 in favor of Daystar, but unfortunately that doesn't really count for too much against Waybo, and that's nothing to do with Daystar. Waybo are the kind of team that can constantly in 4 versus 5 wrangle rounds back. One of their biggest strengths domestically. So much time to deal with here. Plenty of opportunities back into the round.
Yeah, and not disagreeing with you at all, because I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, but this should be a sight. You know, command server defense for Daystar 5v4 that you've got to win, even against a team like Waybo, who are absolutely capable of bringing back the 4v5 deficit. Daystar just look, though, as if they just don't want to make a move. They don't want to make a mistake. Don't want to give up this advantage. Let the clock kind of wind down. But against Waybo, sometimes you do actually have to be aggressive and just try and catch them off guard. Try and get in their face a little bit. If that does come with the risk, that's fine. But there's a reward if you can pull it off.
Drone up and running.
I feel like I've seen this tale so many times where you sit back, you give Waybo the space, even though they're 4v5, they get the next pick, then it's all evened up. That's exactly what Waybo are trying to do right now, waiting for the moment where someone makes a misstep. Right then, it was Seal. Turd doesn't quite complete the kill, though. It's a reprieve for Daystar, and then Azuki gets the kill onto Ape. Too quickly, though,
Reaps.
back for Waybo as Reaps gets the double kill, goes 5-1, and still plenty of time for Waybo to steal this round again. Reaps inside of IT, the reaction time perfect. Turn hits his shots as well. Only Souffle left, goes for the pistol play. Reaps probably didn't need to do that, as there was still plenty of time, and Souffle on the angle got one, but traded. Waybo do it again. Harambe, he cannot believe it.
Not again. Oh no. Part of me kind of wants to see a live Harambe cam overlaid mid-round, so we can see as they're getting closer to the end of the round, he gets more and more excited in anticipation they may actually win a round. And then, nope, just get denied again. Oh, poor Daystar. Look, they can't fault them for trying. They are really doing a decent job here, given the circumstances. But Waybo they're on another level. Themos' army banned out. It's 3 straight. Replay package of the prior round. Hoven gave away a freebie, but, well, Reaps is Reaps as he loses the swing. And Reaps eventually loses his. They're caught static, but then speak easy with the trade. And pain for Harambe.
Pain. I mean, it's pain because he knows these are rounds that are winnable. There's a couple on Clubhouse, a couple here on Nighthaven Labs. They're getting good opportunities. They're getting good looks. Back-to-back opening kills from Seal and Bin Bin. And in back-to-back rounds, it's just Reaps 3k, Reaps 3k. And it was at a pretty critical junction too, where there was that missed opportunity from Turd to get the kill onto Seal. Finally, a misstep from one of the defenders. Doesn't get it. And then Daystar get the next kill. Becomes a 5v3. And you usually would sit back and think, well, just shore up shop, ultra defense. But Reaps just is like, nah, I'm just going to swing. Gets 2 kills. Back to a 3v3. And suddenly the round is just completely wide open. And that's the kind of game you don't want against Waybo. You don't want the open games. You don't want to allow Reaps and Speakeasy and Turd to just be able to run around where there's a lot more space. I think the best way to play against Waybo is to probably just play the most boring brand of Siege that you possibly can do. Take no fights, do nothing, and just hope that they don't find a pick, and then there's 30 seconds left, and then just pray. That's maybe one of the best ways to play. Or you go the complete opposite end of the spectrum, and you just try and play ultra aggressive from the get-go. If you try and do this like middle ground or, you know, half-ass, Waybo just going to punish you.
Yeah. Seal caught early. Red ping. I feel very scared for Seal, and he ends up dying.
Well, so does Reaps, though. A big kill from Azuki. 1 for 1, and you get rid of Reaps. So, I mean, that's kind of, I honestly say that's just a win for Daystar. Nitro was thrown, by the way, from Seals, as you just see it get shot out, but he couldn't explode it in time. As Souffle falls to Ape. Well, they might not have Reaps alive in this round, but it does not matter for Waybo. Still 4v3 up, and there's still 2 minutes in the clock. They're just so efficient with their timing. Azuki, though, again gets another kill. He's starting to perform on Nighthaven Labs and brings it back to a 3v3 as they deal with the Blackbeard. Hoven in a precarious position here, deep over towards Warehouse, as Up8 looks for the plant.
My position, hostile free.
Completely uncontested. There's 2 players on the second floor, and they're both accounted for.
I don't think Azuki realized that they were in sight, and then Hoven just immediately reacts perfectly. The only way Azuki wins this is if he gets straight onto this kit and there's no one there, but Turd watching outside of the breach won't allow that. I don't think Azuki actually knows where the plant was. He got completely disorientated. He thought it was maybe a plant inside of the smoke. And then Turd obviously hears him running around, goes for the swing, gets the kill. It's all too easy for Waybo. Last all around, Turd is bored as per usual. But he'd look exactly the same if he's in the grand final at the Salt Lake City Major. He wouldn't look any different.
Yeah, I mean, it's good from Waybo. The last thing they would have wanted in preparation for the major is to go into a match like this and troll and make it difficult and not play just really good fundamentals. And so I think it's positive for them that they've been able to just flick that switch, enter the server, dominate, and really prove that the gap in Asia is pretty monumental. At this point now, at a 4-0 lead, I think it's all sights set towards a flawless win here in the grand final. A 7-0 would be a great little cherry on top. And then hopefully it gives APL fans a serious reason to wake up at whatever cursed hours the major will be at to support these guys, and hopefully Waybo can take that next leap towards hopefully, I think, sight set probably towards a top 4 at this event. They can really play at their best. For round 5 though, it's up Daystar to be the ones to respond. Trap heavy here, they'll throw in the pulse as well for a bit of info, but IQ is there and ready to counter. And with the snake in play as well, expecting quick map control for Waybo.
Enemy spotted. Reloading. Cover me. Reloading ammo. Enemy.
Yeah, 3 straight opening kills for Daystar. And, well, it's 4 straight rounds for Waybo. Make of that what you will. Look, we've done grand finals before that have not really had a lot going on, but this is up there. This is probably the most one-sided.
This one also has this one actually has pretty decent stakes, but Waybo is just so much better.
I mean, look, at least it's not the grand all stakes of win and you go to the major. At least Daystar will be going to the major, thankfully. But as I said, I mean, there's still a lot on the line. Oh my goodness, Pika almost caught by Reaps. And then expecting Azuki.
He just knows.
I mean, that's the game sense on full display. Expecting the reinforcements to arrive. Reaps with another opening double kill. It's about to be 5-0. Unless Seal and Souffle. No, there is no unless. There's nothing happening for Daystar in this grand final. It's the Waybo show on full display. As Souffle is in a 1v4 and 5-0 is staring Daystar in the face.
He clutches this. Have you heard the story of Souffle? It was a 1v3. He denies this one with the thorn.
Well, it was 1v4.
Okay, no, he missed that one. Okay, come on, Souffle.
You got the story completely wrong. It was 1v4. He gets one and then he dies. That's the story.
Okay, I must be thinking of a different. I'm thinking of a different round somewhere else.
2-0
Waybo
for Waybo.
Oh no.
Oh, could you imagine if
Wait, their cams froze, no? I thought that was our feed. I reckon their gamer house has just gone offline.
I genuinely reckon their entire gamer house has just lost internet.
Oh, no. You're joking.
And they're 2 rounds. 7-1 on the first map, 5-0 on the second map, and then they're going to run out of time and that's forfeit and Daystar win. No, I'm joking. That's a complete joke. Do not take that seriously.
What are the chances? I literally, in our production chat, I kid you not, 5 seconds before that crash, I said in quotation marks, back-to-back buff. DC.
Look, the only thing that's going to stop Waybo right now is the internet or power
honestly,
outage, one or the other.
Yeah.
I don't recall Waybo having any issues actually previously. This is the first time I think I've ever seen them have, as is the case with the Asia region guys. Sometimes these things happen to individuals, etc. But like Waybo has never really had something like this happen before. As we
Take me
go and
back
have
to
some of
the
the replays.
Take me back to the old South Asia days.
Oh no, please.
I mean, it's been a interesting map so far. Waybo clearly dominant, being able to leverage a lot of good information gathering tools across the first half. That's been
Honestly,
the biggest
just
standout.
boot up Rainbow Six Mobile, and they'd probably still win on their phones.
Just hotspot in. I think a hotspot would be good enough, unless it is a full power outage, in which case that won't work.
I won't get tired of seeing the Harambe reactions. I'm sure he's tired of it. I mean, I will say, despite getting these opening kills, none of these rounds have been, I think, all that winnable for Daystar. There's not really many you can look back and say they should have won or should have got this. Certainly a couple of chances where they're up 5v4, or even there was one 5v3. But you just never count out Waybo. It's their strength. You know what's interesting, though, is it quite literally just happened as they literally won the round. Like, 5 seconds, if there had been another 5 seconds, like, I mean, how do you, like, they would have just all disconnected from the round. Like, how do you determine the round winner there?
I think it would have been a round loss, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, but I guess it would have been. Yeah, it's a strange one. Obviously waiting for some more information regarding the whereabouts of Waybo. I mean, if you're Daystar, do you just go, you know what? Let's just save everyone some time and just call this one. Let's give them the win.
I didn't really want to say it because I don't know.
I'll happily say it.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I was going to say, like, at what point did Waybo just wave, did Daystar just wave the white flag and be like, yeah, guys, you can have this. We're clearly not winning this. We want to go play some ranks. Let's just call it.
Or go celebrate, you know, start packing, you're going to the major.
Yeah, get ready for the boot camp.
Obviously, you're never going to do that one. Apparently, it was actually a power outage, but they're getting back into the server. Look, it's not quite. It's not quite. What was it, Chiefs? Well, who were they playing again at the time? The big double internet disconnect a couple of years ago. EP, that's right. The Chiefs EP power outage fiasco. It's not quite that. It's not quite that level. Not quite that level. Not as stressful.
Well, we have had word, yeah, they are officially loading back in, awaiting confirmation if a rehost is actually required. I think it'd be quite remarkable if a rehost is not needed. I'd be honestly a little bit shocked.
If a rehost is not needed for this, then a rehost shouldn't be needed for a whole range of times that a rehost is called. Let's be honest. This is the one time I think it's more than okay to kind of reset things. 5-0 lead, by the way, for those just tuning in favor of Waybo, winning out on the first map 7-1. So they're in total command. The only thing stopping them at the moment was the power outage, which has put a little delay. They probably would have already won the grand final by now.
Probably. I mean, if anything, it's good for the Twitch drops. Everyone getting an opportunity to farm those for 10 more minutes. So I suppose that's a positive, because the reality is this game is going to be over at whatever point Waybo joined, about 6 minutes later. So
there is the halftime break though, so you're going to count for that.
6 plus 2. Okay, so about 8 minutes.
And then there's the post show.
True. That is true.
Hey, I'm just helping people get their drops, you know?
No, that's fair.
I mean, it's not too much to make of this grand final, though, unfortunately. A lot of the storylines coming into it were the fact that Orchid and Soul's Heart were kind of pushing Waybo in their earlier matches in the upper bracket. Maybe there wasn't as much of an expectation for Daystar to do the same, you know, back-to-back series, etc. But I definitely expected it to be closer than this. I can't really categorically say how much closer, but not 7-1-5-0. I think this is a little bit of a surprise. How much of it you can put down to playing quite literally back-to-back best of threes, not just 2 in one day, but back-to-back, maybe. I mean, Harambe himself said, though, and this is interesting from a mindset perspective, that, you know, they're going to go into this series stress-free. But I wonder if sometimes you actually can play better when you've got more on the line versus, well, it's stress-free, boys, doesn't really matter. And then you kind of relax a little too much, and Waybo then just absolutely decimate you. So maybe sometimes playing stress-free, while it can have its benefits, well and truly, can also be a little detrimental, because is your head really in the game? Like, if you're removing the stress and removing the appeal in playing at 110% and every round matters and every moment matters, yeah, maybe they're just off their game at the moment because they feel like the majority of the job is done. They've qualified for the major. But I expected a bit more in the grand final from Daystar. But, I mean, Waybo are also playing at their very best right now. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat.
I've done a pretty good job yapping there. It seems like we've got all 5 members of Waybo back in and loaded. Whether or not that means they're inside of the actual lobby, we need a rehost. I'm not too sure just yet. But I can only assume that they'll only be a few moments away from resuming this match, as you said. And as the graphic showed, it's a 5-0 lead. And remarkably, we are back into the server. That might be the most remarkable rehost, well, I suppose non-rehost I have ever seen in the history of casting this game. So, look, props to Waybo for getting back into the lobby as we head back to the top floor for the final round of the half. Waybo seem to have their power in check. And we'll see if they can continue this faultless streak on laps.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the mini goal right now. If you're Waybo, can you just close this out 7-0, go with the flawless, and not just flawless for this map, but flawless for the entirety of Kickoff. Haven't dropped a single map. Doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. And it ends up being, I think, a really good preparation going into the major, where they not only got tested by, you know, Orchid and Soul's Heart, dealt with that. They also then had a nice, comfortable win in the grand final. I think overall, in terms of the preparation going into an international event, this is pretty good if you're Waybo. I mean, clearly it wasn't just, like, if it was 7-1, 7-2s across the board the whole way through, then you never really got tested. But they have actually been tested in some of the earlier matches. And then I think when you come into this grand final, maybe they actually went back to the, you know, to the whiteboard and fixed a few things and clearly look even better now. And that happens because you actually did get tested. So maybe something to kind of keep in mind is other teams pushing them to play even better. And that's great for the APAC region, great for Waybo heading over to Salt Lake City.
Oh, peek up. Okay.
That's another opening kill for Daystar.
Waybo almost looked better in the 4v5. I don't know how. And trade. Every time. Every time.
Oh, wow. Speakeasy. I mean, you said it. They kind of do look better in the 4v5.
Unironically. It's remarkable.
Well, Reaps gets uncommonly swung. Usually he's the one doing that kind of damage. Even to back up, numbers now equal between the two teams. Oh, Nitrous Assault from Souffle isn't going to connect. I mean, a good re-aggression, though, from Daystar, even though they're the ones that got the opening kill. Then when Waybo, mainly from Speakeasy, got the next two, yeah, good little swing over towards IT. So really just not falling back, staying on the front foot. And 60 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, Speakeasy can deploy util as Turd and Hoven try and trade out CC Stairs. Tricky position though, especially with Souffle up close with a shotgun, and then Azuki also in a position to swing. They both die.
I just
Okay.
took a drink. I just took a drink and it was 3-3, and then by the time I finished drinking, it was the round over.
And it's time for the roll swap timeout.
Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here.
Well, the grand final seemingly is about to end. It's just a matter of how quickly, whether it will be 7-0, 7-1, 7-2. I don't know. It's going to be one of those three. Probably 7-0 with the way that Waybo are playing right now. They've just been in exceptional form. The only thing that has halted them was a very temporary power outage. As Daystar, a little bit of a reality check going into the major, which is good. I mean, you can take positives for both teams going into the major. For Waybo, they've already kind of had their test back in the upper bracket final against Team Orchid, and clearly have got back to work and have brought their best in the grand final. They'll be in good form going into phase 2 at the major. And for Daystar, just some little groundwork, some homework going into the major. It's always good to have these kind of games against Waybo, playing Waybo when they're at their very best. Go back, look at the VODs, what they can prepare for going into the major against some high quality opposition. So I think you got some positive ways you can look at this, even if it is just an absolute beatdown.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, into top floor we go, and Waybo looking to close this one out. And then all sights will be set towards the major, preparing for that event. And after finishing top 8 at Paris at the 6th Invitational, I think their sights are really going to be locked in on taking that next step, trying their hardest to finish in the top 4. Try to have a bit of a splash on the main stage. It's going to be tough though. Competition's pretty fierce at the moment.
5 seconds left.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on them to perform. For the second half, it's Bandit, Clash, Ace, and Grim benched. Waybo to bring the mirror for the opening round. 1 used IT exterior. Second probably going to be deployed over towards command. As they look to contest the fringe of the map.
What are the expectations for Waybo in Salt Lake City? Top 8, top 4?
I think goal top 4 expectation. Probably to repeat at least top 8. Anything less than that would probably be seen as a regression. No reason to expect that.
Contest towards blue. Pimpin down through the smoke. Feet exposed. And he should get brought back up though. I've got the space here for Daystar. Although Pika's going to be, of course, cautious crossing back over. May just call reinforcements to go and get the revive so he can hold that angle. Top blue stairs. And Zuki will go and get the revive on to Bin Bin. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it through blue alive, considering how low on health he is already. Still 2 Nitro Cells available for Waybo, seeking a 7-0 to close out the grand final. And a reminder, tomorrow Oceania concludes for what will be the last team to qualify for the major, as Turd will be the opening death to start the second half. But reaps as he usually does. Now up to double-digit kills. And a Nitrosol from RP. As the curtain potentially could be closing here on Daystar. Reaps again. So dominant. Retaking this blue position. 7-1 on club. And it only gets better heading into Nighthaven Labs. As 7-0 all but seems a certainty unless Suzuki clutches a 1v3.
Yeah, 40 seconds. And Waybo are just one small step away from being number 1.
Well, a little see you in Salt Lake City from Waybo to Daystar. An absolute demolition job. 7-1, 7-0 in the grand final. The Kings of APAC once again claim their crown, heading over to Salt Lake City as easily the best team across all 3 of the APAC regions. They make light work of Daystar in the grand final, and they went flawless throughout kickoff, not dropping a single map the entire way through. A dominant performance from a dominant team at the peak of their powers, are set up for another challenge at a major.
Yeah, great display from Waybo, being able to dominate and be crowned the Kings of Asia. And in a format that has seen some volatile results globally, I think they've done a really, really good job to capitalize and put pressure on their opposition across all of their matches. And ultimately, they've been the ones to come out on top. And yeah, as we start preparing now for the major, Waybo are the best bet for APL going deep.
And they certainly are. For Daystar, of course, they will be heading to Salt Lake City as well. They'll play in the phase 1 of the major and look to then progress deeper to make Swiss stage for phase 2, and joining the likes of Waybo and CAG. But ultimately, yeah, it's going to be a longer road ahead for Daystar, but I think they'll be more than happy to just be on that road, just be heading to the major when they would have set out their sights coming into kickoff, looking to go for repeat international appearances after making 6 invitational. I don't think they would have lost any fans from the stage as a whole, but obviously I think they'll walk away a little disappointed with how easily they were dealt with in the grand final. You could put it down to maybe a fatigue factor. It was a grueling 3-map series against Team Orchid, which went all rounds of regulation. I think you can maybe give them a little pass mark to just say, yep, kind of understand why it was so brutal. But at the same time, I did expect a little bit more from them in the grand final.
No, I would largely agree. Look, I think we got to the end result that was expected, irrespective of any other extraneous circumstances in a straight 3-3 1v1 or 5v5, I suppose. It was basically always going to be Waybo that came out on top. Maybe there's a world in which, if they were fresh, Daystar could claim a map or at least look a little bit more competitive across the 2 played. It's clearly not the case today. I hope that's not reflective of what we see at the major and they'll be able to fight their way through GSL. But again, that's not to take anything away from Waybo. Again, to reiterate, they went in as strong favorites and they proved it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for Waybo, it's now a case of, as we said before, can they go for that top 4 push? Can they take the next strides moving forward at a major? We know that top 8's been done. It's just and we'd like to see them repeat that, but can they go a little bit further? Our MVP, though, for the series today, or at least from one of our series today, I forgot we actually had the 2. It's Reaps across both. I mean, he was just outstanding in the grand final. An absolute beatdown performance, not just from him, but his team. 25-8, guys, 25 kills. And it's not as if there were a lot of rounds played, as minimum as it almost could be when you take into effect it was 7-1, 7-0, and yet he still dropped 25. And you kind of touched on it too. He wasn't getting entry kills, and it wasn't really clutches. It was just all the mid round.
No, there wasn't. That was the storyline for the longest time. He wasn't involved in any entry engagements. That storyline did shift a little bit towards the very, very tail end of the series where he got involved and went 1-1, but just across the board, super consistent. And just his read across this series was phenomenal. He was playing like the Terminator. He just knew where everybody was and was basically landing every single shot and every opportunity. So hopefully that's the reaps we see at Salt Lake.
All right, we got Gohan in for an interview, the coach of Waybo Gaming. Congratulations, Gohan. It's another tremendous stage. You guys are looking in hot form heading into the major. I kind of just want to get your thoughts on the stage as a whole and the way that you guys performed coming into the grand final. You had been tested by the likes of Orchid and Soul's Heart. Those games were pushed to the limit, an overtime 8-7, you know, a couple 7-5s. How did you kind of view the kickoff stage for your team?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, the stage was, you know, a big challenge. The guys was... Oh, wait. I'm gonna mute these guys. They are important here. Yeah, the Orchids, you know, did very well. And to be honest, on that days, I feel that the team don't give, you know, the 100% that they can. So it was good because today they come, you know, with a very sharp game. And they show it in the server that they can beat, you know, every team if they come with this gameplay.
Congrats, Gohan. Obviously, you've now been with the team for around about 6 months. How much have you seen the team improve in that short period of time compared to when you joined to where they are now?
Yeah, so we are still doing the work, you know, like we need to have a big team. Always have a lot of experience, you know. So we are still learning, we are still adding more plays, you know, to our strategic pool. So I feel that, we are going in the correct way, but still we have a lot of points to improve. And of course, every team always need to do new stuff, right? To get better, or you stuck and the results will not come.
The big question, Gohan, is that what's the next step for this team in being able to secure a top 4 finish at an international event? We know that Waybo have been able to get top 8s, and we know they're usually the best chance for the APL region to maybe one day see a team from our region lift a trophy. What's that next step in your eyes?
Yeah, so the next step is increase a bit our confidence, you know, increase the experience we have, and we are getting that every game, every win, every time we learn new stuff. So I hope this time we can reach this goal, because this is our goal, you know, reach the semifinals, reach even a final match, and even win. I think we are working to be prepared, you know, to reach this moment. So yes, I think the best point we need to improve is have a good play choice, increase the coordination, you know, points that are missing in the invitational. And because of that, we lose few rounds, and these rounds, when playing against Furia, Secret, is very important, you know, every round. So we are improving a lot, and I feel that this time we can go far, you know.
Gohan, before we let you go, is there anything you would like to say?
Oh thank everyone who cheer for us, who watch the game, and also for you casters for the nice work every time here. And let's go now for the major. I hope that will be a big tournament, you know, with good games, many different teams now, right, that win the spot. So it will be nice to see.
Well, we're going to be behind you guys. Hopefully you can go all of the way. We'd love to see Waybo or any APAC team win a major trophy, so definitely be cheering on. Best of luck at the major, Gohan.
Thank you very much.
So Waybo, once again, as no one is surprised, we'll be heading over to a major. They're straight into phase 2 as well, Guz, and definitely, as per usual, APAC's best hope. The question is, can they just take that next step? I think if they can actually get into, you know, a semi-final or, you know, a top 4 position, if they can just get into that position, I don't see. It's not a case of, oh, we just got their jobs done. I think they could go on and actually make something of it. They've just got to get there, get over that mental hurdle of, you know, that sort of quote unquote qualification game of getting into that sort of position.
Yeah, as Gohan was kind of alluding to in the interview, right? When you're playing some of the best teams in the world, your Furious, your Secrets, etc. of the world, it's incredibly punishing. You lose 1 or 2 rounds, and that can be enough to go on and lose maps and series, etc. So they can tidy up a couple of loose ends. They will well and truly be the best team from APL at the event. And with that, sure, comes an element of pressure. But if they can rise to the challenge, there's a possibility. I think top 8 is a very realistic goal as a baseline, but they still have the ability to certainly go beyond that if it's their event.
That's kind of interesting. The teams that he spoke about, the Furias, the Secrets, well, the old Furia, of course, not the new Furia, won't actually be at the major, being, of course, Team Liquid, Alienware, and for Team Secret, of course, with so many large roster changes in the offseason, they too won't be there. So there's going to be new opponents and new hurdles for Waybo to potentially overcome. They'll be joining CAG in that Phase 2 position. Daystar, of course, will be in Phase 1. And then now we await for tomorrow, the final team to qualify for the major, which will come from Oceania. Enterprise are in the grand final. They await their opponent, Man LFO or Chiefs. Chiefs making a very similar bracket run to what we saw from Daystar. The only caveat being there's not 2 slots, just the 1. So whoever wins that first series, and as we just saw with Daystar, need to be mentally prepared for a long day because you're going to have to play back-to-back into EP. It's all set up for Enterprise, but Man LFO or Chiefs, can they play spoil?
Yeah, AP, they look scary, but they're not completely infallible. We saw in the upper bracket semi, they did get pushed to a 3rd map by Anios, so there's certainly weakness that can be exploited. The unfortunate thing will be it's back-to-back series minus a break, so if we do see another grueling BO3 in that lower bracket final, it's going to be so rough for either Chiefs or Man to make the run. So the best of luck to them, and fingers crossed we do get a slightly more competitive grand final in Oats.
Best of luck to both Waybo and Daystar, along with CAG at the major. For you and I, guys, we're done for Kickoff for this stage. Tomorrow, of course, though, is the very last day of Kickoff when it comes to APL. Devin Pango will be running you through all the action for Oceania to determine who will be the last team to qualify for the Salt Lake City Major.